Peace, family. I hope all is well. Hope your morning, your afternoon, wherever you're at, hope that's going well. Please like, share, and subscribe. Again, please do me a favor, like, share, subscribe. Also, hit the notification bell. Again, please hit the notification bell. Documentary. I plan on releasing the documentary end of this month. Again, I plan on releasing the documentary in this month. The trailer is live, is up here on YouTube. So please go and purchase. I'm sorry, go and purchase the documentary. Also, tour Sierra Leone. We are rolling to Sierra Leone November 20th through December 3rd. Again, November 20th through December 3rd, we are rolling to Sierra Leone. Also, Nigeria. We are rolling to Nigeria in August. If you're interested in joining, please let me know. Make sure you go to Danfo, 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 DANFO .Africa. Again, Danfo, DANFO .Africa. With that being said, today's topic, and we spoke on this before, the hypocrisy on why you have people in the Black American community who are expecting more from Black immigrants. They're expecting Black immigrants to be on code when our community is not on code itself. Again, they're expecting Black immigrants, whether from Africa, Haiti, wherever, Caribbean, South America, they have this expectation that they should be on code, where this code has not been clearly defined, where this code is nowhere near practiced or followed by so-called FBA, ADOS. And it's hypocrisy. Let me give this a disclaimer first. I am ADOS FBA, but I'm Africa first. I am going to do a show later on today on what we should expect from America and what, again, we should expect from America and what, how can I put it? What should be clearly, expectations, rules for thee, but not for me. Shout out to, there we go. Rules for me, rules for thee, but not for me. Shout out to Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. But again, and we discussed this yesterday, the problem is within. The issues are within. The problems are within Black America. Black America is Black America's biggest problem. Again, Black America is Black America's biggest problem, period. Not immigrants, not white supremacy, it's Black America. That's it. That's all. All right, we've brought up this before with Ice Cube. Ice Cube came up with a plan that was on code. Majority, predominantly, was Black America, ADOS, FBA, who rejected. Black America, ADOS, the majority, they're not even worried or concerned or interested in reparations. At the end of the day, like I said, so-called Black America, FBA, ADOS had the opportunity to leave America in the 1800s after the Civil War. They refused, to the point where they wanted to double and triple down in integrating into white America. Again, we wanted to triple, quadruple down into America to the point where we wanted to fully integrate and become and be a part of whiteness. We had our own institutions, we had our own businesses. It wasn't enough. We wanted to be part of whiteness. So therefore, we cannot criticize immigrants for wanting to do the same thing. We wanted a piece of the American pie. not the Black American pie. We wanted a piece of the American pie, not the FBA ADOS pie. We wanted a piece of the American pie. We wanted to prove that we were so American that we integrated into whiteness. So therefore, we cannot be upset at immigrants for doing the same thing. We can't be upset. We can't be upset. We can't. You're skipping key parts of the story, fam. No problem. Listen, I'll put the link in the chat room. You're more than welcome to call in. Billy, you're more than welcome to call in. You're more than welcome to call in. So this idea that immigrants, they're sabotaging Black Americans, they're sabotaging what we're trying to do. The tethers, no. The biggest tether, the biggest sabotager is the Black American when it comes to Black American issues. Again, the biggest sabotager are Black Americans when it comes to Black American issues. Not immigrants, not other groups, is Black Americans. Okay? Again, it's Black Americans. But listen, links in the chat room. You guys are more than welcome to call in. Again, you guys are more than welcome to call in. But did they charge you double to go to the slave castle? They did. In Ghana, they did. What does that have to do with Black America sabotaging Black America? Again, what does that have to do with Black America sabotaging Black America? What does that have to do with Black America being Black America's problem? I don't understand how that's relevant to what we're discussing today. Again, I don't understand how that is relevant to what we're discussing today. Yeah, at Cape Coast Castle, I felt that they were, even though, listen, the prices were listed. In fact, let me back up. The prices were listed. I said, for being a descendant of the slave trade, I should not have to pay that amount. And it was clear. Listen, you pay the amount or you can't come in. I paid the amount. But my point is, what does that have to do with Black Americans sabotaging Black Americans? That's my question. Again, nothing. How about everybody in the diaspora worry about their own ethnic group? Michael Moon, once again, Black Americans chose to integrate into whiteness. All right. They wanted a seat at the table, were really crumbs off the table. So why are we concerned? Why do we care about these other immigrant groups and how they want to move and navigate throughout America? Again, why does it matter? Africans did too, Dynast. Oh, what do you mean? Africans did. Guys, links in the chat room. If you want to call in, call in. I mean, click on the link. I can't read all the chats. Again, links in the chat room. If you want to call in, call in. Let me say this, Men's Cafe. Go build your home countries. Listen, this is my position. I believe immigrants should come to America, no problem, develop the skills, and go build their own countries. I do agree with that. But at the end of the day, it is not in our right to tell immigrants what to do, how to operate, or whatnot, because we can't even control Black America. We can't even control ADOS. Shout out to Akeem for the super chat. I mean, we can't even control ADOS. So how dare we point fingers outside of our group? Once again, I am for immigrants coming to America, developing the skills, then returning back to their home countries and developing their countries. But if they decide that they want to stay in America and partake in, the American system and the American way of life, they want to vote, they want to have disagreements, they're welcome to do that. That's their right. And for ADOS and FBA to complain about that, look, it's not, I mean, you have no say in it. And the point I keep making, ADOS, FBA had the opportunity to leave America, establish their own country, and set the rules. You refuse to. ADOS, FBA, instead of running reparations, we chose integration into whiteness. So again, just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Somebody, oh, shout out to Brandon for the super chat. Let me bring Free Ray Dread on. Unmute yourself, Free Ray. Go ahead.
What's going on, Dynasty? Now, when you say this, I'm gonna turn my camera on in a second. Now, when you say that the FBA, ADOS, they chose integration, are you speaking in absolutes or what? Like, that's the question.
I mean, we can't. Let's not do semantics and wordplay.
I'm not gonna do no wordplay at all. But what I'm saying is, now, how did you become Africa first?
Me? I went to Africa.
Okay, before you got to Africa, you learned about Africa in America, right?
Correct.
Okay, now it's plenty of people that's like you, and it's plenty of people like myself who I am Africa first. However, I'm not going to ignore the problems that Black America have, and I do agree with you. Black America does have to do yard cleaning and house cleaning. However, the majority is a big percentage of us who are and were Africa first, and it is a percentage of us who, America only, not even America first, America only. Now there is that amount of people, but however, the sentiment and the love for Africa has been there because people like myself, people like you wouldn't have been able to even become Africa first if we didn't learn about it, if the documentaries and the information that was out for us to pick up on it.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'll take this call.
All right, Billy Blanks, go ahead.
Yeah, man. When I said you were leaving out part of the story, I think you're absolutely right with like the 60s and integration and all that, and the white man ice being colder and all that. But I'm just saying, like, to skip over Red Summer and us losing our farms and all the stuff we had in our economic bases that they destroyed, that's what left us with no resources here, starving. And then we chose that route. But had they left us, like, at one point in the turn of the 1900s or 1897, Black farms were more profitable per acre than white farms. And we were living in like our own, we were able to take care of ourselves, sustain ourselves. Over 1 million Black farmers lost land. Black families would have like 17 families on it. Then the Red Summer, they were destroying our grocery chains, bus lines, everything. Where we were doing well and doing better, they were just literally, like in Ocoee down here in Florida, they were just destroying our groves, selling them, running like Black people off the land. And then so to turn around and be like, oh, you guys just wanted integration. It was more so like forced into after white supremacy. So I just push back on when you say like, we were our biggest enemy. It was like, had that not happened, that's trillions of dollars right now in the Black community and Black economic meccas that were destroyed by white supremacy before immigration and before we pushed for integration.
Right. And you have a point, but at the end of the day, Black people settled for integration. So instead of demanding, listen, this is what you did, Tulsa, Oklahoma, I forgot the city in North Carolina. Wilmington, North Carolina. You guys destroyed our communities. We dealt with racial terrorism. We want our reparations. We said no. We want to further integrate into white America. Which is, listen, that's fine. That's fine. That's what we wanted. That's fine.
I'm just saying, like, to skip that part and not blame that as the main culprit. And then now we evolve. People can evolve politically. So it's understand, like, when you go through terrorism and everything from like a mental health standpoint and trauma, like in Stockholm syndrome, that's understandable when what they did to our people. at like as like such a minority here during that time period to like build everything up, have economic bases, etc., have all those things going for us, like farmlands, everything, and then to get that terrorized to that extent, it's understandable to turn around and just be like, hey man, let us use your stuff. And then now we realize like, hey, they weren't really making an honest move when they did that. And now the children of that one little generation that kind of fell into that post-trauma, which is kind of unfair to just 100% hold on. And we didn't have media. They had like 2 or 3 media sources that we all took media from. So some of these black representatives and stuff weren't 100% like how the caller before. It's like almost like saying Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, and all them represent us now, when the true grassroots black people, that's not really the case. And then those black people were just forced into that situation. And then now we evolve past it. So what you see now, we're demanding reparations, we're demanding tangibles, we're demanding like leveraging our vote, so that's all I meant by like just
when you say we, who's we? Because the we is such a small percentage. I mean, you gotta think about it. What's the guy that ran in South Carolina? What's his name?
Marcel Dixon.
Marcel Dixon only raised $200,000. So when you
that.
say we, it's such a small percentage that no one's listening.
But I look at it like
people are listening, but I just really think that boat is sailed.
I think that's kind of like premature. Like I kind of like the analogy I would use would be like, we recognize now, like the same way they wouldn't let black people have more than 2 or 3 people in a room. That was illegal for us to be like meeting like that. This is kind of the first time we've ever been able to like delineate ourselves as an ethnic group, use counter-racist strategies and recognize what they're doing, talk amongst ourselves online. So this level of political evolution we're at right now, it's kind of premature to just take somebody who had a 6-month candidate, and then use him as like, hey, it didn't work, so it's over. But it's like his 4% can easily turn into like 6%, 8%, 15% over the next years. And then this model and this system, as we refine it, it's kind of like, we know like Steph Curry is excellence in basketball and mastery. We're like right now, elementary. We're like a 4-year-old person trying to learn to shoot. And then to say, because you're missing your shots right now, you don't know, like, oh, stop, it ain't gonna work, you're not gonna make it. That's kind of how I liken it to, like, if you jump on us right now with our political evolution, I think it's kind of unfair. This might take like 15, 20, 30 years of us evolving and fine-tuning this process and running multiple candidates in multiple places and seeing the reaction and getting black people to learn, like, hey, you don't have to fall for these same tricks. Like there is a spearhead to movements. And I think you're talking about the spearhead and just, that is smaller. I do agree with you.
Guys, hit that like button again. Please hit the like button. Links in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. But again, let's get back to the topic, Billy. Black America's problem is Black America. That's Black America's major problem.
I 100% don't disagree. Like everything you're saying, I agree with like 98% of what you're saying. I just disagree sometimes. Like my 2% is with how it's framed and how as if we can't acknowledge we do have our own internal problems. But it's like, if you're cleaning up your own house, you really have to be sensitive to somebody who is a foreigner coming in and adding mess to it. So it's like, I understand what you're saying, that we are our own problem, but you are going to be more sensitive if you're trying to leave your socks and stuff around the room. You're like, I got to start picking this up. And then somebody comes in who also has parts of their group that will literally shame you for having a dirty house. And yet they're leaving their mess in there also. You would want to call that out. So it's not like, hey, Donis, your house isn't messy. It's just you're saying, I know my house is messy right now, but you guys don't need to come and add to this mess. So please be on code when you come.
But the people who are allegedly on code is so far in between. It's so few, you guys. Like we're expecting actors to come and get on this so-called code, and it's delusional.
I fully agree with, like, I know what you're saying. I fully agree with that. I just mean, it's just like we can do both. We can call out our own problems and call out white supremacy that caused pretty much the problems that are in Africa and the problems here. And we can call out people from diaspora that come over and do undermining tactics and tell us to like look, like get over the past, where it's like, no, this is compensation that's due. There's paper trails. We can connect the dots. It's lineage based. Like there are actual companies worth billions and like that right now generating trillions who got this off of our family. Like nobody goes to like the Holocaust heirs and says like, hey, you guys don't deserve to get anything, or let every single Jewish person get it. It's like, no, that's for the Holocaust survivors, their heirs. But when it's foundational Black Americans, all of a sudden it's like we're divisive for wanting compensation for something that happened to specifically our lineage.
All right, Black Lion, go ahead.
Damn it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. The thing is, from my perspective, from what I've been learning and studying and been noticing, like I'm not saying all, but the reason why the average, I'll say African American, does blame the immigration, well, if it's like Black immigration, because personally, because they're the easiest people to attack. The main reason, like I agree with you guys said yesterday in your last podcast, and what you're saying now is like, yes, African Americans, we have the biggest emotional, mental issues in our community that we need to, psychological issues we need to fix badly. And I mean badly. Because the thing is, one thing I remember one time, like when someone asked Dr. Martin Johnson, why do we want to fix our own reality? Why can't we just get our shit together like we did back in the 60s and slavery and prior? And one thing he said that kind of hits home when he said the reason why we don't want to be who we once were is because we'll have to be held accountable for our own reality, and that is hard work. We don't want to be responsible for our own reality, because that means we have to be like Booker T. Washington and Marcus Garvey combined to a certain mental level to be mature enough to understand that we are literally our own savior. We don't want the responsibility to go to that route. We want everything done for us easily. We've been consumers so long that the fact that we want to be producers is damn near foreign to us. If you don't want to accept the responsibility that, like I said last time, our community is literally poison and trauma. That's really, in today's society, African American culture is really poison and trauma today. That's all it is. And the fact that we need to change is damn near. It sounds crazy to us because we've never been told to be held accountable, unless like Malcolm X said it, held yourself accountable. Garvey, held yourself accountable. Elijah Muhammad, any African scholar will literally, who especially the activists at that time, said you have to start with your home. You have to start with your community. We don't
want to listen to our scholars. We want victim mentality. That's what we want. We want, and that showed and proved with the Ice Cube situation. This past election. We want victim mentality. We want to be perpetual victims.
Exactly. And the sad part is, what you just said, that makes the situation worse. I think when Uncle Phil was on your podcast yesterday talking about California, how bad it's for Black people, I agree. You're African American California, for example. Technically, I'm not saying you are a victim, but you have a hard as hell going through systematic racism over here. Why? Because the more educated you are, the more determined you are a threat to white people in this state in particular. Since you have no real power or resources, you are more of a threat. And the sad part is, there's African Americans who do get opportunities to do better, and they don't use it to their disposal to help the community. And that's why sometimes we can't see the racism or see Black people being real victims, is because the dumb ones or the useless ones are destroying the image of what we're really going through. And that's the sad reality. Like, there's people really going through some serious shit, but thanks to the dumb ones who fail to do better or don't want to do better, even when the opportunity is in their face, compared to the opportunities that we can get over here until we get out of here, it's incredibly difficult to see African Americans in a certain way. And
my question, can I jump in, Black Line? My question to you, Black Line, is where on planet Earth are there Black people that aren't currently victims of systematic white supremacy?
Honestly, mostly on the continent, because in a way, at least, I'll say honestly, mostly on the continent. Because why? Because they're like only Uncle Phil said, they weren't raised around racism. They have more political power. They can be around their own race, their own tribe, their own culture, where they won't be shamed for. They love who they are, at least to a greater extent compared to us. They have more freedom compared to what we have, and more freedom in every lots of forms compared to what we do here.
So how come they're the richest, like, material resource continent, but yet have some of the lowest quality of life?
Yeah, the answer to that is literally very simple. The sad part is the new generation, we're calling millennials, we're like in their late 20s and 30s. We understand that the lasting effects of colonialism that never left the African continent. That's the issue.
Whenever Black Americans say white supremacy, and we have a documented history as well, we get told we're playing the victim.
Listen, like I said, there are African Americans in this country who are going through systematic discrimination. Believe me, I'm living through it. Well, like with economic opportunities and housing, believe me, I am too. But I'm saying it's the African Americans, not all of them, but it's the ones who are given opportunities, the ones who can do better than us compared to what we can do here. They are destroying who are becoming the face of the victimization instead of real people going through the issue. And like there are Black people, like we're going through.
It's colonialism's fault in Africa, but not white supremacy's fault in America.
No, I agree. It is their fault. Ancestral root, they're the root reason. I agree, but it's our fault for not at least trying to get rid of it. Like it's our fault. It's like we can at least Billy.
The point, Billy Blanks. Well, Trey Hampton. Again, the point I'm trying to make is Black Americans had the opportunity to leave. We refused, to the point to where we wanted to fully integrate into whiteness.
But we don't want to. A lot of Black Americans don't want to leave our homeland here.
This is not your homeland. This is not our homeland.
It's our ethnic population. I have no connections to Africa at all. No African ethnic group claims us.
Actually, I disagree. I can literally debunk that. The funny part is we keep saying we're not African and we deny it. No, you're not.
No, we're not saying that. We have African ancestry. We just understand that after detribalization and reclassification, there's no ethnic group that claims us. And it's Africans make it very clear. They'll say it themselves. They're on record. They're on record.
Trey, what is this?
Actually,
Trey, what is this?
That's a passport.
Okay, so
believe me, they like the thing is like I know that. Listen, if you go to any Africans, the ones who are known who are not rude, disrespectful, or even sometimes like on the continent, they will not see you as that unless you open your mouth or say your name. They will literally see you as their own and second nature. They're very accepting. The thing is, we need to start doing this perpetuation that we don't have ancestral ties to the continent regardless. Yes, I didn't say we
don't have ancestral ties. I'm saying we're a unique ethnic group that was created over here. And then it's just obvious. That's just fact. Like an ethnic group is cultural experience. It's just a totally different thing. The same way Jamaicans are who they are, Haitians are who they are. There's Haitians that'll say like, "I'm not Black, I'm Haitian." Those little people will literally say these things.
I have not met any of these Haitians. Like you guys make it seem as if that's the majority. I have not met all of these Haitians or all of these Jamaicans that said, "I am not Black, I'm Jamaican."
Are you saying we're not a distinct ethnic group?
It was a guy who wrote a song. Peter Tosh, Jamaican. If you are Black, you're African. I get
that. I'm not against that. You're mischaracterizing.
Billy, what you guys are doing the same thing that these Roe versus Wade supporters are doing. They'll use the rape, the epitopic pregnancy, or however you say it, the extreme. They'll use the extreme to support dysfunction. And you guys are doing the same thing. I have not met not one Jamaican, not one Haitian that said I ain't Black, I'm Haitian. Like I haven't met these people. I'm trying to figure out where all
meaning Black in the term of Black American. They know that's a distinct ethnic group, and to deny that is like I'm not going to sit here and just let y'all deny that we're not a distinct ethnic population. That is silly. Like Somalians will come over here and be like Mali gang. If a Black American tries to say Mali gang, what would they say?
Say Mali gang.
No, I'm just saying they would laugh at you, and because they know you're a Black American. That they know you're different.
Okay, Billy, have you tried it? Have you been?
I know we're a different ethnic group. Are you saying foundational Black Americans aren't a different ethnic group?
No. Listen, the thing is we're not. Listen, as African Americans, we're not unique ethnic groups. We're mixed Africans from different tribes. We're not unique because once you really study the sociological culture of Africans in the Caribbean and America and etc. They all literally have all ancestral roots to all the ancestral.
Okay. If you're gonna say we're not a different ethnic group, I'm out, man. I appreciate you let me be on the platform, but I got you, man. We're not a different ethnic group. That makes no sense to me at all. Like, look at what an ethnic group means, cultural experience and everything. Like, we went through something totally different. So to say we're not a different ethnic group now, it's just like I don't feel this is like a genuine conversation right now.
Dude, just take an African ancestry test. You'll literally see, like they'll say, you're mixed with this tribe, this tribe.
That doesn't do anything to do with ethnicity.
Actually, it does. It's based on DNA and analysis.
Culture. The ethnic group is a cultural experience. You can be the same exact genetically as a Jamaican. Like we're over here. We're the same as Jamaicans genetically, but we're a different culture.
Okay, but let me do this. All right, in Louisiana, what's still practice from like in West
Look,
Africa?
I'm about to shake, man. I'm not about to argue us being a different ethnic population, man. Like, I'm not about to argue this.
Dude, it's just reality. Like, we practice still voodoo. We still practice African drums. We still practice all these African roots of our culture. It's not.
All right, go ahead, London. London Logan, go ahead.
My God.
I was
London,
just saying,
go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you kind of go ahead.
I just chimed in. As far as the different ethnic group part, I agree with Billy Banks on that. We are sort of a different ethnic group from Africans, just considering that we've been over for here hundreds of years and we're mixed with white. That makes we're about 15% white in our DNA. So that makes us a different ethnic group. Culturally, we're hundreds of years separated from our African ancestors. So that pretty much makes us a different ethnic group from them.
Okay. Dean Scott, go ahead. Dean, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
All right, then. Yeah, so I have actually been to Africa. I've been to, I think, 8 countries in Africa. I grew up with Caribbean people, Jamaicans. My brother-in-law's from Ghana. Another brother-in-law's from Jamaica. I grew up around every single black group that you could see. Been around it, all of them from Australian Aborigines, which look like us, by the way. In the areas like the Torres Strait Islanders and stuff like that, you'd never be able to distinguish them by look from anybody walking around in New York or Atlanta. But the reason I'm saying this is for certain, we are, without question, a different group than the rest of them. Not a better group, not a worse group, just a different group. And nobody over there is going to claim us as our own. The first place I went to in Africa was Sheshimani. I'm sure you're aware of Sheshimani and that area of Ethiopia that was left for diaspora blacks to go to. And even when you go there, even though most of the diaspora blacks over there are Jamaicans, the Oromo people, which is the area it's in Ethiopia, don't accept anybody over there as their people, if you understand what I'm saying. Now, Africa itself, just like African Americans or Black Americans are their own worst enemy, Africans are definitely their worst enemy also. There's great Africans, there's horrible Africans. And just like there is over here, you can't really say because you're here or there that you're going to be in a better position, because I can assure you over there, there's a lot of black people that will work against you. And if you want, just go to Sheshimani and they'll let you know. So that's what I had to add to that.
Kasha Zulu, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Hello to everybody on the panel.
Yeah, it's a lot of background noise, Kasha. Kasha, it's a lot of background. Oh, he muted himself. Hold on. All right, go ahead, Kofi. You're muted. You're muted, Kofi. You're muted.
He's done. It's been a while, man. Yeah. So like just my experience here in America, my parents raised me, to be Afrocentric. They named me Kofi. Past year, just took a trip to Ghana. Got into a situation over there. Married, kid is on the way. Coming back to the States, and looking at the past year, I agree with the FBA platform. I am FBA. My even though my dad is Bahamian, my mother's family is from the South. Running into a lot of African people here in New York City, running into a lot of Caribbean people. I could be in a car with them and they could just be pointing at Black Americans who who they think are Black Americans and just be laughing at them like, oh, look at those Americans. And then I have to school them. You know, they think I'm not American, but I just have to school them, and it's a constant thing. And being in Africa, being in Ghana, people calling you a Bruni, you know, I had to learn. I had to tell them like, no, I'm a Black man. You know, you're a Black man. I'm a Black man. Don't ever call me a Bruni. You know, going there and seeing Confederate flags on people's cars, seeing Confederate flags next to like big white Jesuses. You know, like, one thing I can say is that we have to, you know, if our children are going to be African, if our children are going to be Black, like yes, Africa is a place to want to bring up, to want to advance for our future, you know, children, for our future offspring. But, you know, we definitely have to call groups out. We have to call different Black foreign groups out.
I feel you, but I think the problem is because I think the problem is that's so few in between. Like, I mean,
in New York
like,
City,
I'm just saying my experience is so few in between. Like, as far as, again, we'll use the most extremes, kind of like these Roe versus Wade people, you know, to justify dysfunction. That's just been my experience. I mean, I've been called a Bruni, you know, but it's whatever. Like, I mean,
on film sets with
but
Nigeria,
the thing is, yeah, but the thing is, they'll call
what they mean is foreigner.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They'll call their own a Bruni who come back from America to.
My wife is Ghanaian as well.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I just think we take the extreme, and we for some reason we run with it.
Yeah, I ran with it, and at the end of the day, I think it's a toxic thing. You know, me being around a lot of Africans, a lot of Caribbeans in New York City, you know, I definitely can't run with this FBA thing. I sort of have to blend in, and we all have to educate each other. And I had to tell them about Africa, because some of them haven't been to Africa for like for like decades. You know, they would like to hear these stories.
Hey, Dynast.
Go ahead.
I think one of the main problems is, can you guys hear me okay, first and foremost?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I think one of the main problems is Black Americans, we keep entertaining this moniker of FBA. Oh, I'm FBA, but you're not FBA. Kofi, you're not FBA. And this is why you're not FBA. Because every week, the definition of who and what FBA is changes. So you don't realize that by even acknowledging the term FBA, you are empowering these people's ignorance. Because if you let them think FBA is a real thing, and then they get to the point where they got to actually define what it is based on the criteria set by the leader, their leader who made FBA, they won't be able to do that. The minute when you said, I'm half Bohemian, where's that guy at? Oh, he's not here. But all the people on the FBA bandwagon, in their mind, though they didn't verbalize it, they thought, oh, you're not FBA. See, and that's the power of this type of ignorance. They're thinking one thing, but they're saying something else. Everyone who is following Tariq and FBA and all that, they want to believe that if you are half any Caribbean, any African, you are not FBA. And if you notice, black Billy Blanks, he left, right? But everything is based on this bitch ass, he called me this type of reasoning. But the white man call you nigga 3,000 times a day. Your own people, nigga. Oh, but you don't want to leave. You want to stay up over here. And then when you talked about, oh, we was in the car and they play, you never been in a car, Black Americans clowning Africans? You never been in a car, Black American? You never been sitting in the TV in a room watching African on TV and Black Americans clowning them. The comedian Michael Blackson has made millions off of cracking jokes about stereotypes that Black Americans have about
I
Africans.
can't get jiggy with this.
He's made millions of dollars off of making fun of stereotypes that African Americans, Black Americans had about Africans being ashy, being black, being skinny. And we laugh at it because we think that's funny. Why? Because we have a culture that that our part of our culture is making fun of and disparaging Black people from other groups. But then we pretend like I got called a brony. That's a deal breaker for. It's fake. It's as fake as a wooden nickel. And you can't go anywhere as a people trying to build shrines on top of sand. And that's what we're doing. We're trying to build on things that we don't even believe, things that we know it's not true. And when you bring that up, it's like immediately I just think this person is not serious. So when black Billy Blank said, "Oh, what about the way they undermine us and stuff?" He could never actually tell you how the African or the Caribbean is undermining him. He's just regurgitating things he's heard that he can never explain. And there is no code and there is no Black
I,
grassroots. You're
I'd
lying if
like
you
to.
say that.
I'd like to respond to that because I could give you exact stuff. And again, I'm not anti-African. I mean, the fact of the matter is that you won't find anybody more pro-African than me.
Man,
I
just
didn't go
shut
to.
up with the disclaimers, man. Just give us the examples because you guys are lying even when you say that.
Okay, so you just called me a liar. You know me? Did we meet
I know
someplace?
you're a liar.
You
I
don't
know
know
you're a
me.
liar.
You don't know nothing
Well,
about
well,
me.
well
Can you
Brandon,
give
You don't
me
know shit
examples?
about me. Why you call me a liar?
Brandon, let me give the example. Dean, give the example. Let me hear the example. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll give you a perfect example. This is a friend of mine, and both of them are friends of mine. One was
Here we
Nigerian.
go. Anecdotal. Thought it was government undermining, political undermining. Not,
Oh, you
oh,
want to
that's
talk about you're not talking about personal stuff. You're
Dynast.
not talking about when
Dynast.
personal people work
Dynast.
against you.
Dynast.
That's not
Did
what you're
they
talking about.
not say, Dynast,
Okay.
did they not say that
But
these
hold
people,
on, but Brandon, let him finish. Brandon, don't interrupt.
what,
I still
Dynast,
want to hear it. But
Dynast, I'm gonna let you,
Brandon, I want to hear him. Brandon, chill out. I want to hear him. Go ahead, Dean.
Okay, so I lived in Houston for about 30 years. Again, I have a lot of Nigerian friends. I got family members that are literally married into my family. I've been across Africa. I've been across the Caribbean. I've been to Cartagena. I've been to all these different places. What I'm saying is, just like you have Black people from over here that work against you, you have plenty of them over there that work against us also.
you
So
supposed to
don't
be
try.
giving examples, not making general
Yeah, you're
Okay,
statements.
right.
okay,
Dean,
fine. I'll give you an example.
can you give
There
me
was a guy.
Dean?
I
I want
work
an
in the
example,
oil
Dean. Go ahead.
field. I worked in the oil field.
Okay.
This Nigerian brother, phoned me up so he could try and get me to talk about another brother that was working with us too, and he wanted me to basically correct this brother because he wasn't doing his work for him good enough for him. Now, this is a
The
person that
nigga's
is.
lying. Dynast, this
Hold
It
up, but
sound
lying.
like bullshit, bro. It do
He's
sound like
I don't care
bullshit.
lying.
what it sounds like.
You're
You know
lying.
my
let the
life.
guy finish. Brandon, come
You
on,
know
man.
what? You know what? Look, I wish that guy would just really mute his shit and actually listen for a second. If you don't think
Brandon,
some Nigerians are not going to work against him, then he's out of his damn mind. If
I'm
he
still
thinks
trying to
that
figure.
some,
Okay,
It's niggas that's gonna
finish the
work
story.
against you.
you are
Dean,
correct,
finish
and
the
there's
story.
niggas over there just like there's niggas over here.
Dean, finish the story. Dean,
Yeah,
I still want to hear. Go ahead.
yeah.
Finish your
All I'm
lying
saying.
ass story.
Brandon, come on, man. Go ahead, Dean.
Okay, so again, this is both of these people were my friends. The other one, he spent his whole damn time. So you had a Black man that was his boss above him, trying to guide him, trying to help him get through this world over here so that he could lift himself up and lift each other up. And the first thing he did when he went in there and started talking about, oh, all the rest of these niggas over here ain't doing nothing, he would kiss my butt because I was a boss too. Now, this is just a fact. He was trying to get my friend fired from that position over there. Now, I'm not saying all Nigerians did that, But this dude would do this, and he'd do it all the time. And then he'd sit up afterwards and clown and talk about, oh, he loved George W. Bush. George W. Bush loves us. Da-da-da. You guys are just a bunch of, and this is the way he was. Now, I'm not saying all Nigerians is like that. I never said all Kenyans are like that. But there's plenty of them that are like that. All you got to do is go to any Nigerian board or whatever on Facebook and watch them talk about not just
Dynast,
each
please
other,
let me
but
respond.
Brandon, you got to let him
no,
finish
why
first,
should you
Brandon.
get to respond? You done called me a liar and all sorts
Brandon,
of
you got to let him finish first, Brandon. God damn.
Listen,
Oh, go
first
ahead.
of all, Brandon already got something in his head. I'm lying. I'm a this. I'm
Can,
a
can,
that.
can,
So
I ask
let
you a
him
question?
think whatever he wants to think. But do you agree
can I ask you a
that
question?
some Africans work against
Dean,
us?
can I ask
Yes
you a
or no?
question, Dean? Dean,
Sure.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
This oil company, was it a black owned? Was it the FBA, ADOS?
No, nothing is a black owned.
Okay, all right.
Even over there. Even over there.
I mean, that's the thing. Like we wanted to integrate into these positions, and then
No, this was a Nigerian coming over to integrate into that position, and this was
but
black
we wanted
Americans
to.
helping
we
him.
wanted to. But we wanted to. I mean, it's just I don't
No,
know.
what he's a Nigerian. We were helping him, and he was shitting on us.
Let me add to that. Listen. Like, I'll give you an example. My father is Nigerian. Straight from Nigeria.
Guys, listen. I understand we all want to talk, and I'm not trying to be ignorant here. But guys, let's first focus on the lies this man told. First reveal that, then you could tell us about your daddy and them being Nigerian. Niggas got to learn how to stay focused. You can't debunk false statements.
Look, just say what you got to say. If I got to make a
Let
phone
me say
call,
what I gotta say. Listen, I know he's lying. Everyone in the audience knows he's lying. And let me tell you how. First, he said that the dude called him to correct the other brother, right? So if you look at a job, somebody got an issue with the way somebody working. And the first thing this Nigerian did was call the black American, who many Nigerians believe will be able to relate to another black American better, and ask you to first correct him. He was on code. Hey man, talk to your mans over there. He's not doing his job
again,
properly.
because you jumped in on me, now I'm gonna jump in on you. So that's you're gonna have to listen first, because you jumped in before I could even explain that part.
Dean, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Dynast, is that
you're
not
a liar. You don't know shit. I'm gonna interrupt your ass.
I mean, but Brandon, you did interrupt him. I can't hear nothing. Y'all keep interrupting each other. I can't hear nothing.
Okay, so I'm gonna just keep interrupting until I can say what the guy said. Now, what it was, the dude, the African American, the black American, was actually helping him do his job that he said he didn't have time to do. Then he wanted to come back behind him and start talking about, well, he did this wrong, he did that wrong. The one brother, he was not even qualified to do that job. And he told him he wasn't qualified. And he said, well, the boss brother, so there's three people besides me involved in this. So one was their boss, one was somebody that was unqualified, but was qualified in some other areas, and one was the person who was supposed to be doing the job. The one who was supposed to be doing the job begged the boss to get some help. He put this other brother there to help him out. And then when the brother he said, look, I'm not qualified. He said, just do your best. He did. Now, when he did his best, what did he do? The first thing he did was start actually going after the brother and saying, look what a bad job he's doing, all this type of stuff. He's talking this stuff to me, and he's talking that stuff to the other brother who was the boss. So he's trying to, quote unquote, correct him. But actually, you know what's really funny? The stuff that he said he was doing wrong, he was actually doing it right. But the whole time, he was praising this white boy who was doing the exact same job and talking about all this type of stuff about how wonderful he was doing. Now, you can take that any which way you want to, but that's what it is. Now, again, that's not every Nigerian.
Is that the end? Because tell me what job the brother was doing.
Have you ever heard of anything to do with API inspection?
Man, I worked in a refinery, bro. My whole family is in the oil industry. I worked at Tesoro Refinery in Torrance, California. What job was he doing?
Do you know what API 510 is then?
Oh my God. What job was he doing?
He was doing API 510.
Okay, explain to the audience what that is.
Okay, that's an inspector of pressure vessels.
Okay, so here's the thing, Dynas. This is how I know this dude is lying. Because just to do that job, you have to have certifications to do that job. And if somebody puts you up to do that job and you are not certified and trained to do that, they will be fired because you can kill people if you don't know if you don't know what the hell you're doing with that.
Well, let
You
me
don't
help
go,
you out. I got
brother,
my
don't
5'10", my
interrupt me, brother.
6'53", my
Dennis,
5'70",
I
my
was
seat
silent
under the
while you
wire, my
I
mace.
mean,
I
no,
have all
Brandon,
these
you was
things,
Brandon,
and
let
you
him
are
talk.
absolutely
He
wrong.
interrupted.
You don't
Hold
know
on, bro. Hold on,
anything
hold
about
on.
this job. You don't know nothing about it.
man, I was quiet. I let him
Brandon,
finish and
Are you an
Brandon, why
API?
you so hold on, man? Oh, Brad, I want to hear the guy, Brandon. Brad, I'm gonna bring you back on. Okay, go ahead,
Hey,
Dean. Go ahead,
first
Dean.
of all, I'm going to just be straight with you. Here's the thing. The guy said he was unqualified. I, as an API, which I am API, and I can prove I'm API, and I've been API for 25 years, I can prove that. Now, here's the thing. I can get anybody to do anything I want them to do as long as I'm willing to sign it off. You will not get fired for that. I can show it to you in the code. I can show it to you in the code. By the way, API is American Petroleum Institute, and it's a code for in-service pressure vessels. The guy was doing an inspection for him. He told him that he was not qualified to do it. He said, do your best, and he did. And he actually did a good job. But the fact of the matter is, again, in a sense, doesn't really make any difference. What it comes down to is this particular black Nigerian man was going after other black people. Now, I can show you a bunch of other ones that didn't go after him. I
But
have
Dean,
friends that are Nigerians that do this all the time. They're not like that.
Dean, I say this, Dean. For every
Yeah.
example you give me of allegedly an immigrant, black immigrant, sabotaging FBA ADOS, I could give you 1,000 of ADOS sabotaging ADOS.
I could show you about equal. And because again, I'm
Nah,
not saying that ADOS, I'm telling you. Yeah.
Dean. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Let's start off with this. Was it an immigrant that set up Fred Hampton?
Was it?
No,
I don't really know, to be
no, it
honest with you.
wasn't.
I don't think it was.
What was it? Immigrants
He was
that killed,
FBA.
thank you. Was it immigrants
Okay.
that sold out to the FBI and killed Malcolm X?
I would have
Them
to
was
look into
FBA
that a little bit
Muslim
closer.
niggas.
Okay,
No,
well,
it wasn't.
okay. Here we go. W.E.B. Du Bois, was he FBA when he pretty much sold out Marcus Garvey?
Well, he was, and then okay.
Okay,
So I
so
could again.
the point I'm trying to get, man. FBA sold out FBA, and to find these one-offs where there's, I guess, a Nigerian or this guy named or
Who
Jamaican
killed
doing
Thomas
this.
Sankara? Was that
Huh?
FBA?
We're
Thomas
not
Sankara. How about Patrice Lumumba?
we're not talking about Africa, bro. See, that's the thing. You guys want to deflect to Africa. We talking about FBA here in America.
Well, first of all, when Malcolm X was around, how many Nigerians were there in America?
I don't know. There weren't that many.
There was nothing. There was very few. The immigrants didn't start coming until the mid '60s and into the '80s. That's generally when they started to come. And they started to come.
But what's your point?
My point is, how would somebody from Nigeria go after Marcus Garvey when they weren't here?
But it was Marcus Garvey was an immigrant. It was FBA.
I know he's from Jamaica. I know he's Jamaican. And I understand that. And when he went to London, because he went to London first, and when he went to London, there were Africans and Caribbeans that worked against him. Matter of fact, when he was in Jamaica, the Jamaicans worked against him so bad it was ridiculous. He had to come to America to do anything.
You're still deflecting. The point is,
how is that deflecting? Marcus Garvey couldn't
the
do
point,
anything in Jamaica. He had to come to America to do it.
The point is, FBA sabotages FBA.
They do. I never said they don't.
On a greater scale, the immigrants.
Well, I want to see those numbers. That's what I need to see. You say it's deflection,
Dean,
but I need to see some proof.
Dean, come on.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Go ahead, Chrissy.
You know, the title that you have for this live Like that's exactly what's happening. How you'd say FBA holds Black immigrants to a different standard, because I don't see the point of the story. I was trying to follow along, and I was a little confused as to kind of
Hey,
where we're
Chrissy, I was
going.
confused as hell too. Chrissy, I was confused as hell too. But go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest with you, because I'm just like, at the end of the day, I had a job once, and I'm Jamaican, and it was a Haitian who worked with a white lady to get me fired. So am I gonna say all Haitians are like that? No, that doesn't make any sense. These examples where we can talk about FBA undermining FBA, or Caribbean doing it to each other, or African, Black people, period, have a problem. It is not ethnic group specific. It is not
Agreed.
culture specific. So
Agreed.
I specifically talking about some Nigerian guy at a job. I don't see the point of, I don't get it. Like what are we trying to say? Are you trying to say most Nigerians are like that? This one guy is like that? I don't see the point of the story and how it's relevant to the conversation.
Sure, you
You know,
just brought up the fact that a Haitian did that to you, correct?
yes, but that does
So it was
she was
relevant
not
because it's a
descriptive of
Haitian.
all, but that's one person. How can
Okay,
I
I
use
agree.
that
And
one
what did I say? I
example?
said I work with Nigerians that are good. I said I work with Nigerians that are bad. I'm
Okay,
in
and there
agreement
are
with you
Black
100%.
Americans. Okay, but there are Black Americans who fit the same bill. So
Agreed.
if people across the board are evenly fitting the same bill, what is the point of bringing it up? It's like
Okay,
saying,
so
yes, there
I'm
was
in
a murderer
agreement.
who was
So
Black.
I'm
Well,
in
there's a
agreement
murderer who's
with you.
white in
What you
India.
said was right. What you said was exactly what I said.
Right.
What I said was FBA are bad. Nigerians are bad. South
Okay.
Africans are bad.
Uh-huh.
Jamaicans are great. They're wonderful. Jamaicans, Nigerians are great and wonderful.
Uh-huh.
Again, I said exactly that. But we're
Right.
not going to say the FBA is worse, especially you're Jamaican. You know when you go to Jamaica, you know how certain things will happen down in Jamaica.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
But
and
Dean,
you know that
but
Jamaicans
Dean,
will undermine Jamaicans all
but
day
Dean,
long, and they'll
but
undermine
Dean, but Dean,
Trinidadians and everything else.
but Dean,
Yeah.
dude, at the end of the day, Jamaicans have their own country. All these other groups have their own country. The Black American is the only group of people outside of maybe, I guess, Brazilians that refuse to separate.
Okay, so
Look,
if you're saying that's true, that would be true for Hondurans. That'd be true for Colombians.
yeah,
That would
but
be true for
Hondurans,
Brazilians. That'd be true for.
black Hondurans, black Brazilians, they don't have their FBA movement where they're complaining about other black immigrants coming and sabotaging them and taking opportunities. Like they don't have that.
Okay, can you say that for certain?
I can say that for certain, unless you have proof that they
Okay,
do.
so let's look at
If
the island of
you have
Hispaniola.
proof, if you
The
have
island
proof
of
that black,
Hispaniola is full of nothing but black people, and you got those quote unquote unblack black people, Dominicans, complaining about Haitians coming across that border 24/7.
the Dominicans don't identify as black though.
They are black though. I don't care
But
what
they
they
don't identify
identify
as
as. You
black.
know,
They don't see
But
it
they
themselves as
say
doesn't
they
black.
matter. They're
Hispanic,
still
Poppy.
black.
Yeah, they don't say
I
they
don't
black
care what
though.
they call themselves. They're still
Right, but
black.
they
You
don't
know they black,
identify
and I
as
know they
black. They
black.
don't
I
identify as
don't
black.
care. It doesn't matter. Some black people here don't identify as black. Some black people in Africa don't identify as black. What difference does that make? Those are black people that are telling other black people to get out their country. I can
Right,
tell you go to Trinidad right now, and you got black people coming across from Venezuela, and they're saying the same thing in
who?
Trinidad. Trinidadians. You got all the Venezuelans coming across there right now because of what's going on in Venezuela, and they are, oh, you're my brother, welcome you in.
Well, you also got that happening in South Africa with the South Africans being
Thank you,
xenophobic to the
thank you. And
Nigerians.
not just Nigerians. Shoot, you can't even come from one part of South Africa to the other part of South Africa without having problems. I have a friend. He's a Shutu. His brother moved 200 miles away from where they were born, and they consider him a foreigner. And he didn't even leave the country.
So yeah, this does seem to be not just a problem here in America, but other Africans have these problems too. Other groups of Africans have these problems too.
Yeah, he's actually right. He's actually right about the black Colombians. You know, they say the same thing when the Haitians come down to Cartagena and stuff like that. So yeah, the brother is right, man. The Bahamas, another case too. They don't want Haitians in the Bahamas at all. right? So
Yeah.
to think this is just an FBA issue, I think we're not looking at it from a global perspective. That's just my point.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, FBA has to run to white people to say, hey, these other immigrants are sabotaging us, and
And you
that's
And you should feel the same way about the 60 million Latinos who are in this country, who right now in New York don't need to have citizenship to get city jobs that were originally
exactly.
Black people. A lot of them FBA were having those jobs. I don't see the same energy for these other groups, but Black immigrants are low hanging fruit because we are here in this country on our own. We don't have any protective barriers like the LGBT who just had a drag show for reparations. I thought y'all would be up in arms about that. How disrespectful. And a lot of them are FBA. Trust me, they are.
And
Because they
some of
couldn't
them
be
are
Caribbean doing some of
Jamaicans
that
too,
stuff.
Out
because
of
I
Well,
know
if they're
some of them that are
Jamaicans, they're
Jamaicans.
definitely not
out of
saying it because
out of
Jamaicans don't play that. The LGBT stuff, I'm gonna be honest with you, we don't play that. So
That's true.
our
I've been to Jamaica.
population,
not
they
true.
keep it
Yeah.
on the hush hush.
Hell no.
Okay, well, that used to be true, but it ain't true no
Oh,
more.
it's still very
It's
true, my
No,
plenty
it
friend.
of
is
gay
not.
It's still very
Jamaicans.
true. I'm
Thank
not
you. I
saying there
know it
aren't
isn't.
gay
Olive
Jamaicans,
Jordan.
but
Man,
you are
they
not going
out
to
in the
have
open in
gay
Montego Bay now.
Jamaicans who
They're
are going to be
out in
having,
the open.
you're
They're out
not
in the
going to
open
have
in
gay
Montego Bay.
Jamaicans who are, well, near the tourist area, maybe that's happening, but you're not going to have gay
That's correct. Yeah,
Jamaicans
you
who
correct.
are
Yeah.
going to be dressing up like Marcus Garvey and talking about historical things because they will be killed. I'm just being it straight facts. But you have
Well,
FBA drags who are doing drag show talking about reparations with their wigs and popping their behind, and y'all have nothing to say about that. We're
yeah,
not
we do. We
disrespecting you
do.
like
It's
that.
not that
So where's the heat
Gotta
for
go.
these
who's sticking
groups?
up for that
Where's the heat
nonsense?
for the
Who's sticking up
Latinos?
for those
Great
things?
So
Who's
conversation.
y'all
sticking up for the
are saying, no, the
Latinos?
way you're coming down on us, you're not coming down on these groups
Well,
because LGBT are protected. Latinos
so
are a protected class. We are not a protected group as Black people in this country, as
okay,
Black
so I'm gonna
immigrants.
make it
So it's
real clear
easy
to
to
you
come for us.
again. I'm gonna make it real clear to you again. My one of my nieces and one of my nephews are half Jamaican. I
That
have
doesn't
another
matter.
nephew that's Afghani. And wait a second, I have three. I have a niece and two nieces, one nephew that are half Guyana. I grew up around mostly nothing but Jamaicans and a bunch of Trinidadians. My stepfather was Trinidadian, so I don't want to hear about I don't stick up for them because I literally had to get into fights with them against white folks, literally. So I'm not talking about anything figuratively. I'm talking about getting punched in the face and me kicking people in the ass. Okay, and that's for people from Nigeria. That's for people from Uganda. I didn't grow up like you. I grew up around nothing but Black people from everywhere in the world. So
Yeah,
right
but
off
but
the
at,
bat,
but,
I had
but
to
hold on.
join
At
with
the
them,
end of
and
the
they
day,
had to join with
hold on,
me.
D, one mic. At the end of
Yeah.
the day, and I'm gonna pass it to Doctor Professor Lumumba. At the end of the day, Black America's FBA's biggest problem is internal. That's it.
I can't
That's
argue
all.
with that. That is
Okay,
true.
so that's the
Yeah.
point. Right there we go. Go ahead, Doctor. Go ahead, Mister.
Yeah.
Is it
So,
Professor? I would have called you by the right title, Professor,
yeah,
Doctor.
professor. I won't be a doctor till I got 2 semesters till I defend my dissertation. So I'm
Okay,
still
all right.
just professor now.
All right, go ahead.
So I mean, and this is an interesting conversation. I really appreciate the comments and sentiments that Sister Chrissy made. Shout out to you. So I think there's a number of issues here, and I came on the show yesterday, and I appreciate you having me back today. One of the issues is there used to be agents when we had COINTELPRO. There were agents who were actively working to dismantle Black organizations that were fighting for human rights in America. Today, what we typically have are agents of confusion, in my opinion. One of the things that Prince Darnaz talked about was who brought down Marcus Garvey. It was FBA Black people who joined the FBI to bring down Marcus Garvey. So we have to be honest about that. The other issue is that we have to understand that systematically we always have to distrust each other. The brother mentioned Thomas Sankara. I recall when Thomas Sankara came to the United States in the mid-1980s, he gave a speech at Harriet Tubman Elementary School in Harlem, New York City. And he said, for the African Revolutionary, my White House is in Harlem. And he wasn't just talking Black speak to Black people. When he went and spoke at the United Nations the same day, he reiterated the same sentiments that he made when he was speaking at Harriet Tubman Elementary School. The other issue is that we have to understand that the issues that we face aren't the issues of nationality or even ethnicity, right? The issues that we're facing are issues of political consciousness. We have Black people who are politically conscious. We have Black people who are not politically conscious. We have Black people who are pro-white and anti-Black everywhere in the world. It's not an issue of nationality or ethnicity. And so we have to be very careful when we try to essentialize that particular person or group of people based on a couple of experiences that we may have had with them, because it's the same thing that's happened to us everywhere we go in the world, where people have a preconceived concept or notion of us and they haven't even met us, and therefore they then justify their reasons for discriminating against us. So we have to be very careful of doing to other people the very thing that we've done to ourselves, that's been done to us.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
I agree.
And I think the other issue, and I mentioned this yesterday, is that when you really take a look at the FBA ADOS movement, it really is an offshoot of white nationalism, right? So we're looking at an Americanized version of tribalism, where we're seeking to fight with other Black people for the scarce resources left from white mommy and white daddy's table. This is a reality. So instead of going after the actual entity that's caused our social, political, and economic quagmire.
Professor Lumumba, I'm sorry. I want you to repeat that again, and I want Dean to respond to that, because that's truth. That's facts. Repeat that again. As far as fighting other immigrants for the crumbs off the white,
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, this is the reality. We live in a democracy, a so-called democracy. It's really a republic. And the reality is, in a democracy, majority rules. White people typically get their way because they're the majority in this country, right? So it would be foolhardy for Black people to be against other Black people coming to America, because then that helps us from a sheer numbers standpoint, a numerical standpoint. The other issue, once again, is we're talking about an Americanized version of tribalism, where we're fighting with other Black people for what? The crumbs of white mommy and white daddy's table. I argue that it's actually very cowardly, similar to a child who's on the playground and can't beat up the bully, so they pick a fight with someone else to try to save face. That's really what's going on here. In my opinion, what's really taking place is what? Many African Americans are terrified of white mommy and white daddy. They say, we've been fighting in a number of different ways for over 400 years and we haven't won, so we're going to pick a fight with someone else. It, to me, is a form of capitulating. Right? In my opinion.
No, that's very true.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Dean.
So can I respond now?
Yeah, but Dean, let me ask you this. Was he wrong in his assessment?
No, I've never said anything different. What I said is we are no different than all the rest of the groups. I don't pick fights with the other groups. I understand right off the bat that we are all the same. Like I told you again, when I went to Jamaica, they thought I was Jamaican because I knew so much about Jamaican culture. They actually said, "What part of Jamaica you from?" I'm like, "I ain't from Jamaica." No, your parents are from Jamaica. I'm like, "No, my parents are not from Jamaica." Well, I told you I've been to Shashamane, I've been to Tanzania, I've been to the slave castles in Mombasa. So it's not that I go over there and say, "Oh, well, I'm an American and you got to capitulate to me." No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we are no worse than any other group. And I don't fight over crumbs. I told you,
that's the rhetoric that we're hearing from the movement. Like I said before, yesterday, I've heard the rhetoric where you have members, people who are taking on the mantle of FBA or ADOS, are stating that African immigrants are baboons, they're monkeys, they're primitive, using the same racist, white supremacist language, right, that were used against us. And oftentimes when you have conversations with these individuals, the things that they're saying are extremely surface level. And I'm going to wrap this up. But one of the things that I've heard many people say in the FBA ADOS movement is, you're running from your country. You don't want to fight the white supremacists in your country, so you're running here. But they don't understand global politics and American gun diplomacy. And that the reason why many of their countries are developing nations is due to colonialism and neocolonialism and so on and so forth. The other issue is I hear a lot of people, particularly Tariq Nasheed, say, well, we fight. We don't run. We don't leave our country. We fight, so on and so forth. That is completely true. And you give me 1 second. I have a book here from a great historian. It's entitled "Why Blacks Left America for Africa." Interviews with Black repatriates, 1971 to 1999. So there's a history of African Americans running from America. After the Civil War, you had black people go to Haiti. During the 1920s, you had the Garvey movement. In the 1940s, you had sisters. There's a book written by a sister, Karen Blaine, who's a professor of history at the University of Pittsburgh, entitled Set the World on Fire, Black Nationalist Women and the Global Struggle for Freedom, where they had a repatriation movement. You had black people in the 60s repatriating to Ghana, repatriating to Ethiopia, repatriating to Tanzania. And they're still there. Patrice O'Neill, who was the Black Panther in Kansas City, is still in Tanzania right now. So a lot of the claims that are being made by people in these movements are just historically and factually false.
Yeah, okay,
That's
agreed.
extremely problematic, because you have people promoting the idea to the masses, and none of what they're saying is actually true.
Okay, so Tariq Nasheed, let's
Very
be
true.
honest with ourselves. So he's a person that is basically he's trying to get clicks and likes and everything else like that. Half that stuff he says, I don't even think he believes it, but that's besides the point. The point of the matter is, if I identify as a Black American, African American, or whatever type of thing, that is to distinguish myself, which is pretty clear, from a Jamaican or a Haitian or a Colombian or a Nigerian. Okay, beyond that, that's it. It's just a distinction. People will ask you,
Well,
where you from?
that's not what we're saying in the movement, brother. And we're going to have an honest conversation.
Again, I'm not part of that movement. I'm not part of that movement. I'm not part of any of that thing. But again, I will also, because I've been around the world and I've been around all these people and start talking shit about black people in America, when I'm like, whoa, wait a second. You are literally killing each other over here about tribalism and a bunch of other nonsense. And you want to talk to me about what's going on in America? Trust me, I understand.
Once again, that's a generalization. As I stated before, you have black people everywhere in the world.
They generalized on us. I generalized right back on them.
Well, two wrongs don't make a right.
Well, again, generally, they're both correct, and ungenerally, they're not. So they are. We do kill each other. They do kill each other.
So that means that this is the issue that black people have globally.
Yes, agreed. But don't try and put it like we're worse than any other group out there.
Everybody does. But here's the thing. See, once again, agents of confusion. This is something that happens everywhere. Most people would do that. They try to clean their dirty house up and make themselves look like they're better than they actually are, right? Even though they ain't showered in a week, right? But here's the reality. Here's the reality of the situation. None of that helps us focus on our true purpose, which is to restore ourselves to our traditional greatness as a free, proud, and productive people.
I agree.
That's the goal.
Boom.
I agree.
So
but you can't do that by putting down American blacks.
Well, first off, you can't do that by putting down black people, period.
I agree.
Right? I mean, let's keep it a buck. Because like Kwame Nkrumah once stated, we want to be vulgarly nationalists and not Pan-Africanists in nature. We're going to be playing against each other like pawns on a chessboard.
Agreed.
So, I mean, just got to keep it a buck.
No, you're correct. Again, I'm just saying, don't put it on FBA or ADOS or whatever you want to call us, whatever today's word is, whatever the word of the day is. Don't put it on us and say, well, the rest of these people are good and wonderful. Because again, we have our issues, but so do they. Now, that's not everybody over there. But again, it's one of these things. Don't try and single us out either. And say we're worse.
All I'm stating is the rhetoric that I've heard. And here's the thing about it. When I ask people, okay, so what's the end? I had a brother tell me, well, I want to just focus on African American culture, not African culture. I said, well, that's impossible. He said, why? I said, because African American culture is an amalgamation of African cultures. I only want to focus on African American history, not African history. But that's not possible. Why? Because African American history starts in Africa, right? If not, then that means your history started on the plantation, not a pyramid, and that means the white people were right. You didn't have any history till we enslaved you. So, like I said, what I find it is very reductive. Like, I don't see anything positive coming out of this.
Exactly.
Well,
I forget we're all
in any way, shape, or form. And like I said, and I say this for disclosure, Brother Dynast said that I'm a professor. I have a bachelor's, master's, and about a couple months, a PhD in Black studies, in Africana studies. I've written, so it's not like I'm bloviating from the hip. I'm stating things that are factual. You read any African American history book, it's going to start with the African background. Any African American history book.
Again,
right? We have numerous forms of African cultural attention in African American culture. What was his name? He wrote the book Myth of the Negro Past. Melvin Herskovitz did the first study of African cultural attention in the Western world, right? I mean, there's a whole genre of research on African cultural attention and African American culture. W.E.B. Du Bois did the first study that focused on African cultural attention with his PhD dissertation, The Philadelphia Negro, which was published in 1899. So the more you speak ill of Africa, as Malcolm X once stated, you can't hate the roots of a tree. You can't distance yourself from the roots of a tree without hating and distancing yourself from yourself. It's impossible. And part of the reason for this, as Brother Dynast stated when he was on my show, is what? Why is this the case? Because Black people want to link themselves, their identity, to something that they view as powerful. The same thing happened during the Middle Ages in West Africa when Islam came to Western Sudan. All of a sudden, you had African people talking about, well, I'm a descendant of Prophet Muhammad, because they viewed Islam in Arabia as more powerful than their own African identity. So it's extremely problematic and unproductive, in my personal opinion.
No, that's the fact. That's not an opinion at all, man. That's straight facts right there.
And I've taught African American history at the collegiate level.
Black T.
This FBA stuff is some of the most nonsensical babble that I've ever heard in my life.
But is it any different from
he dropped off. Never mind.
I'm sorry.
I mean, is it any different? Is it any different from Jamaica's talking about Jamaican stuff? Like when they start talking about in Jamaica this and that. What's the difference between it?
It's in the same category for me.
Oh, and I agree. So as long as we keep it that way, then me and you were in total agreement. But when somebody wants to big up something else and then put us down, I'm not gonna sit there and just say.
Here's the thing, and this is where it keeps going back to being disingenuous. This whole conversation started because you had individuals like Tariq Nasheed and the other sister who created this movement talking about. So, for example, they started the movement by speaking about why Pan-Africanism doesn't work. Now, full disclosure, my master's thesis was entitled "Is Pan-Africanism Dead? The Efficacy of Garveyism in the Age of Globalism." Right. This is my master, and I'm a Pan-Africanist, so I think I need to be the biggest critic. But then but the reasons for them challenging the efficacy of Pan-Africanism wasn't because it's promised so much and delivered so little, or the fact that its flagship organization, the African Union, is seen as a political bulldog, a toothless bulldog, or the fact that all of the prominent leaders and activists have been killed and died off. No, they just started attacking people of different ethnicities. So once again, when we look at the what's the word that I want to use?
FBA.
Well, not FBA, but when we look at the arguments that are actually being made, they don't hold water because it's surface level conversation that's rooted in rhetoric. They're not going 2-3 levels deep. So yes, you could challenge the efficacy of Pan-Africanism, but don't say it's because you don't think that Black people in the country should work together. Say it's because they tried to do these things and it wasn't successful. So you know what that shows me is because the individuals aren't well read and they really don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I can't disagree with that. All I'm saying
that's the real issue. They don't know what they're talking about.
It's an issue even when you go over to some place like Ghana or whether you go to some place like Tanzania. Tanzanians do not look at people outside of Tanzania as the same as them. They don't look at the history as the same. They don't look at any. And in a sense, they're 100% correct, but in a sense, they're 100% incorrect. So I understand that. You have to be the individual. It has to have responsibility for themselves. Then as an ethnic group, which we are as the distinct ethnic group, then we also have to be responsible for ourselves. And then we have to be responsible for ourselves on the global scale too. There's no two ways about that. But it's just one of these things, just like when I was coming up and I'd be around these Jamaicans and they'd start talking about American Blacks, this and that, they got no culture, blah, 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 blah. And then they'd run after some white girl. You know what I mean?
If I could speak to that, I've had a lot of African Americans make those claims. But as someone who has bachelor's, master's, soon to be PhD in his background, I can tell them, no, that's not the case. We actually do. And here are examples of it, right? My daughter, she's 12 years old, and she's a B girl, so she's really into hip hop. So at a very early age, she found a fondness for hip hop. So we broke down how hip hop is a part of African American culture. Hip hop is a subculture of African American culture, and there are 5 core aspects of hip hop culture. So when I meet young men and women, they say, "Oh, I love hip hop. I'm a hip hop head." Ask them what the 5 core aspects of hip hop culture is. They can't tell me. So what I'm saying is, most Black people, unfortunately, speak about our history, heritage, and culture from a place of ignorance. This is just a reality.
Yep. and that's everywhere. When I was in
everywhere.
Addis Ababa one time, and you are correct. They actually had a conference when I was there, and it was all these NGOs. So you literally had people from every country in Africa there, and I was meeting these people, and I would ask them simple questions like, "What is the name of the president of the country next to you?" They couldn't say nothing. If I asked them who was the best soccer player on Real Madrid, oh, they knew that. They didn't even know what the tallest mountain in Africa was. They knew more about Mount Rushmore than they knew about Mount Kilimanjaro.
I would
So
like to,
go ahead.
sorry, I would like to bring it back because there was something that was said and it kind of got kind of lost in the conversation about Black immigrants fleeing their countries. That talking point has to be addressed because when we look at America, right? America is a superpower country, right?
That's right.
Now, the foundation of America is slavery. Slavery was an economic catalyst that brought this country to industrialization. However,
Facts. And
it is
industrialized the whole Western world.
exactly.
And changed the most, I'm sorry to cut you off, but the wealthiest places in the world prior to the Industrial Revolution and the transatlantic slave trade was West Africa and Southwest Asia. Afterwards, it became Western Europe and North America.
Yes, exactly. So slavery brought the West, or let's talk, since we're in America, let's talk about America. Brought America to be an industrial country where there are machines and factories, etc. Today, what keeps America America is the global South, and I'm going to tell you why.
Come on now.
Okay, because when it comes to us, I could even say Jamaica or whatever other country. After colonialism ended in the 1960s, majority of our industries were owned by Europeans or the white class or the lightest skin class who were basically puppets of the West in our countries. So, but a lot of the times when we came to the international table of trade, we came at a disadvantage. So a lot of our goods were sold for cheap because the people who got the chance to make the decisions on what things cost are white people from the United States and from Europe. So when you're talking about we fled our countries are undermined on a regular basis. We're undermined economically. Right before, I'm gonna give you an example, right before they had this big boom of, coconut oil for your hair, Jamaica, we had a thriving coconut oil industry. All of a sudden, our coconut trees start getting this disease. Then there's this campaign that, coconut oil isn't good for you because it has such and such toxins. That started to undermine our trade relationship that we were building with Europe. We had another one when it came to banana trade. We had an exclusive rights to sell our bananas in Europe because of what happened during the slave trade. It was Bill Clinton that came because of Dole and Chiquita and pushed Europe to basically disintegrate that relationship, which destroyed our banana industry. So when you talk about we fled our countries, I want you to remember the oil you put in your car comes from Nigeria. A lot of the foods you eat come from our countries. The cotton you wear on your back comes from our countries. It is our people who are in the sugarcane fields, in the cotton fields still, putting these things together, in the indigo and all those resources. So majority of the resources that you love and enjoy in this country come from our people. We don't get the benefit of it.
When I had made that point, I wasn't agreeing with the point.
No,
I was just
know
saying
you weren't. I'm just saying I wanted to address it because people talk about we're fleeing while they're enjoying all of the spoils of the American beast system that keeps our countries underdeveloped. So it's almost kind of like people who talk like that almost sound like a spoiled brat to me. Because you are enjoying the spoils of the American beast system, okay? America has become a vacuum cleaner, the belly of a vacuum cleaner where it sucks up everything for our economy, for our resources, okay? We are living on the margins. And then you come and tell us that we fled. No, we are coming to where the resources were taken to as much as we can. And a lot of us have to be here because I can tell you about Jamaica and some other countries. A third of our GDP is the dollars that we send back home. And if we stopped being here and sending those dollars back home, we would collapse. The way the system has been set up, our countries can barely survive in the current economic economic system if we were not here. So don't tell me that we flee from our country and X, Y, and Z. We're doing what we strategically have to do to keep our
Right.
families afloat. That's what we're.
And,
You think we want to be here? You think we don't love our countries? We love
right.
where we come from, but we've been undermined to such a point that we are doing what we have to do to survive, and any other group would do the same. Just
To
how
do the same,
blacks
man.
in the South did the same. There's no
They went
reason
north.
in a general whole to say, "Oh well, FBA don't flee." Well, you're already in the greatest country in the world. You're already in the country that has top-notch systems. You're already in the country where all the resources are being driven to. Where would you? I mean, if you want to leave, you can. And if you do leave, you have the power of the U.S. dollar. So there's all of this like this mythical, like we're the superheroes.
Absolutely right.
It's a deck of cards. It's not
Right.
true.
Absolutely.
That's what
And
I
I
want
think
to
Can
that,
I
say.
add? Can
when
I
you
add to
speak
that?
about, if I could, when she talks about having to leave, it makes me think of Haiti, right? When America came in and invaded Haiti in 1915, they restructured the economy to benefit not only the Haitian people, but the United States companies, right? When we talk about people leaving and going to a superpower, right? This is what Walter Rodney in his seminal text, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, talked about as the brain drain, that individuals would have to leave the formerly colonized nation to go to a superpower or a former mother country, because that's where all the resources are. So we have to understand that the global economy has been set up since the Middle Passage to benefit the global North and not the global South. So these are just, like I said, when it gets down to it, when you really have conversation with people, they're simply spewing talking points because they really don't know the intricacies and details of these issues and what they're talking about.
Can I add to what the sister had said? And she had talked about the Hispanics coming in and flooding the country and all this type of stuff, whatever a Hispanic actually is, because we know most of them are just basically.
You're muted.
Dinesh, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Black T. Unmute yourself, Black T.
Okay. You can hear me?
No, Black T. Go ahead, Black T.
Okay.
Oh, okay. We just hold on. I got somebody else that's been trying to get on. Real Mongo. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hear you just fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going. I really wanted to reply to what what's the Lumumba, but after hearing my homegirl Chrissy go, I just want to reply to what she's saying. Because when I hear ADOS speak, they basically speaking on what everything you was saying. They basically saying is if y'all countries is getting fucked over, why come over here and then kiss the white man's ass if you know it's the white man that's fucking up your country? It don't make no sense, because the whole ADOS FBA shit is about reparations. It ain't really about no public opinion or how we feel about Africans, because it don't really matter. You feel me? At the end of the day, we trying to get to the money that's owed. We've been trying to do this for hundreds of years. It don't got none of this. It's been going on before y'all immigrated over here. You feel what I'm saying? So if you know Jamaica is in such a way, why come over here and have people like Candace Owens jumping on the bandwagon, speaking ill on what we got going on? That other Puerto Rican cat going up at reparations debates talking about blacks don't need reparations when this don't got nothing to do with y'all. Don't none of this money got nothing to do with y'all.
Candace Owens is one person. She's not Jamaican. I know her. Part of her family's from another part of the island. But we don't come here to kiss behind. We come here to make money.
I'm Black American in Trinity. I'm born and raised Flatbush, Brooklyn. I know exactly how Caribbean people talk about Black American. I'm not talking about what I think. I'm talking about what I know. They talking about a pattern. You understand this? This is what determines intelligence. When you see a pattern, you understand what I'm saying? I done dated plenty of Africans. I know how these people talk. You understand what I'm saying? It don't have nothing to do with we don't like Africans. It don't got nothing to do with not liking Jamaicans. Black Americans is the most welcomingest people that I know. You feel me? My thing is, when it comes down to getting the work done, there's no participation from none of y'all. Y'all say, okay, we in Jamaica and we used to do this, then y'all want to get this and then that. And then you come over here.
What is that?
What's that? Real Monger. Okay, you brought up participation. How many? Just from within, because by definition, I'm FBA ADOS. Just from within the FBA ADOS ranks, who's participating? It's such a small few.
What do you mean?
The point I'm trying to make, again, the issue with FBA ADOS is FBA ADOS. It's not immigrants. is not white supremacy. The
All right,
issue
so
is
the person who's overseeing the whole reparations situation in Congress is a Jamaican woman.
okay. So real monger, I guarantee you, the majority of votes that she got when it comes to the black race came from FBA ADOS. I guarantee you that the majority of votes that she got from black folks was not immigrants.
Of course, the average black American don't.
Okay, but the average black American is FBA ADOS. So again, the issue is within FBA ADOS. It's not these outside groups. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Dynast.
And if I could, the other issue when he talked about when it doesn't make sense that, America's fucking up your country, but you're coming to America. Once again, you have to understand the global nature of the global economy. This is how things are set up. They deprive, they prevent, like Walter Rodney wrote in his seminal book, please read it, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. When you set up a preferential trading system of colonialism and neocolonialism, individuals that have resources, individuals that have skills, individuals that have credentials have to leave their home country to get the resources and make money. This is how the global economy works.
That's 100% understandable. That's not my point. My point is,
but you said it made no sense.
It makes no sense.
It does make sense.
Not for you to come over here and make money. Of course, that makes sense. It don't make no sense for you to come over here and then get on a squad. Like, oh, y'all just need to participate. When the police pull you over, behave yourself. Oh, be quiet. Stop talking about reparations.
Okay, I have a question for
One mic. Observing immigrant. Go ahead. Observing.
I have a quick question for that guy. My question is, okay, you've been in America for 400 years, yet you did not establish anything in the government that protects you. You're under this false superiority complex.
Are you drunk? Do you know what the 14th Amendment is?
That,
do you know
the FBA has power.
Anything in the government to protect us? Do you not know what the Civil War was fought over? Emancipation, the Proclamation. First, we got to get freedom before we get protection. We're not the majority here. You understand what I'm saying? So voting ain't gonna get us nothing. We gotta scratch for everything we get.
Okay.
I don't understand what you mean.
400 years of power, and yet you still have to beg the white man. You establish nothing. You have to ask him for everything, for your health, for your education, for your food, and the reparations. They give you nothing of quality. You can't act like you have superiority.
We don't get nothing of quality.
But you never established anything but a twerk session and jazz. You can't boast about stuff when you did not put in the effort. Every time they destroyed your stuff, you didn't build it back. Okay.
Where are you from?
Barbados. Next question.
Okay, Barbados. Okay, so in Barbados, if I go to Barbados tomorrow, it's all developed up.
Enough. Yeah, Barbados is. I would say Barbados is.
It's one of the most developed countries in the Caribbean. Continue.
Does it look like Dubai?
I haven't been to Dubai. Does America look like Dubai? Every pot I drop in America makes it feel like a third world country. What's the point?
So guess what? When they underdeveloped Jamaican, when they underdeveloped Haiti, they also underdeveloped Harlem and Watts and the south side of Chicago and the Mississippi Delta. They purposely underdeveloped those places.
Okay, but now you're complaining again. You have all this power in America, and then when you show you don't have power, then you're complaining. You want us in third world countries to be super Negroes. Bragging that you're super Negroes.
Come on, man. This the shit we talking about. You just putting empty chatter in there for nothing. You're not making no sense what you talking about. How many black colleges out there that we built? How many colleges you got in Barbados that we built?
Whoa, real mom. Those colleges were paid for by white liberals.
It don't matter who paid for it. It's not them. They saying we ain't got nothing to show for it. Meanwhile, they coming over here to get it.
I'll give you Tuskegee, but Morehouse.
They coming over here to get there though. They want in. They want in. If we don't got nothing, what they want part of then?
They also are oftentimes named after white people. So you can't really claim to have something if you didn't build it yourself. And the other thing, when we talk about HBCUs, most of the HBCUs are financially funded by white liberals, and they make sure that the curriculum of those HBCUs are teach black people to not go out and be revolutionaries. Let me finish. Not go out and start their own business to be entrepreneurs, but to go work for white folk. Spelman is named after Rockefeller's wife.
What difference is it? You still coming over here to go to the school though, right?
Well, no,
FBA does not control immigration, does not control any branches of government, but act like you have power. You don't.
Hold on, I'm sorry, immigrant. Hold on. But you're moving the goalposts. Again, the end of the day, Black America, FBA, ADOS chose to integrate into whiteness. So I don't understand why we're
So what's the
upset
problem?
when immigrants come over and do the same thing. I don't understand why we're upset.
It's not about
First of
immigrants
all,
coming over here to get part of whiteness. It's about immigrants coming over here to stand next to black people to talk ill on what we got going on.
I'm gonna be honest
Black
with you,
people? What black
Killmonger.
people?
I'm gonna be honest
Hold
with
on,
you.
Chrissy, hold on,
Okay.
1 second. Hold on. But okay, right? You want to know what black people are talking about right now? The majority of black people are upset that we can't abort any more babies. Before that, the majority of black people are upset because we want our student loans paid. So I mean, stand for what?
Okay,
what do you want to stand for?
Okay, so now if we have something like reparations, right? That
But
we've
the
been trying to
majority of black people ain't talking about reparations, bro. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Bro, it don't have to be about what the majority of black people is talking about. If at the end of the day, if only a chick like Yvette Carnell, who only got like 70,000 followers, start pushes something like reparations, and then she finally gets a candidate on the stage. Let's not forget that white woman.
Hold on. I'm trying not to interject you. We have Marcel Dixon. Marcel Dixon was only.
It ain't no Marcel Dixon. I'm talking about that white lady who ran for president.
Okay.
Who ran for president.
I know what white lady you're talking about. This is the problem with ADOS, FBA, and I've asked this question before. How much money do you guys have in your war chest to give to these politicians?
Not much, bro. That's
okay.
strategic.
But this is the thing. So, listen, you got Marcel Dixon raised $200,000.
That's a lot of money.
To reach
in politics.
That's a lot of money.
Not in politics, that's nothing.
Not in politics. Yeah, politics is nothing. But when
hold on. Tariq Nasheed raised millions of dollars for a museum. That's probably not going to happen. I'm just trying to make your guys' priorities are just not in place. You guys aren't serious.
We don't. Number one, it's anything that's transformative for Black Americans. White supremacy is not trying to push it. Nobody's gonna jump on it.
What stopped ADOS FBA from giving Marcel Dixon millions of dollars?
Number one, he was running in South Carolina in like some podunk town, bro. They probably don't even have millions of dollars over there to give him.
It doesn't matter. I mean, you got Trump all over America vouching for candidates. What's stopping it? It doesn't matter. Marcel Dixon doesn't matter where he's at. You have a guy that's pushing reparations, and
he's not part of the machine, bro. He's not part of the machine. He's not. He ain't nobody running for reparations gonna be part of the
real again. FBA, ADOS, because you guys act like you have all this power, all this.
No, they don't. No. That's the opposite of what's going on.
All these immigrants need to get in line and roll with us, but you guys were only able to cough up $200,000, which is a drop in the bucket.
Hold on. Should Nigerians or Barbadians roll with us or not?
They can, but at the same time, I'm not mad if they don't. But they have a choice.
No, should they?
But no, the question should be: should FBA, ADOS roll with FBA, ADOS?
Of course they should.
No, it should be. No, it shouldn't be. No. What it should be is black people should roll with black people.
Where are we going? We gotta be where are we going? Rolling. I'm trying to roll, but where are we going?
Question. Okay, so that's a good question. That's a perfect question. So that's I could answer it. Is it okay to answer it? Okay, sorry. Okay, so the good question is exactly that. So we're trying to progress ourselves as a people, which means develop Barbados, which means develop Harlem, which means develop Nigeria. So that means we all gonna have to work together. That means we all gonna have to accept each other. That means we all gonna have to respect each other.
Thank you. And my man Lumumba should know that, since he the Pan-Africanist, and back when this shit was heavy back in the 60s and 70s, Trinidadians and Jamaicans was getting on board and we was doing shit like we were supposed to. But then on the Pan-Africans he was talking about
saw Black Americans as leaders at that time. I'm going to be honest with you. This is why I said I was going to be honest. Because Black America presented themselves as leaders, and the Caribbean and Africa saw Black people in America as the leaders for the race.
Of course they
for fighting white at the time. At the time, for fighting white supremacy, for being the Black people who are the richest group of Black people on the planet, in the richest nation on the planet, and Black people at that time. I'm sorry, what you say, observing?
No, I said, but we came here thinking that they were fighters, but we found them twerking instead.
Cap. That's
We
cap.
found them working, you said?
See, that's
I didn't hear the
He
rest
saw
of
the
that's a
what you
record.
said.
disrespectful
That's what he
thing
said.
No,
Was
I
speak truth
because
said
or
you know
record.
that
what?
they said they were
No,
fighting, but
and
when
this
we
Let
is
me
got
hear
here.
what
here,
you
This
they
said,
is where
were
the
please.
twerking
disrespect comes
instead.
from. Because what are y'all doing? What are they doing in Jamaica with their ass up
Don't,
in there?
yes,
Was
I
spinning
understand. I
on their
understand
head?
about Jamaica, X, Y, and Z. But what I'm saying, Black Americans are supposed to be the leaders of the race. And I'm saying that as a
So what
Jamaican
y'all supposed to do?
because you are the wealthiest Black
So what
people
y'all
on the
supposed to do?
planet, in the wealthiest country on the planet. You
So
have
what
more
y'all supposed to do?
access. Let me finish. You have more access to resources. America, everybody know America. America's exported all over the world. That is what it's supposed to be. But I'm going to tell you, Caribbean people, African people, when they do come here, they're confused because we hear all these things about great America, and then we go to Harlem and we go to Detroit and we go to Baltimore and we're like, but wait, what the hell? What is this? What's going on? It's a valid question.
So
There's
Okay,
nothing wrong with that.
let's answer those
Yes,
questions
but
then.
you can't be sensitive about everything. Because let me tell you, growing up in my household, I was always told Caribbean at the time, because Caribbean folks have kind of fell off. We were always compared to Nigerian kids. How Nigerian kids are in their books, and we have to get in our books. And the Nigerians, they come here and they pass the nursing board like nobody business. We were compared all the time because we're saying, look at this group of Black people over here. Look what they're doing. We as Caribbean people need to be doing what they're doing. We need to be doing better. It's constructive criticism. If we don't look at each other and say, hey, this is right, this is wrong, how are we going to get better? Everybody just want to sit in their wrong and be comfortable. As Jamaican people, let me tell you, you don't even know how we talk about each other. We hard as hell on each other. Trust me. And Jamaicans in Jamaica complain all the time. We rip each other. And I'm not saying that in a negative way, just saying that we're not where we should be as a people. Because even Jamaica has there's a presence that people think about Jamaica around the world, and we fell off big time. And we
So
criticize
why
each
y'all
other
mad? We trying to get
hardcore for
reparations
that.
then.
Why we're
So
not trying to?
why y'all mad? Why y'all mad? We trying to get reparations then.
Trying to get reparations. You might have 1 and 2 Caribbean. We have CARICOM who is trying from the UK to
So
get
why y'all stopping? Why
reparations
y'all
as
mad at
well.
what we
But
doing
we're
then?
not
No
staying
one is
stagnant
mad.
over
We're
reparations.
mad about
We're
the
still moving.
xenophobia, not
We're
the
still
fact that you
working.
want
We're
Y'all went on
still
a
doing
whole
what we
diatribe
have to
about
do.
FBA,
If the
ADOS.
reparations don't come, we still have to move. We're not sitting down and waiting for reparations. We're still
Y'all
doing
don't
what
gotta
we
sit
gotta
around and wait
do.
for it.
We're not
Y'all don't gotta sit
sitting
around.
down.
Ain't
We're
nobody
still
asked
doing
y'all to
what we
sit around
have
and
to
wait
do.
for it. Ain't nobody asked no Caribbean people to wait for reparations. Ain't
What
nobody
do you
asked
mean
y'all to
And
sit around
nobody
and wait
nobody
for
asked
said
Caribbean
reparations.
people
nobody's
to wait
saying
for
that Black
reparations? The
people in
reparations
America
for us
should
may
sit
never
around and wait
come.
for it either.
The reparations for us may
Who's
never
saying that we
come,
should
but we're
just do?
still moving forward.
Who's saying that Black people in America should just sit around and wait for
So
reparations?
the FBA people said, if don't reparations, don't vote, as if no other issue affect Black people in America but
No, wait a
reparations.
That is
second,
the
wait a
most
second.
important
That's a
issue.
voting
Don't they say
issue.
that?
That ain't got nothing to do with sitting around and doing nothing. Nobody's saying don't get businesses. Nobody's saying don't get no education. Nobody's saying, hey, don't build up your children or whatever. We're just going to sit and wait for reparations. So just like the CARICOM, and you are correct, the CARICOM is looking for reparations, and they should go with that when they're dealing with stuff in let's say the UN or in the British Commonwealth, because most of the Caribbean countries are still part of the British Commonwealth, are they not? Not
Mm-hmm.
Jamaica, but the rest of them are. So when they get together with that British Commonwealth, why shouldn't they bring up reparations as the number one thing?
But we do talk about reparations. It is on our list, but we know who we're dealing with. It's one of our, but we have other issues that are pressing. We have to eat
Right. So
today.
do
Our
we.
children have
So
to
do
get
we.
educated
Nobody's saying
today.
that we
We
only
have to
have
deal
one
with other
issue
things
too.
as well.
We're not a one-trick pony. We're not a one-trick pony.
Well,
If you
according to
look
the
at the
FBA
ADOS website,
narrative,
No,
if you look at
again,
the ADOS website, they got
who is
about 10
topic
different
of,
points.
FBA? You
of
guys
the
act
day.
if Tariq Nasheed says something, then somehow he's
That's their
God and
leader.
he
Because
Yeah,
all
he is
these xenophobic
considered the
people, they
leader of
sound
the
like
FBA
Tariq Nasheed,
movement.
so that's
Well,
their
He's not.
leader.
first of all,
Tariq Nasheed is
Tariq
not attached to
Nasheed is
ADOS. I
not.
don't know.
He doesn't even have an organization. He doesn't really run nobody.
This is the
He's just
person the
he's
man
just
people
somebody
are
that
listening
talks
to.
stuff. Listen, a lot of people listen to a lot of people. I listen
But
to
he's the
Tariq
one who
Nasheed,
even
and I
created
also listen to
the
PLO
terminology.
Labua. Well, again, we're just talking about potatoes. We keep changing our name from Negroes to African Americans to Afro Americans. Whatever we want to call ourselves, it doesn't make any difference. We all know what we're talking about. So if that's the word today, FBA, then fine. It's just a word. It's just a word. They don't even want to get along with the ADOS and the FBA. But the fact of the
Right.
matter
This
is,
is very
again,
true.
instead of coming over here and say, well, Black people ain't done shit for 400 years, why don't you come over here and again say, look, you know what? Let's work together. Let's work together. So anybody who's making that criticism that they aren't working together.
Half the African
But
niggas, we call them booty scratchers. Other Caribbean niggas is mad. We call them coconuts and all that other shit. So now they want to take
let me interject. I'm gonna interject. Number one, I've never called a black person of any nationality, ethnicity a derogatory term. So I'm an African American. You can't put that and say we. That's something maybe you do with people you hang out with. I'm not into that type of foolishness.
Shorty just insulted him. Observant immigrant or Christian.
Let me finish. The second issue is, once again, this is a surface level conversation. Just dig a couple levels deeper. So here's the reality. When a person comes to a country and they're an immigrant, they are in a country by privilege, not by right. So anybody who comes to this country is going to understand very quickly, okay, black people have been politically disenfranchised, economically exploited, socially segregated, miseducated, the whole nine. Black people are fighting for their rights. If I align myself and start engaging in radical political agitation, there's a very high likelihood I'm going to be deported from the country and not allowed to come back. That's just a reality.
That's fine.
Hold on. Because this is the point I'm making. When people come on and they're having these conversations, it's surface level rhetoric. All you gotta do is go one level deeper. Because if I've been to other countries, I see stuff going on. I got a visa. I can't show up and just be talking about no justice, no peace. They get your monkey ass out of here. Who you think you are?
Right. I respect that.
Common sense.
Yeah, that's fine. But what's the goal of the star they looking for is when they get up there and start screaming, "Oh, get over slavery." I need to
That's
pull yourself
one
up from
and
the
two people.
Whoever
There's no
said that?
concerted Caribbean effort to say that.
That.
We
No,
talk
that's the
about
sentiment
slavery
both
as
of you
Caribbean
got.
people. We want slavery as Caribbean people. There's no concerted Caribbean effort to get over slavery. What we say is keep moving. Don't sit down. You're the wealthiest group of black people in the world, in the wealthiest nation in the world. There's so much more opportunity. There is opportunity in America. We have to be honest. There are grants you can get. There's safety nets you can get. We don't have in our countries. So we are coming from real poverty. And we're coming to a country where black people have access to things that our people back home could only dream of. And we say, hey, why are you not doing nothing? Why are you not doing enough with it? Yes. Should black Americans be doing better? Yes. If you don't like to hear that, it's just going to be too bad because you have more access than most black people in the world. As I said before, you are supposed to be the leaders of the race because you have the access that we don't have. There's a greater expectation when you have more power, more resources.
Does it hurt when black Americans put up a red, white, and blue flag on Juneteenth versus the red, black, and green shit? Because like I got a lot of people who like to put up Happy Juneteenth and then the red, black, and green. And then they get upset.
Red, black, and green for Juneteenth. Why would I put up a red, white, and blue flag? Why would I be repping America? That don't make any sense.
That's my point. That's why black Americans find things like that is the wrong thing to do because it's not Pan-African Flag Day. It's not Pan-African Flag Day.
It doesn't matter if it's not Pan-African Flag Day. The fact is, I understand I'm not going to celebrate an entity or organization, a nation that is vested in destroying who I am as a person.
But if you live in America?
Yes, unfortunately. Yes, I do.
Well, I mean, so wait, how you talk about investment? If you're paying taxes and you live here and you eat here and you spending money here, you worried about investing with a post with just red, black, and green?
What I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Once again, this is the surface level. Once again, and you're going to pay taxes no matter what country you live in. That's just the reality. If I don't pay taxes, I'm going to go to federal prison.
Right, but my point is, it's
nonsensical.
Here's my point. Here's my point. It's about respect. Sis was like, you specifically said, listen, when you over here, whatever, I forgot exactly the word that you said, but basically, I feel like if you're gonna do anything in America, and black Americans carry themselves a certain way, you should walk lock and step with a black American.
No, sorry. No. Masses of black Americans are not walking in the step I want to walk in.
Okay, hold on. What's the step you want to walk in?
What's the question that you have for me? No, he said he had a question for me. What's the question?
The question was, on Juneteenth, why can't you do something surface level when it comes to respecting people, right? If a black American has a holiday. It's a Black American holiday. It's not a Pan-African holiday. It's not a Nigerian holiday.
Wilmonger, let me interject, Wilmonger. 90%, 95% of FBA ADOS
Don't even know what Juneteenth is.
Had no clue, had absolutely no clue what Juneteenth is until Joe Biden made it a federal holiday. I promise you.
And I'm one of the
I've been celebrating Juneteenth since I was 6 years old. And none of the Black people I grew up with knew what it was, or even celebrated when they found out what it was.
That's not my point. I'm from Brooklyn. We don't know nothing about Juneteenth. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't even know nothing about the Confederate flag when I first moved to Atlanta. But I had an Atlanta dude check me, pull me to the side like, your homie, we don't rock with the rebel flag for X, Y, and Z reasons. So out of respect, out of all the people I know in the South, I carry myself accordingly with people with Confederate flags. So my point to you is this: if you're supposed to have respect for Black Americans or whatever, and you're a Pan-Africanist, why can't you? If I'm having to learn how to do things the right way because that's the way they do the things, then why?
I'm glad you asked that question. I'm an African American. I've been here. My family's been here for 12 generations. What are you talking about? I'm an African American, and I never waved. I served in the military, and I never waved the Star Spangled Banner. I served in the military. I'm an African American. I've been living in this country my entire life. We go back 12 generations, and I don't even stand for the national anthem. So what are you talking about? Respect?
Right. So that's you out of line. You out of line.
You know where the red, black, and green comes from? Wait, can I say something? He's from New York. And he doesn't know where the red, black, and green was actually made in New York?
No, I hadn't seen nothing about the red, black, and green. I said the red, white, and blue.
Thank you. It was made in New York.
No, I'm not talking about the red, black, and green. I was talking about the red, white, and blue. I said the Confederate flag. I said I'm from New York. I didn't know nothing about the Confederate flag when I moved to the South. So when brothers from the South had to check me and be like, yo, homie, we don't rock with them folks. We don't rock with the Confederate flag. So I out of respect to the South, I move accordingly with them. You understand what I'm saying? So if you were saying, hold on.
I live in Atlanta, Wilmonger. I barely see a Confederate flag. I live in Atlanta.
I'm in Conyers.
I live in Alabama.
Confederate flag every day. But now
because I don't stand for the stars because I don't stand for the
American what Lumumba was saying. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all confused me with so many people talking. Y'all throw me off my concentration. My point is this, because I forgot what you had said that made me want to direct the question directly towards you. But my point is this: if I'm in Atlanta, if I move to Georgia, and people tell me to move accordingly, and I move accordingly, then why can't y'all do the same?
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna answer the question. First and foremost, a lot of people say a lot of things. Doesn't make it true, right? So just because someone says, hey, when you're here, you should do this, I have my own mind. I'm gonna make a decision if I believe that this is in the best interest of myself, my family, and for Black people as a whole. I'll make that decision. For example, and I'm gonna use an example, the Black Panther Party, they felt it was okay to what? Sleep with white people. They felt it was okay to use drugs. They felt it was okay to rape Black women. That's something that they said was cool because it was part of the liberation movement and super macho Black manism, right? I'm not into that. So I have a mind I'm able to think for myself.
Okay.
Because here's the thing: the African American community is not a monolith. We don't all think the same. You have Black people who are conservatives, Black people who are integrationists. You have Black people who are Black nationalists.
Do you think Black people should get reparations?
Can I say something? All right, hold on.
Do you think Black Americans should get reparations?
Say that again.
Do you think Black Americans should get reparations?
I believe that we should receive reparations. Yes, I do.
Our reparations here in America go to Jamaicans and Haitians and everybody else too?
No, that's just nonsensical. Just like reparations for people in Jamaica and Nigeria and so on and so forth should go to them. That's just common sense.
So what's the problem what's your problem with ADOS? I'm not talking about FBA. That's two separate organizations. You understand what I'm saying? I don't even FBA is something totally different. What's the problem with ADOS?
How so? That's a good question. How so?
Yeah, how so?
Number one, FBA is not a political movement. ADOS is.
Okay.
That's the meat and potatoes. ADOS is. It is at the end of the day. You said you knew the same white woman who's running for president who put the reparations on MSNBC. You understand what I'm saying? It is a small ass. I think Shorty got like 70,000 followers. So I mean, if you give it time, we ain't never think we have a Black president, but we got one. So I know everybody's like, oh, y'all never get reparations. And at the end of the day, financially, it don't benefit. I don't care. You understand? I'm good. But I'm saying
That makes no sense. If it doesn't benefit you, why would you advocate and want it? That makes no sense. That's nonsensical.
It benefits my people. Like I don't gotta be poor to want reparations just for me. If I know the vast majority of people will be able to accumulate wealth because of the wealth that was taken away because of slavery, then kudos to them. Now, so
I'm gonna ask you a question. You say that what's the issue that I have with ADOS? The issue that I have, once again, and I think some of this may be synonymous, but it's the xenophobic, anti-Black rhetoric that I hear coming from individuals who have stated that they're part of these organizations and movements. That's the issue that I have. But wait, hold on, let me finish. The other issue that I have, and I stated this earlier in the broadcast, you may not have been on the show, is that oftentimes the talking points that people make are surface level and factually inaccurate and ahistorical. That's the issue that I have. I gave an example when we was having a brief conversation maybe 5 minutes ago when we talked about, well, when Black immigrants come over here, they're not working with us. And I stated very plainly, when a person comes to a country and they're not a citizen, they are in that country by privilege. If they engage in radical political agitation, they're going to be deported quicker than you could say, OHIO. I live in Ohio right now. So once again, when you go beyond surface level and actually use some intelligence and say, hey, why is this taking place? You say, hey, when you go to Kenya, you go to Haiti, you go to Cuba, there are things taking place. If you engage in radical political agitation, they're going to deport. They're going to what? And that's why I directed that question to you back home.
And now I remember why I directed that question to you. So if something simple, right? If we saying getting on code, if something simple as just respect my holiday and put the red, white, and blue flag on Juneteenth, can you do that? That's my point to an immigrant. When everybody and their mother want to put up red, black, and green, I was one of those dudes that would put up a red, black, and green dude. I'm from New York City, bro. I'm from Brooklyn. Okay. I already know. I know exactly where the red, black, and green comes from.
I got it. To me, that's surface level. And let me say this though. And here's the reason why. Because not every African American feels that you should have a red, white, and blue flag for Juneteenth. I went to a Juneteenth celebration in my hometown. They had the red, black, and green flags up, and everybody was African American.
My point is that
we are not a monolith.
I feel you. I'm saying my point is that shit needs to change. If you can't do nothing,
it's based on your opinion.
You could do something on the third.
Hold on, I gotta meet you guys. Guys, listen, real monger. The whole flag situation is we're just being petty now. That's just being petty. Come on, real monger. We're reaching for straws now. We're just being petty. Again, at the end of the day, FBA ADOS's problem is FBA ADOS, not immigrants, not white supremacy. It's internal. But go ahead.
I agree. Okay, ahead, Black Line. My bad.
No. It's fine. But let me please say this. Listen, I'm gonna be really honest, Chrissy, observant immigrant, Romonger, or Lumumba. Listen, I'm pretty pissed off because listen. Can we please stop downgrading or comparing our issues? Can we please just respect each other's literally fucked up situation? African Americans or FBA got serious issues in America that the whole world does not know behind closed doors. Like that's one thing. That's one thing I don't like about I understand what Chrissy, observant immigrant, are saying, but we got being disrespectful to the real issues that are going on the grassroots that they don't know about. Same thing for the Caribbean. They're going through a lot of bullshit right now, and the grassroots that we don't know about because, like we see, like I told, we're mostly hear from ignorant, opinionated people or what the media says, and we think they're automatically that's their image. No, we need to stop being ignorant of our serious fucked up reality that we think that.
I don't think anybody is, bro. I don't think anybody is. I've been on my Pan-African shit for decades, bro.
No, and that's fine.
But my point is the reason why I go so hard for ADOS, bro, is because I'm a Pan-Africanist. Because it seems like when ADOS speak up and say anything, all these other weird Pan-Africanist niggas who don't do nothing but go to Africa and open up farms and shit and don't do nothing of no substance. You know what I'm saying? Got a lot to say about what ADOS
I was opening up a farm out of substance.
These 200 square foot farms don't mean shit, bro.
Wait. How was opening up a farm out of substance?
Yo, bro.
We all gotta eat, right?
Yo, backyard farm don't mean nothing, bro. It don't mean nothing. If Tariq Nasheed could raise $1 million for a make-believe museum and we can raise up $1 million to make some actual real change go on in Africa or something, bro.
Okay,
that's my point. And the point is the Pan-Africanists don't got no real movements going on that's doing anything of substance. I think what Ghana's doing and all that is cool and all that, but at the end of the day, if ADOS is over here doing what they got to do, I don't think we should hate on that just because we Pan-Africans. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, let me say this. Listen, like I said, we all got struggles on the continent, especially in America, in the Caribbean. Can we at least have the respect for each other? Like, if I talk to Chrissy,
it's not mutual, bro.
And she's going through some issues, the one thing we should tell each other, and there are real grassroots issues. If I talk to Chris, as an immigrant, the one thing we need to tell each other, or a real monger, is how can I help? Do you need any guidance? Do you need any funding? Do you need this? Can we start saying that? We shouldn't downplay each other's struggles. Just because what we see, regardless if we see our community in the Caribbean or America as successful or not, doesn't matter. Talk to the grassroots people about the real issues. And we need to stop this comparison. Listen, we're all fucked up.
It can't stop. You have to compare, bro. Let me ask you a question.
Let's just respect each other's struggles and let's say, how can I help? Do you need
respect each other's struggles, but also constructively criticize each other as well? Because that's the only way we're gonna get better. I'm gonna give you an example.
None of y'all raise the point though.
Okay, go ahead.
Caribbean, nobody in the Caribbean, nobody in Africa has put enough work in. I feel like, and the whole reason this whole ADOS FBA shit started, especially FBA, not ADOS, FBA, was the point was all this Pan-Africanist talk we was talking for years, like, you know what I'm saying? We didn't get nothing reciprocated. How many Black Line? Where you from? That's why I keep asking you. Where you from, bro?
I'm African American. I'm born and raised in California.
Okay. How many schools in Africa? How many schools in Africa you think Black Americans paid for to have built, bro? Let's be real. How many schools in Africa?
You tell me.
Literally hundreds of schools, bro. Hundreds of schools, bro. You've had that. I've sit there and I've been listening to your channel for a long time. You've had that dude, David something, come in here and break down all the accomplishments Black Americans has done in Africa. Now, just tell me, give me a handful of accomplishments Black Africans have come and done here in America for us.
Black doctors, a lot of them become doctors that you can go to. A lot of them get those positions. We're coming from, we come over to have outhouses. What you expect us to come and do for you? We're coming to try to get money. What you want?
Real Monger, how many schools in Black America benefit Black American children? You're talking about schools, but the education here is horrible. So what's your point?
The educate. What do you?
Let me say this, but let me answer that question. So he talked about. I personally know in Dayton, Ohio, they had the W.E.B. Du Bois Academy, which is a African-centered charter school, which was founded and created by a Liberian doctor, Dr. Boyke S. Troy, who was one of my mentors, who's from Liberia. So that's one example of a brother from the continent coming over here and doing something to benefit the African-American community. He did this because he has a PhD in psychology, and he saw that the standardized education that African-Americans were receiving in public schools was, as Carter G. Woodson stated, rooted and geared in miseducation.
Exactly.
Thank you, Lumumba. I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate you because you come with facts. You understand? I'm not saying
They had the West Dayton Youth Task Force, was created by the Dayton Africana Elders Council. The Dayton Africana Elders Council is a coterie of African and African-American elders from the greater Dayton metropolitan area. They are responsible for the annual Kwanzaa celebrations, Juneteenth, the African-American Culture Festival that we're trying to bring Brother Prince Dynast Amir to. And they created the Juma Mose Shule with the West Dayton Task Force to have an African-centered K-12 Saturday school at a actually Black-owned building that houses a Kumba drum and dance company. So a lot of these things are taking place. We just aren't aware of them.
I think that's great, and I think
another example in Dayton, Ohio. Many northern cities have food deserts. In Dayton, Ohio, we have the Gem City Market, which is a community co-op supermarket smack dab in the Black community on the west side of Dayton that was put together by a coterie of what? African American and African immigrants.
That's great. That wasn't a trick question. You understand what I'm saying? That's my point. That I just think immigrants need to do more. If they coming over here, we going to school and we doing better
You
than
are
y'all.
the wealthiest black people on the planet, in the wealthiest country on the planet. Are you serious?
Chrissy, let me interject. Okay, Ramar, this is the problem. Okay, I'm gonna do a separate show on this. America is a corporation. It's a business. Okay. I think the issue with FBA, ADOS, we are too emotionally tied to this country called America. It's a business. It's like you working for a corporate America company. You working for corporate America for 30 years. They come to you after 30 years and say, hey, you know what? We're going to lay you off today. It is what it is. That's what America is. So, we have to realize that it's a business. All right. It's not the responsibility of black immigrants to come to America and build. When we're listen, real Margaret, do you understand the term black flight?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're telling black immigrants they need to come to America and build schools when black Americans literally left the black community to go to the good white schools. So again, we have this standard for immigrants that we don't follow.
The immigrants is fleeing regardless, whether they're doing anything for us or not. They're not going back home, bro, for a reason. So my point is, if they're gonna stay here, then they might as well help out.
Because they're coming to get the money.
Yeah, get it. I'm not stopping them. I think immigrants is great, bro. If I wanted to go, bro, all I do is go to black-owned businesses, and 50% of, if not more, is all Caribbeans. You feel what I'm saying? And without them, then I'd be forced to go to white-owned businesses. So I'm not angry or against whatever Caribbeans got going on over here. I think it's positive, and I think that's great. My point is, I'm a Pan-Africanist, bro, at the root. So my point is this: if Pan-Africanist is gonna combat what ADOS and FBA is talking about, it should be in action and not words. Because all I hear is hate coming from Africans and immigrants, and I'm half immigrant. You understand what I'm saying? I told y'all in the beginning, I'm half Trini. You feel what I'm saying? And all I hear from Caribbean people is, yo, Americans this, American that, American this, but meanwhile they got nothing to contribute. That's the point I'm talking about.
White people been telling you negative things and you have no heat for them. So what's the point? Again, you took 400 years of verbal, physical oppression, and for some reason you can get distracted with black immigrants. Like, how's that making sense?
What are you talking about? I only know black immigrants. I don't know white people. What are you talking about? I don't know any white people. All the white people I see is on TV.
You live in America and you don't know any white people? Like, I don't know any personally.
I moved from Brooklyn to Atlanta.
Why are you pretending that white people don't influence what happens in America?
Yeah, of course they influence, but what am I? Are white people on this panel right now? It's two Caribbean women. I'm gonna talk to y'all.
But we don't control anything here. That's what I told you from the beginning. Why would you be here 400 years and have no way to get reparations except asking the same colonizer for reparations? You did nothing.
What do you mean? That's why
a way to get the money.
The reason your country is in the conditions y'all in is because y'all don't say nothing to the white man. Don't tell us what we say to the white man when the reason you screaming, you the richest black people in the richest this because we speak up for what the fuck we want.
You say nothing. You're bringing the argument to black immigrants, but you haven't told white people that you want reparations. All they tell you, they're going to study it. You're pushing harder against immigrants than for reparations. It is backwards.
Stop trolling. Are you telling me? Oh, you bugged out. All right, man. Yo, Dynasty, I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate your challenge. I'm out.
I see it, brother.
I want to say something about this whole criticizing. You see, in the Caribbean, the worst thing you can be is a deportee. When people are deported, they really broadcast it, but they cover their face. You are the lowest caste in the Caribbean as a deportee, because the idea is you got the opportunity to go to America, the wealthiest nation on the planet, and you did nothing with yourself and you had to get kicked back home. You are looked down upon. A lot of deportees become criminals or end up homeless because nobody want to deal with them. Their own family don't want to deal with them because they're seen as what we say whatless. Whatless is worthless. Waste man. Right? Waste woman, a person who has accomplished nothing. You had access to all the opportunity and did nothing. That's the mentality that we are coming from as people, as Caribbean people. So when you say we can't, say nothing about each other, if it's not right, it's not right, wherever it's coming from. As I told you, as Caribbean people, we're very hard on each other. We're very hard on what is going on, what is not going on a national level and on personal level. If you have a GDP or buying power that is more than what Caribbean nations put together, the expectation is that you got something going on with it. There's nothing wrong with that. And if you don't, then you have to say, well, hey, what are we doing wrong? Nothing wrong with that. But everybody's so blasted sensitive. How are you gonna be better if you always so sensitive?
Okay. One thing like I said, we need to stop doing. Listen, we're all struggling in some shape or form. We need to stop having this stereotypical image as if if a certain Korean country or African is doing well, and next we go there in person, it's complete opposite. That means we're gonna have to rejudge our way of thinking. Like I said, there's successful Black people in the Caribbean, America, this and that. Okay, but once we look at it globally, that's not the majority. That's literally the minority. That's one thing we have to study. I don't mind criticizing, but we have to do it respectfully. Like I said, and we're like, once you see the majority of the issues that African Americans, like what Garvey did, he saw the African issue, colonialism issue, globally, not just America, but everywhere. He said, "Wow, these Africans are treated like crap everywhere I go, from Jamaica to Cuba to America, etc." So that's one thing I liked about him, and he didn't judge. He went there and saw it in person. He didn't care about the rich Blacks or the successful Blacks. He saw the majority of African descent from here to Cuba, and we're going through the same issue, and it's still going on to this day. So the least we can do is stop criticizing each other. You want to get reparations, or you want to give education, fine. But one thing we need to do is, if we're trying to accomplish something, can we at least have the goddamn respect and say, "How can I help you?" Or do you need more information? Do you need some funding? Do you need some type of guidance? If you don't want to help each other out, fine. Then stay the hell away from each other and mind your own damn business. Because this got to stop. We're all messed up to a
Black line. The problem is the average and majority of Black Americans, all they wanted was to get rid of the orange man, get their college debt canceled, and now get rid of Roe, and they're pissed off about Roe versus Wade.
Okay,
and that's what we're expecting Black immigrants to ride out for us for.
Okay,
I mean the whole reparations thing is such a small group of so-called ADOS FBA that it's just, I mean, it's I don't want to say comical, but the reason why I say comical is, again, you have Marcel Dixon.
Yes.
A politician who was running on the FBA ADOS reparations platform, and he was only able to raise $200,000, which is nothing when it comes to politics. He only got like 2% of the vote. So this is what we're demanding. God damn it, you immigrants, you better come and ride out with reparations and get on code. The guy on code got 2% of the vote, 2%.
Okay, no, that's a very good point.
And that's the point I'm making. Again, FBA ADOS wanted to get rid of the orange man, and I would say this: the majority of Black immigrants got on code, and we got rid of the orange man. So that's just the bigger picture, and that's just the reality. Yes. Black Line, go ahead, and we'll pass the Free Game Podcast. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know what Black people.
Go ahead, Free Game Podcast.
Like Malcolm has called it. You hear me?
No, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I'll make this real quick. Like the problem, like I agree, you have very good valid points. The problem with this, like I said, we don't have real unification, and we don't have true leadership. The problem is that we live in a society where we're in our community, we have too many people who are too opinionated and too immature to really make real political decisions here. The problem, like I said, if we just get we can at least like we just get the decent African Americans to help at least spread the word, to focus on eternal issues within our community. At least a decent amount of people. It doesn't have to be all of us, but at least to a certain amount, we can literally go somewhere. We can literally turn our community around to a certain extent. That's the least we can do. I'm not saying we should save the entire race. Hell's no. But at least we, like Harriet Tubman taught us, when she was running from the plantation, get the best ones who are going to do the work, who are at least willing to try. I'm not trying to save every Black person, but my thing is, when this conversation got from that to honestly all of them bitching about Caribbean issues or comparison or this and that, it's not going anywhere. That's why I agree with Garvey.
Okay.
Quick question, Black Line. I have a very quick question.
1 second. Let me. Damn, I forgot my train of thought. And another thing too. So when Real Monger was on there, he said that FBA wasn't a political organization. That's what separated them from ADOS. So if they're not political, how are they expecting to get reparations? That's going to be done through politics.
Exactly.
But again, these are the people that are yelling and screaming. Oh, these immigrants won't get behind us. They won't. Oh, they sabotage us. How are you going to claim to be not a political organization, but want reparation? That's going to happen through politics, unless they plan on bum rushing the White House, or I mean, I don't know. So again, that's why it's a joke. But Observing Immigrant, ask your question. Then we're going to pass to the Free Game Podcast. Go ahead, Observing Immigrant.
It was in relation to Harriet Tubman, and I want to address this also to Dynast and Chrissy. Harriet Tubman tried to get people off a plantation in the middle of slavery and could not get them off the plantation. So is it surprising that a group of Black Americans would now want to tie themselves even tighter to the American plantation by calling themselves FBA? It makes no sense. But you saw bits of it in history, because Harriet Tubman could not convince everyone who was being raped and beaten on the plantation to get off. So now you have generations later of people who literally are tying themselves even more to the American plantation. It makes no sense.
No. I agree.
Hold on, Black Lion. Let Free Game Podcast. Go ahead, Free Game Podcast.
Now, Donald, I'm always on your side. Now, y'all not about to get on here and jump my boy Real Monger. Now, observing immigration. Y'all in Barbados are owned by the British, and y'all cannot do nothing at all when it comes to freedom, when it comes to developing your country.
Barbados is a republic.
Okay, Christy, the Chinese is over there in Jamaica doing whatever they want to.
No, they're not. That's the thing. A lot of y'all don't know what's happening in Jamaica. You just talk.
They doing whatever they want to. Y'all are still out.
Most of y'all have never been to Jamaica. You don't know anything about what's happening in Jamaica.
Y'all are still outside taking baths.
Y'all don't have what is going on in Jamaica. A lot of y'all don't even have a passport, so miss me with that.
Y'all don't even have electricity. Y'all taking baths outside in Jamaica. Y'all don't have no infrastructure at all.
Wonderful.
And your
it
point?
Is very
at all in Jamaica. Stop bringing up our pockets. Stop bringing up our pockets. Stop bringing up other people's pockets and fix your home. Y'all taking baths outside.
We will gladly fix our home, but tell your government to take their hands out of our economy so that your gas can be $12 a gallon, so that you can pay the real cost of goods in this country that are subsidized by American colonialism.
Why y'all won't go do it? Why y'all won't go do it? Why y'all won't go do it? Y'all come over here. Y'all come over here.
This is your country. Bring your government to leave our economies alone, and we will stay home.
I'll let Real Monger was on here. He let y'all talk. Y'all gonna let me talk. Y'all are poor. Y'all haven't done anything. Y'all are the least ambitious group of Black people. The least.
But we educated though.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Most people in your country can't even go to school. The average black American in the average black American in the hood. The average black American in the hood is smarter. It's smarter than the average black
in the hood. We have to build the houses we live in. The government doesn't give us.
Y'all don't have a big market. Y'all don't have a big market.
We don't have unemployment. We don't have health insurance. We don't have somebody else to build homes for us to live in subsidized.
And it shows because y'all outside bathing. Y'all outside bathing.
We don't have credit.
Y'all can't let
them bathe and call it going back to nature.
Y'all outside bathing. Y'all outside bathing right now.
To plant food and are you doing that? But we're not.
Y'all are outside bathing right now.
That's what you
Hold on. One second. So, Free Game Podcast. So, what you're saying is that Black Americans are better off being subsidized by the United States government.
No! I'm gonna get. Hold on, Dynast. Let me talk.
Let me finish. Because what you're saying is you keep bringing up the bathing outside. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
These black hoods, as you said it, they are completely subsidized by the United States government. So are you saying he's subsidized by the U.S. government, or
Dynast, I'm gonna get
outside? So go ahead.
Dynast, I'm getting to them next. But she said that we can criticize. I'm gonna criticize Jamaica and I'm gonna criticize Barbados.
And I said constructive criticism, not tearing down. But we
no, you tore down,
something. We
Christy.
don't
Can I talk? Can I talk, Christy?
And
can I talk?
Oh, go ahead. Get your story
Christy,
right.
Can I talk?
Get your story right about who is ambitious and who is not.
Christy, can I talk? Y'all don't have none of that, but y'all never created anything for your own people. Anything. Y'all haven't. Barbados, nobody even knows about Barbados in America. We don't even care about Barbados in America. We don't talk about Barbados in America. So that's irrelevant. Now, for Americans, for Black Americans.
But Free Game Podcast, the average Black American, only like 5% have passports. So, bragging about being ignorant of, for not knowing what goes on outside your immediate community, I wouldn't brag about that, bro.
Okay. Let me go and finish.
And when you're finished, I can tell you.
Christy, let me talk. Christy, let me talk.
I can educate you.
Christy, let me talk. Now, Black Americans, I don't see why we sit here and complain about immigrants like they are really causing a lot of the problems in America when we are literally saying, "Hey, I want to abort my damn children." Now, Christy, I do agree with you a lot. I do think you're an amazing woman. I do think you have your morals intact more than most of Black American women, and I do appreciate you for that. Now, our women are going up here and saying, "Hey, I want to abort my children." We have had 40 million abortions in the Black community since the last 50 years. Now, if we want to kill our own children, if we want to allow Planned Parenthood to use all type of different technologies to benefit off of, if we're going to allow them to do that and not increase our numbers, why not bring immigrants in? That's my problems. That's my problem with Black Americans. Black Americans and Tariq Nasheed, I don't know what's wrong with this dude, but Tariq Nasheed do not be realistic about Black American problems. We are divided. We have so many different mindsets in the Black community that FBA, all that other shit would never work. It would never work because
free game. Your mic is starting to crackle.
Okay, hold on. You can hear me now?
Say something again.
You can hear me now?
It's still crackling. Hold on 1 second. Sanagon, go ahead, Sanagon, and then we'll pass it back to Chrissy. Sanagon, go ahead. Sanagon. Hold on. Unmute yourself, Rob. Rob, unmute yourself.
Hey.
All right, go ahead.
All right, I just wanted to say that when I'm hearing these conversations, a lot of the times when I'm hearing Pan-Africans talk about Black Americans, there is very much this sense of Pan-Africans give excuses to people outside of ADOS that they do not give to ADOS themselves. So somebody came up here and said that, well, the reason why immigrants come to America is because of America being an imperialist nation, and they go and destabilize country. Okay, I understand that. However, when you then turn around and say that Black people are the richest group of people in America, or the richest group of black people in the world, living in the richest country in the world, and they haven't accomplished enough, well, like that's where the fragmentation begins. So how can you say that America from afar can go and destabilize your country and you didn't fight them back, but Black people who for 400 years have lived in the belly of the beast And they should have done more than you did when you have your own government. You have you have your own government. You should have your own military. So if you couldn't even expel, the United States Army, their military imperialist arm, then what exactly, what did you expect different from a minority group in the wealthiest country in the world with one of the biggest militaries, with a well-organized government? It doesn't make sense.
Third world countries have their militaries, and America would turn its military on FBA in a heartbeat.
Exactly.
Look at move.
So with that being said, if America would turn its own military against its own citizens, I don't understand how you can sit up there and leverage a critique that Black Americans should have done more, when you're saying the reason why you came here is because America came to your country with its strong military and ousted your authority. Okay, I can understand that. But then when you sit on this panel and say Black Americans didn't do enough living in the richest country in the world, living right next door to the same people that expelled you from your country or expelled authority from your country, how do you get to make that critique? And then it stand on itself. And then the Pan-Africans don't say anything. They just let that fly.
Y'all said that y'all were here fighting, so we expected that the fight would have yielded results. You're the one bragging that you've been fighting this whole time. So if you're fighting, we want to see the results, right?
Okay, so you're talking. So again, if you're saying that Black Americans living in America should have fought harder, okay, so why can't Black Americans say in your country you should have prevented the United States government from coming in and usurping your authority? That's your failure.
They never came in and usurped authority in our country. So, I mean,
then what does imperialism mean? What does colonialism mean?
You mean neo-colonialism?
Colonialism, neo-colonialism, is it not all the same, where we, an outside force, are coming into your country and setting up a government that favors our way of life instead of yours? Make it make sense.
Okay,
we have autonomy in our country. We have Black teachers.
Yeah,
Black
you have an economy bolstered. You have an economy.
There's no white person oppressing us in our country one-to-one. Now they're pressing for our resources, but on a one-to-one basis, they're not pressing us.
With a lot of these countries, you have an economy that is largely set up by remittances, that is largely set up by agreements with what is the World Bank. I just typed in a few figures of how much money that America gives in foreign aid every year.
America gives Afghanistan.
America takes way more than it gives. It takes and then it gives you a little slice of what it
Yes,
took.
America gives Afghanistan's foreign aid, but they also give predominantly Black countries foreign aid as well.
And what are they taking from those countries?
Exactly.
And what is the monetary value of what they're taking versus what they're giving back?
The thing about it is ADOS people are not sitting on platforms like this saying that Black immigrants should be ashamed that they have to come to America. I mean,
but
yes,
nobody's saying that you should be ashamed.
Tariq is saying that we should be ashamed for coming here.
And there are Black Americans who recognize it.
Yeah, Tariq is not ADOS, and Yvette Carnell, the leader of ADOS, has tried very hard to create that that division. That Tariq Nasheed is not ADOS.
Okay, now I'm confused about the whole ADOS FBA thing because it's lineage, right?
Well, I mean, it's a similar concept, but you had ADOS that had started under Yvette Carnell. You had Tariq Nasheed come in. They did some working together, but then they fell out.
I got that, but still at the core of the definition of the people, we're talking about the same group of people.
So you're saying just because the concepts are similar that they have?
No, I'm not. But it is supposed to be lineage. What American descendant of slave? That's a lineage. Okay, Foundational Black Americans, a lineage. We're talking about the same group of people. Okay, just want to be clear.
But again, ADOS as a political project, going after political needs, the tangible needs of ADOS people. They do not follow the same talking points and stuff as FBA. And
Rob, let me ask you a question. So, when they say that immigrants are off code, who should they follow? Should they follow FBA or should they follow ADOS? You see the confusion here?
First of all, I don't believe that you should be following anybody. You have your own brain. So, with that being said, if we're trying to sit up here and promote a Pan-Africanism, my whole thing is how do we allow certain talking points to stand? You
Okay.
cannot in one breath say that the reason why immigrants come to America is because of America's imperialism campaign, but then say that the people in the United States who have lived in the belly of this beast, trying to navigate their way around their imperialist policies, because understand
I
the
can tell
same
you why.
type
I
of
can answer that.
the same policies that they're using to extract resources from the global south, the universal global south. Those are some of the exact same policies that they're using to go into black communities and extract resources. It's just done on a smaller scale.
Okay, I can answer that question. I don't know if you've been listening the entire podcast, but I did say that Caribbean people we are very hard on each other. Okay. And when it comes to the facts, I also said growing up in my household, I'm Jamaican, but growing up, you heard about all the time. You need to be in your books like the African students. Look how the African students are in their books. Look how they come here and they do this, and our young people are not being up to par. That's what we heard. We didn't get sensitive about it. We didn't get sensitive about it. We just said that that is what it is. We have to do better. That was the point of my parents saying things like that, to say you have to do better. You have more opportunity. My mother used to say, growing up, my parents have 8th grade education, because high school, you have to pay for high school. They come to a country where high school is free. I wasn't expected to get nothing less than an A, because I'm in a country where my parents don't have to pay for high school. I don't have to sit in the dark with a candlestick to do my homework. I have more privileges than my parents did, so they expect more from me. No one's talking. I wouldn't dare say anything about previous generations of Black people, because they didn't have the privileges. But in this country in 2022, Black people of this generation in this country have more access, privileges, and opportunity than any other generation one in the world or in this country. So to say of where more is given, more is required, to say that there shouldn't be some level of expectation on any level. We all expect different things from each other. If you have a child and you give them $50 and one has $10, you expect the $50 child to bring more home than the $10 child. It's just simple. It's not putting down, it's just stating a fact that, hey, honestly, before this whole FBA ADOS, I didn't even say I'm a Jamaican and all this kind of stuff. Now I gotta let people know my ethnic group. I just talked about Black people, period. Whether we're here or, but now all of a sudden I gotta qualify, gotta let people know where I'm from and all kind of stuff, whatever. But I mean, yes, Black people in America today, this generation, should be doing more. Absolutely, because the opportunity is there. Nobody's going to come and bomb your Rosewood and do all that kind of stuff. But collectively, as a generation, you're not seeing it take place. So if a person come from, as the dude said, we don't have no roads and no light. If you coming from no roads and no light, and you come into a place where there's light, there's roads, you go to the supermarket, it's full. You go to Walmart, you can get things cheap. You can go to school, it's free. You can get grants, you can get scholarship, you can get, no one's asking where you're, because depending on if you're living a certain part of Jamaica, certain job, people won't even hire you. That cannot happen in America. You can have somebody from the hardest ghetto become a CEO. Those kind of things, very, very rare that can happen in Jamaica. Very rare. Okay. So yes, there is more opportunity. So if you have more opportunity, you should do more with it. There's nothing wrong with saying that. It is what it is. Now, does that mean that if you come to Jamaica, you feel like, damn, y'all should be doing X, Y, and Z? If we should be doing X, Y, and Z, and we can explain why X, Y, and Z can or shouldn't be done, or whatever you say, you see things differently, then fine. Because we are people. We're okay with looking at ourselves and seeing where we need to be better and what we need to do, and X, Y, and Z, and so we can be better. I don't get why that's an issue, because if you wallow in not doing the right thing, you're never going to change. Now, in the Black community, I wouldn't say that the same tactics are today imposed as they are, because we're talking about where we come from. We have resources on an international market. It's a different environment. In the Black communities, you have Chinese and so forth set up businesses, all that kind of stuff. There's certain things you can't change, but there are things that you can if you work together where you have all the access. You can sue an employer if they discriminate against you. There's so much you can do that we cannot do where we come from. So when some of us come here, I'm not going to say all, when some of us come here and surpass the local Black Americans that we see, we're like, but wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? So if a person asks those questions, they're valid questions. Now you can provide explanation, but they're valid questions to ask, because at the end of the day, the point is for us to move forward. As I said before, if you're a deportee coming from America, nobody want to deal with you, because they see you went to the richest country in the world and you made nothing of yourself. They don't want, your family don't want nothing to do with you. That's the mentality we come in from. That this is the richest country in the world. You should be doing X. And that's not necessarily true all the time, right? Because people from outside don't necessarily know what's going on. But that's the mentality. You understand? So to say that, hey, look inside and say, yeah, man, we should be, maybe we're looking at things a little differently. Maybe we need to do a little of this or a little more of that. Maybe veer from that. Maybe you could look at just how in my household, family looks to African students, what they doing. Well, I need to be mimicking them. Maybe you could say, well, okay, there's certain things about Black immigrants. Maybe we could look and see how they look at things. Nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that?
And this argument sounds very much like Black people just aren't trying hard enough. And I would equivocate that too. People would claim Black Americans to be xenophobic in every name in the book. If any one of us, ADOS, FBA, any one of us has said, okay, well, the Haitians won their freedom before Black Americans did. So why haven't they gotten their country together?
It's a good question. I'm sure they can answer it.
Haiti is not directly Haiti does not have a direct source of oppression or an oppressor over them right now in this day and age. So they should be able to forego all of their history.
Tariq made a documentary on it. Go watch it.
And then they should be able to start from where they are now and build up their country. And for somebody who I think I heard somebody say that Tariq Nasheed said that, and people are calling him xenophobic, are they not?
No, Tariq made a documentary on Haiti explaining why Haiti is in that way. The same person that made the documentary is the same person making fun of the people after all his research. It makes no sense.
Yeah, and people are calling Tariq Nasheed xenophobic. You're anti-Black immigrant, and they're getting on his head because how dare you understand the history. It's not like you don't know the history. You
but
understand
it's not only
what
history,
happened to
it's
that country.
current. It's
And
still
then
happening right now to Haiti.
Them, and you in such a way, how dare you do that?
Okay, so let me ask
you.
Can I ask you a question?
Out like that.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think, because as I said before all of this, I didn't even say ethnic group. I just said Black people. Okay, so but now I've been informed. I'm a tether, and I got to qualify all conversations and let people know where I'm from. So X, Y, and Z. Do you think, as a group, collectively as a group, Black people in America, okay, wherever they're from, whatever, or if you want to say Black, whatever you want to say, could be doing better than the current state Black America is in? Do you think this is it, or do you think that, hey, we need to work on working together? Hey, we need to work on keeping our families together. Hey, we need to work on making sure our young people see education as something important and not foolishness. Hey, we need to make sure that we don't support these entertainers who are making us look like buffoons. Do you think, hey, I go to Camden all the time. I seen a woman take a whole platter and open her car door and throw the platter on the ground. I was shocked where she lives. Aren't those things that we can control? It's not to say that the
Black people
city
don't
has
already
provided. I'm not saying, but I'm saying as a group, as if the city has already provided garbage can. The garbage can will be empty and there will be trash all over the street. So for anyone to say, hey, something wrong with our mindset, we got to change that. I have the same conversations about Jamaica. I have the same same conversations about Haiti. We have to, there's a mindset, but just to sit in it and say, this is it, and this is where we are, and that's not good enough. It's just not good enough, because we have young people coming up who we have to hand over whatever we have or don't have to them. It's not good enough.
Sister, here's the thing, sister. What you're saying makes sense, but I think where the African Americans are coming from, and I definitely understand their position, is that and like he said, you go into the slums or the ghettos of Nigeria or whatever country, Brazil, you're going to see the same type of ghetto behavior. You know, like Dynas had a show a few weeks back with the African auntie, the Yoruba auntie, and you know, I told her, I said, look, if you go to Nigeria, they have a word for ghetto people, and then I said the word, and she was like, oh yes, yes, that's true, right? So I think what they're saying is like, hey, listen, in your country, you have things that are not functioning well, and it is somewhat contradictory to come here and tell us, you know, or tell them the opposite. However, here's what I think the African Americans are not understanding to a certain degree. When you look at other communities, there is a large degree of control. And to be honest, no one wants to say it. I said it so many times to Dynast. I've said it on this platform many times. Black people in America have to become tribal. That's why when you read Du Bois, you hear like the Philadelphia Negro, because the Philadelphia Negro was different in behavior and attitude than the Negro in Texas. It wasn't a universalist concept of blackness. And so that's what the government has done. They've used this magical word called blackness to deceive people into thinking, as African Americans would say, skin folk or kinfolk. And that's not the case. Because what you're asking for, sister, in terms of doing better, that would mean there's control. So let me give you a practical example. You're not going to see the brother who was here in New York. You're never going to see a Jewish girl, right, in Eastern Parkway twerking and shaking her butt on the corner, or the young Jewish kid or whatever on the corner, you know, talking about I'm just selling my packs and trap all day and young dude move that dope. You're not going to see that, because if you do see it, the community instantly, not no 501c3 nonprofit, but the actual community, the elders and the guardians and the gatekeepers of that community will take swift and affirmative action quickly. Black people in America don't have the luxury to take quick and affirmative action to cut off the cancerous part of, you know, so-called blackness. And I think that's where the fight should be, brother. I think it's JD. I think the African Americans should be working hard towards saying, you know what? Let's self-identify and let's start cutting away the excess. Because a lot of immigrants, when they come into America, whether you're in Jamaica or you're in Africa, you go anywhere, they look up to African Americans, as the sister was saying earlier. You go to the barbershops, the hair salons, they're copying the styles of African Americans, right? I know in Jamaica, the sisters from there, what do they say about Jamaica? They say, if America sneeze, Jamaica catch a cold, right? So they look up to them. But then when you come into from an immigrant background, you most likely you move to America, you're in the inner city, you start dealing with ghetto behavior that African Americans, you know, in those inner cities will portray. You're not going to want to associate with that. So a lot of times they'll come here, and I'm going to end with this. They'll come on and say, yo, you got to be on code. There is no code because black people don't exist. And I'm not saying to be mean or anything. You have to create a new identity, whether you want to be Niji, Nawabian, whatever you want to be, create it and have rules and structure and order. And it's like I'm speaking Chinese every time I say it because nobody wants to do that. That's the hard part. Coming after immigrants who have no power in the political or economic machine, because immigrants don't control interest rates. That's the hard part. Go after your own community and cut the excess and create a new Black America that can create a new Harlem Renaissance again. That's all I wanted to say.
And then just to kind of add on to your point, there is a difference between individual agency and then group agency. We can sit up here and talk all day about how individual Black people need to do better, and I don't care where you're talking about, but individuals are not supposed to be able to outwork their government, especially one in that is as big, powerful, and well organized as the United States. I heard some conversation about how some of the immigrants that are being treated the worst are Haitian immigrants. Well, there's nothing that those individual Haitian immigrants can do to outwork a United States Border Patrol. They can't do that individually. This is where the Pan Africans are talking about organizing, building institutions, and then combating that anti-blackness. And that's what I thought that I would be coming into these spaces to hear. But then I hear this very targeted anti-blackness aimed at Black Americans, where there's a certain level of excuses that are given to other groups of people that Black Americans don't get, and I have a problem with that. And so when you're asking, well, what is pushing more and more Black Americans towards that, I guess the nativist nationalist understanding of, wanting to be insular, well, all you got to do is look at this video, look at this panel. because
Well, it's not the immigrants that are causing that insular. What I'm saying is, if it's really going to be truly insular, then you have to do it to, again, remove the cancerous behaviors. Like Simple Police Academy was on here telling a story, an anecdotal example of how this girl set this dude up and the dude got shot. And now 4 life sentences and 15 to 20 years. What immigrant, if you're coming from another country, you just trying to make money to send back home and you got people relying on you, you're not going to want to associate with that. It's like even the black people in America don't associate with that. You know, it's interesting they got all the smoke for the immigrants, which they should. Some immigrants are ignorant and they say the worst things, which they should. No excuses. But nobody's saying the same smoke for Clarence Thomas and
Yes, yes.
the
So
cool train.
again, this is where the division between FBA and ADOS comes into play.
And
Because
so
if
then
you
take
watch,
that fight
if you
and
watch,
have that fight amongst yourselves.
hold
Don't
on.
involve the immigrants with that.
Hey,
And when you are
if
able,
you listen to Yvette Carnell in
when
her
you listen,
question,
brother, you repeat an event. When you have that fight amongst yourself, then you
Right.
create the new black identity. Now you can tell us to come on code.
no, but I'm saying this to say
Rob,
that
Rob,
to,
hold
to
on, Rob.
say that
One mic, Rob.
Yvette
One
Carnell
mic.
and ADOS
Rob,
have
one.
not called out.
Okay, one mic. I'm trying not to be. I got you. And that's the point I'm trying to make. The Black America's problem is Black America. It's not the immigrants. It's not white supremacy. It's Black America. Again, I brought up ADOS, FBA. Like who's who should the immigrants follow? Like it's just we're so fractured in Black America. Like why are we upset when immigrants don't get on this mythological code? That's the part that's what I don't understand. Get your hands out my pocket. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. I've been on a few times before. Don't necessarily agree with some of the statements you just said. It's an intriguing discussion. But I'm more of a nationalist, but I'm about anything that will empower the Black community. But I do know that you're a former athlete, and I'm a former athlete. So basically, FBA, it's something like this. It's an inter-squad scrimmage. You've had those before, brother. We all on the same team, but in this particular practice, we're not. I was a guard, right? So we have 15 players. We have inter-squad scrimmages. I'm playing against someone who's opposition right now, but he's on my team, right? And we play a live game, and we compete. We're really getting after it, and we're trying to win. After the game, the decision is made what team won, first team, second team, whatever.
Exactly.
But
Who's gonna be the starting quarterback? Yeah, exactly. Go ahead.
Exactly. Ultimately, we're on the same team, right? So we know each position player has to get something right. If you me was basketball, you was football. The line got the block better. We'll find that out through the squad scrimmages. Obviously, you can't be touched, right? Blitzes, corner blitzes, guys coming up the middle. All this stuff has got to be rectified. We got to get this straight before game 1, game 2, game 3, 4, 5, so on and so forth. What FBA is doing is similar to that. This is one black family, right? But we're trying, like the brother said just a few minutes ago, cleaning house, cutting off the fat, changing different behaviors and whatnot. This is a process that's being done. Now, through the inter-squad scrimmage, shit talking happens, right? You can't guard me, or you can't block me, or you can't cover me, or we get at it. It's a little shoving match or whatever. The whistle blows, the coaches come between it, the players come between it. We cover it off, but we're still teammates. After all that's done, this is what this process is. We're going to get after each other. I'm going to score a basket on you. You can't fucking guard me. I'm going to talk a little shit to you. You may push me or whatever. We might get into a little scuffle. But at the end of the day, we're still a team. Now, ultimately, this team is playing against somebody. And this is what we have to understand. We are playing against somebody, right? And you say it's not the white supremacists, but that's exactly what it is, because we're talking about control of opportunities. Our brothers and sisters in the African diaspora can only come over here if they're allowed to come over here. These people in control believe they control the air, the water, and the seas. If you get into an airplane and just fly into the air on your own, willy-nilly, you're going to get a radio contact saying, "Who the hell are you?" Identify yourself. You in certain airspace. Please let us know who you are, because if you don't, you know what's going to happen to you. Land your plane right now. You're about to get arrested, or we're going to blow you the hell fuck up. So somebody has to allow that to happen. Then when you come over here, these things are established or set up for you because they weren't set up in another country. We ain't really tripping off that. it's the language that is done once you come over here, because there's a misunderstanding of life, right? You come from that area there where, and I've heard this before, I've never firsthand, but secondhand. I have some comrades that have gone over there. I do this for real. I'm a local activist. They've gone over. We trying to do some things over in the local town over in Africa. I'm not going to say anything because that's how it is. So come over. Hey, running water situation, road situation, so on and so forth. We're trying to tackle this. We understand. But then you come over here and all this stuff is already established. Okay. So when you come over here and we're trying to establish more things for our community, right? You come over here, you end up getting businesses selling food or whatnot. Our people come in hand over fist. And any black community y'all at, if y'all near a hood, you guys mentioned hoods. If Caribbean brothers and sisters come over here and establish their restaurants, there's black people coming in there hand over fist. Their own people as well, but we over there giving money. And so I have local organizations here, and I'm just speaking personally, right? Local organizations here. Grassroots.
Not to the African restaurants. They barely eat African food, especially over here in New York. You don't see African Americans coming out here. They call DB, they say ill is nasty. They say fufu is nasty. Brother, maybe Caribbean food, but not African food.
Brother, we over here going to all restaurants that black.
Not no African restaurants. They not eating a bun soup.
I can only speak about my local area. We're going over here, and even if you discount Africa, then you have the Caribbean that has to answer because they're melanated as well, right? So we're going over there hand over fist, and when we try to talk a discussion, right? Not over the top. You in the streets, hey, with the fist up, doing interviews and all that. You ain't got to do all that. That's not what we're talking about, and y'all know that. People can play a backline role in support and being on code, right? If black people out here marching, then you can have some privilege on the outside giving waters. Just give an example, like the other brother did. We're just giving small examples of what being on code is, right?
Okay, but get your hands. Hold on. Get your hands. Hold on. One second. Let me stop you right there because you got too far ahead. You know, like I said, I played sports, football, ran track. Like you got a lot of crackling. All right. So, but this is the problem. All right. Before we get to the get on code, immigrants need to hand us water. Immigrants need to do that and the other. We still ain't completed the scrimmage. We still have not completed the scrimmage. We still don't know who's the leadership. We don't know who's starting quarterback. We don't know who's the wide receiver. And my experience playing sports, if none of that's been identified and we haven't worked out the kinks, we go out and play a game, we get our ass kicked. So you're talking about immigrants coming and getting down on code and joining the team when like we have no team. We haven't established a team. So that's the problem. Like we haven't finished the scrimmage. We're not in the spring ball yet. Are we still in spring ball? We're not even ready for the season. So that's the point I'm trying to say. Black America's problem is Black America. We're not there yet where we could dictate, oh, immigrants, you need to get on code because we're still, we're still scrimmaging, trying to figure it out. Well, go ahead.
Most importantly, I want to take from this back and forth is that the reality is that what we have created, building up this country and being foundational Black Americans and having our hands in all the different creations here that America stands on, lives on, they can't create nothing without our assistance. And what this lineage is doing is recognizing that. We're saying, hey, for those who say we don't have a history, we don't have a lineage, we don't have a language, this is what we are and this is what we represent. And when you mentioned the scrimmage apparatus point of it, the fact of the matter is that this is all being established. Spring practices in football, I'll go with your football analogy. We're trying to see who to start center, who to start guard, who to start tackle, who the quarterback right now. It's kind of chaotic and mayhemic or whatever have you. I'll give you that. But the reality is it's a new energy from our people that has reached the mainstream. Hey, this is a new team here. These guys they got a lot of talent. They look like they can get something done. And what we're asking for people, and it's not about them being on a team. We're recruiting fans. Hey, this is what we're trying to do. Hey, if people are interested in sponsoring this, if people are interested in coming and seeing this team, this is when we start playing. This is our jersey colors. This is, boom, boom, boom. This is our coaches, so on and so forth. So in terms of what we are trying to establish is saying, hey, man, we got some very energetic young people that are involved in the struggle, that haven't been involved in the struggle with this level of energy in a very long time. And for us to grow and move and empower ourselves, we need that. We can't have this be narking and Kroger 74.
So why are you not speaking to the inner cities? Don't come to immigrants. Talk to the inner city black people. Like, you talking to the wrong crowd. Go to the inner city black people. Listen, go and talk to them young boys who listen to Lil Durk trying to run drills all day, who getting sturdy, shooting each other. Go talk to them and get them on code first before you talk to an immigrant. That's all we saying. Go talk to them people first. Go tell them little girls who out there doing hot girl summer. Tell them girls doing hot girl summer to get on code first, and then we'll follow. Because when the NOI had the black community on lock, immigrants was on code. There's videos of Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali with African embassy people from Nigeria, African dignitaries from Nigeria. We was on code when the black community was on lock. So don't come and talk to immigrants.
Brother,
take that energy and talk to your people.
And you're lying right now, brother. You don't have to do that. And this is what happens when you guys say that we're xenophobic or whatever, because you get all that. And then now we got to respond about what's going on in your homeland, which we don't know yet. I don't know where you're from.
No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. What you're doing is knee-jerk reaction. You see what you're doing is you're not trying to take responsibility for your community. Handle your kids. No, listen. Your kids got a 4th grade. The black kids. No, listen. The black kids in America is not performing in school well. Go talk to these black mothers, these single black mothers, and get them on code. Don't worry about where I'm from. It's where I'm at. Don't worry about where I'm from. It's where I'm at. Get your people on code. Get your people on code, and then the immigrants will follow along. Don't come here. Nobody's emotional. What you saying don't add up. So, my man, listen. Everything you saying don't add up. No, nobody said that. I'm saying you don't have to talk to immigrants. Get your community on code. Dude, listen, let me drop you in College Park in Atlanta. All them boys listening to 21 Savage shooting themselves. Get them on board with your program, and then the immigrants will follow.
All right.
That's hard.
Can I say something? Let me say something. I think this type of conversation is quite painful to watch, given the predicaments we are in. Because from my point of view, I feel like we are just comparing our problems. My problem is bigger than yours. Yours is bigger than mine. You look at we are all in a mess.
Exactly.
And this mess started well in the 13th century, when the first gun was invented, and our people never caught on. We sit there and we cannot compete in the tools of defense of the day. From the 1495, when the Mali Empire fell, to when the Songhai Empire fell, 100 years elapsed, and still they didn't master the gunpowder technology. Before the Mali Empire fell, which was almost 100 years, when the weapons were being invented all over Eurasia, not one black country decided that, you know what, let's go and find out what this is about, even if they knew that that stuff existed. The same problem has existed since then till now.
Exactly.
For 500 years, we have not repaired one simple thing. We are not participating in the world the way we are supposed to. If I left up to me, what we should be obsessing about is to compete like everyone else. The Chinese fixed their problem that they had for 100 days. They just had a lapse for 100 years and they fixed it. The Indians fixed it. But our community, we haven't fixed it for 400 to 500 years.
Right.
And we're here comparing wars. Our true problem is that our people don't have any way of defending themselves. This is why we are stressed as a community everywhere we are.
Facts.
What we need to be doing is figuring out a way to solve that problem one way or the other. If we have to work together, we cannot leave any tool on the table. We don't have that luxury.
Hey, to Nigel, let me say this, brother. To Nigel, let me say this, right? To your point, right? The whole entire black world is really suffering, right? And like people ask me about the comments and the thing. This is really collar talking. Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem right here. I, for one, everybody knows I do not like ADOS, FBA. I do not like tribalism. I do not like sectarianism. I'm all for black people worldwide and everything. But at the same time, there's this notion that people could basically take white European talking points and white people's view of black America, right?
as their own. No black people in the world are in a position to judge African Americans. The unique position we're in as a minority group in America, right? And then not only that, we instead of us building ourselves like we should have been doing, right? Building a pan African, we chose to spend our energy changing America so everybody can come over here, you know? And so therefore we're the only group of black people that produce all the scientists, the inventors, the thinkers, and everything. We have the only almanac, we have the only encyclopedia, we have all these things. We produce the Harlem Renaissance. The Harlem Renaissance changed the whole face of the black race forever. Everything from everybody was influenced from our culture, literature, everything. Something they said the black race could never do. We showed them that we're just at the pinnacle. Now we're on the thing where we invested into America, right? And we're falling on hard times. People, oh, you should be better. You should be further. You should be further. You should be further. Okay. Well, the question I asked is, what you're saying is America is this great country that's opportunity. Why is it they don't have that same smoke for the white people who are failing? There's more poor whites in this country. There's more poor white people on fentanyl, right? They never talk about that. It's always judging African Americans, and that's the thing I'm getting tired of. Okay. At the same time, I just put in the chat room to make a shithole. People get upset. How can you say that? Well, the bottom line is, I'm just saying, you don't see how it feels. When you start talking about African Americans, right? And as much as I'm a Pan African, you're talking about my family. You're talking about all the uncles, my grandfather who came from the South with nothing and made some of themselves in the North. And so when you want to diminish and dismiss all their hard work and everything, I'm not going to let people do that. If we're going to have be a global black family, we got to have mutual respect. If I don't know something about your culture, you tell me. You correct me, right? But you don't come over here like you got the answers to our problem. Black Americans been here for 400 years, and we basically, out of all the groups of black people, we're the only one that produce billionaires as a minority group in America, not as a majority group in like Dangote. We, as a minority, we produced the first black billionaire on the friggin' planet inside of America, inside of a racist institution. We overcame. And so, therefore, we paved the way for everybody else to come here. And that has to be respected. So, watch your tone when you're talking about us, right? I understand as a family, we go back and forth with each other and we diss each other. But the tone I heard this observing immigrants lady talking, not so much as Chris, but the tone was very disrespectful. You know, when you talk about black men, y'all should do this, other. That's the European-minded Caribbean and whatnot. She's a Negropean. And that's how they talk. And they blend into our Pan-African circles to cause division. This is why I'm telling you, with this ADOS FBA, you people are playing with fire. You know? And that's why I have to get up here and check this right there. Yes, we have this criticism for African Americans. The way you go about it, antagonizing these people out here with the ADOS FBA is gonna destroy us. You know, and it's getting out of hand. That's what I had to say.
Well, can I just respond to that right quick? Because to that point, and a little to Uhuru's point, there is this thing where people are saying, well, ADOS and FBA, but those organizations really should be unlinked. They're not the same. But when you look at ADOS, Yvette Carnell did a whole video talking about Clarence Thomas. Somebody said that ADOS doesn't have the same fire for Clarence Thomas. Yes, they did a whole video on him. And Yvette Carnell got in trouble early on because she was calling out a whole bunch of black people, and people were saying, well, why does it seem like you only go in on black people? She called out when you look at Antonio Moore in his Decadent Veil series, all he does is talk about, black entertainers and how they're used for social engineering foolishness. Yvette Carnell has talked about shoehorning on politics, the way that LGBTQ, the organizations shoehorn on black policies and politics, how black people are often used as attack dogs for other groups of people, and they receive the least from their work. She talked about how the CBC went down to the Supreme Court steps in order to fight for DACA, and they left when the ruling for that 1866 constitutional amendment. So people pick and choose what videos of Yvette in order to highlight so that they can find a reason to be mad at her. But
hey, bro, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Yvette got that from listening to me, Dinas, and all these other people. We were saying that for years. When she was on Breaking Brown, she wasn't saying all that. She wasn't really.
Hey, Kyla, can you do me a favor? Hold on, Rob. Hold on. Kyla, can you, whatever, is there a TV in the background that's playing, or?
Oh, no, I'm in a restaurant. I'll mute myself when I go outside. I'll come back on when I come outside.
Okay, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, Dynas, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, I really appreciate the talking points here. I think the problem is we need to have more mutual respect amongst each other, whether it's Africans, whether it's the immigrants or the African Americans, ADOS, FBA, whatever you are. We just need mutual respect. And honestly, I think it's about time that we start talking more about building a community. Like we need to start talking about building the communities back up. It's all this, yeah, it's okay to have this banter and disagree and to agree to disagree and all this stuff. But we need to start talking about, okay, let's build these corporations. We need real corporations. We need to build things. We need to build things to build up our community. And right now, all we're doing, which we've been doing for years, is just argue amongst each other. And if you go to Africa, it's the same thing. People just going back and forth, arguing with each other. And it's not taking anybody anywhere. The real problem is we're not sitting down and saying, let's build things up. Rather, what we keep doing as Black people in general is looking for ways to one up the next Black person. We just keep tearing each other down like crabs in a barrel. And it's just, it's a complete waste of time. We're not doing each other a favor. We're not doing the future generations a favor. We're just destroying each other and wasting our times. I was listening to the brother earlier talking about 40 million aborted Black babies. I doubt that number because the last time I looked at the aborted babies for 2021 is about 600,000. And out of that 600 plus thousand, 38% was Black women. If you run the numbers, that's roughly, that's close to 300,000 Black babies aborted last year alone. And when you think about it, and you think about, okay, let's say you go to the hoods and you talk about the shootings and the Black on Black crime, I can almost guarantee you Black on Black crime last year was less than 300,000. So essentially what you're telling me is that the Black women aborted more women, more babies than Black on Black crime last year. And, yeah, some people gonna say, oh, well, it could be ectopic pregnancies. It could be this. It could be. Are you telling me that
It's 1%. What these people are doing, they're using the extreme to justify dysfunction. It's rape, ectopic pregnancy, and all this other stuff. It's like 2%.
Yeah. And so, okay, let's be generous and let's say 10%, right? 10%. That's 30,000 out of the 300,000. So you still have roughly 270,000 babies aborted last year, Black babies. And I don't, I love my sisters, but I gotta say we need to hold our sisters accountable. Sisters, you need to hold each other accountable as well. How do you abort 270,000 babies? You are freaking committing more murders than this same Pookies and Ray Rays that you complain about in the streets. You're doing more. You're doing way worse than they are. Just because it was easy to simply just go to the doctor and have, and it's disgusting too. It's nasty. I mean, I've never seen an abortion in person, but from the videos I've seen, it's nasty. It's disgusting. And it's even dangerous. So this is a mess. Black women are a mess. Black men are a mess. We need to work with each other. Sisters, hold your sisters accountable. Brothers, hold your brothers accountable. We need to start what we need to do now is talk about, we need to start building a community. And not just one community, several communities across the country, across several continents. We need to start talking about how when we come together as Black people, we show love and respect for each other. And if we see our brothers and sisters acting in immoral ways, if you see a little, your sister, your cousin or whatever, twerking in the middle of the street or in a freaking restaurant, everybody should turn around and be like, look, this is not the place to twerk. You could do that at a club in the middle of the night, or you could do that in your bedroom or whatever. But
bro, listen, Rob or JD, that's you speaking.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Did you see the video of the brother who owned the restaurant in Dallas? Do you remember that
Yeah,
video?
yeah, I saw that last year. Yeah.
But that's the thing. Gas him up was saying, there's no control in our community. They attacked that man.
Yeah, I saw
So
that.
that's the problem. It's just right now, Black America is just we're dysfunctional as hell. Like they attacked that man for him saying, "Listen, this is my restaurant. Can y'all not please twerk on my couches?" They
Yeah.
attacked him.
I think that is a matter for leadership in the Black American community. And from my vantage point in Africa, watching the Black African American community, I always thought they had a community. They went to these churches and they go from there to vote and all kinds of, you hear about some organization like NAACP or something like that. So, but somehow recently that seems to have died down and there doesn't seem to be any direction. And that's from what I see from outside. That's what I see. I don't see any leader that is standing out in the community, not even like 3 at a time that stands out that the people truly trust. You don't have that. And I feel like that is a problem not only in African American community, it's everywhere. Nigerian men have been engaging with Nigerian men in debates, and you can hear the frustration in their voices. Many of them are overseas, some of them are in America, and some of them are crying on the phone because of anger. These are men crying on the phone because of frustrations of how their countries have been run. And our communities worldwide is stressed because of the whole yoke of suffering that has been heaped on us. We can say, okay, the African American women are having abortion and the Nigerian women are doing their own thing there. The men, you don't even get me started. They have a whole continent to themselves. They can't figure out a way to defend themselves. So these are things that we have to start fixing. And I think the true way to fix this problem, because it has mutated to a point whereby this stuff is international now, we have to deal with it internationally. We have to cooperate with each other. We are trying to do that. You can see signs of that. But I feel like, from what I see, the signs are that our rivals are moving faster than we are. And we have to realize that the dynamics is not in our favor right now. And we need to start moving deliberately. Because this suffering will carry on. We are going to pass it to the next generation. I can't bear it. I really can't bear it. And things are moving very quickly these days. Before you know it, within the next 10 to 20 years, the new world order will settle. It will settle. We like it or not, that's what's going to happen. The Chinese, the Indians, and the Americans, and the British, they will find a way to resolve their differences, and then who will be on the dining table if we don't get ourselves out of there? That is a terrible state of affairs that we are in. They just discovered $12 trillion worth of gold in Uganda, not to mention the mountain of gold they found in Congo the other day. We have a great inheritance. We need to learn how to tap into these things. I hear some good things coming from Africa, but I still see some very, very serious signs of problems. And I can't watch African Americans, which are some of the strongest groups among us, be disorganized at this stage. This is a critical time to be organized. I don't know how you are going to do it. I can't tell you how you are going to do it, but you guys know your people. You know how to elevate your leaders that you trust. Please do that, because we in Nigeria are working hard. Right now, Nigerians are working hard to try to get a good leader themselves, because we all know we are in a mess.
So to that point though, so this is what I'm trying to say as well. We're talking about improving the entire Black race, the entire Black, not just America, we're talking about in Africa, Europe, the entire Black race across the world. And to be quite frank, from what everybody I've talked to about is the one country that kind of holds the key to the entire Black race's improvement is Nigeria. Because that is the one single Black country with the highest population of Black people. And let it be known, everybody running to Ghana, running to Rwanda, yeah, these are great countries. They look beautiful and everything, But I'll tell all of y'all this right now. If we don't work on Nigeria, If we do not improve Nigeria, the black race will never go anywhere. Mark my word. If we, as black people, black Africans, whatever, across the world, do not improve Nigeria, the whole of black people in the world will never improve, because that is the key. That is the largest population.
Sorry for interrupting. Someone was saying that African Americans can only control themselves. See, yes, they can control themselves, but they also have access to the internet. They also can travel. They go see the voice of African Americans. You know how important it is on the continent, because they have had contact with the true rivals. The Continentals, by and large, their psyche doesn't enable them, and because they don't have direct contact with Europeans or Asians or stuff like that, they don't understand the dynamics of what the true nature of the world is. They don't even understand. They think they have security. They don't know they don't. They don't understand that their safety is being guaranteed by powers outside their country. They don't understand those things. But African Americans have had contact with these people. Jamaicans have had contact with these people. So their voices, if you are in the continent now, you are approaching the Continentals and telling them, you know what, that thing you are doing is not going to be a good idea. We are seeing African countries joining the Commonwealth till today. Togo is looking to join the Commonwealth. Gabon is looking to join the Commonwealth. As if it's not the other direction we should be traveling. That kind of knowledge, the reason why they are able to do that is because the people don't know any better. Who will tell them? If fellow Africans tell them, we are far in between. We are not even organized as a people. This is a problem. We have to start figuring out a way to organize ourselves to get things done. And for me, on the case of Nigeria, the way I'm focusing on it is that the people should be making demands from their leaders. Maybe that is something the African American community can be doing too. They have to be making real demands from them.
To Niger, there are no leaders.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter. You know, Buhari was a leader when NSAS happened, and he gave them everything they wanted. Buhari was a president
in America, because
he gave them everything they wanted.
To Niger, they're talking about the because everything you said, most people I'm sure agree, but they're talking about because the title of the conversation is expecting more from African immigrants as opposed to the FBA, ADOS, or whatever that's on this continent in the US. The point is that it's like nobody, it's a sobering fact, but there are no leaders. There is no leadership. Yvette Carnell is not a leader, because Yvette Carnell cannot go into the places that she needs to go to affect change. These are internet people. They can only rally the troops on the internet or online. They can't go to where they're going to effectively make proper change and create proper discourse for community and political movements and economic movements. There is no leadership. It's like nobody wants to admit that the emperor has no clothes.
And part of the problem may be because of what Brandon often said, was that some people have resigned their faith to integrating with the other communities, which is something I would like to highlight. Is more akin to a wood chopper, where you have, you are pushing the wood in and it is chopping you up slowly. And that is what is happening. They will grind our genetic heritage out, and because the way it happens is it's not happening on an equal basis. They are filtering you out. Eventually, that's what is happening, and you are going to end up as the Neanderthals that have 2% of the genes out there. That is how it happens. When one side is stressed and the other side is stronger, and you are integrating, they will filter you out. That's what happens. This is death in slow motion.
Listen, to Niger, unfortunately, I think in the next 20 years, everybody's going to look like Steph Curry.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Linnell White, go ahead and unmute yourself, bro. Linnell, go ahead, Linnell.
How you doing, Dynast? Thanks for having me, buddy. Man, this is an amazing discussion. I'm just sitting back listening to all these ideas. I feel like earlier gassed him up. I like what he said about blacks identifying not necessarily what the collective wants to do, because the collective doesn't really know what they want. Like, as an African American, I feel like we're so separated. We have our own agendas. Our focus is usually on ourselves. on our individual families and moving up. And a lot of times that means leaving whatever community we started in and moving into a white community. I don't know that we know enough about international politics and the diaspora in general and what others are going through in the diaspora to really lend a knowledge and contribute to the betterment of the overall community. But I feel like for the ones that do want to help and create to create more power and more cohesion among the diaspora, we need to identify what group and what politics and what kind of government and what kind of direction that we want to go in, instead of trying to get everybody together and say, okay, we need to all be on one page. That's never going to happen. We need to figure out who the team is, kind of like what you're saying earlier, Dynast, who the team's going to be, what our needs are, and then figure out a way to move forward, whether that means to create something in one of the African nations, or whether that means to, come up with a plan for, some kind of movement in America where, we can kind of stake our claim and build our economy and maybe trade with the broader diaspora. But I just feel like we need to take all these collective ideas that we have and figure out who's going to be on the team and identify our needs and what our plan is, and then move forward from there.
Dennis, I want to ask him a question when he's done.
I'm good. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna say something radical, going along the sports analogy that Dinah said. Now, with all teams doing scrimmages, right? It's not a problem when you have, for example, the New England Patriots, right? Alabama has Roll Tide. Everybody's proud, and the New England defense would be different than the San Francisco defense or whatever. I don't care too much about football sports, to care about it. But, so you can tell I don't know that much, but I know they have shotgun offense and they have the New England style and the whatever style, West Coast style. Who cares? Who knows? But each region, each team has a distinct and separate identity. So perhaps something radical may be the end of blackness. Because if you think, what is blackness, right? There's a great writer you can read, Walter Mignolo from Argentina. He talks about the idea of Latin America. I don't want to get into that, but you can Google it. This concept of blackness is a mass concept. It's something that is given to you by the powers that be, and they say blackness. But there is no, again, rest in peace, Grandmaster Amirdynast. There is no cultural concept. And what do I mean by that? I'm not saying that black people don't have cultural remnants or cultural things. I'm saying that the most significant part of culture, which involves hierarchy and control, in my opinion, is missing. So in order to create this new football team or teams, these new football teams, you're going to have to get rid of blackness and say, we are now the, whatever group. And that's why I have no problem with the whatever you want to be, Niji, Blackfoot, Turtle Island, create it. But you have to have control. You have to have, just like the Jewish people in America have.
Right. I like what you're saying. Gas them up real quick. I love what you're saying, because initially in the United States, we were given a name by white society. We were given where we're going to live, what we're going to do, where we could go, who we were. They told us who we were and took away what was, original to us, our language, our culture, our customs, our traditions. They said, this is who you guys are, right? And because they control the media, we bought into it, and we said, okay, this is who we are. And eventually we fought back. We forged an identity. We began to create these little clusters and communities, and we got these sections of power that benefited some of us, but obviously not the masses.
One second, Linnell. Hey, Kyle, I muted you because there's wind.
Okay, let me go. Hold on. Let me go. I was like, that was Brandon's show last.
Go ahead, Linnell.
So I'm gonna make my point. So whenever a people can create this image of who you are, you don't have power to identify you don't have power to self-determine. So the whole idea of blackness, I like what you said, Agassimup. When you have this idea of blackness, and growing up, we're taught, we're black, we should be proud, or we're African American, or whatever. But whenever somebody else can tell you what you are, they can then control people who look like you and have everyone buy into that.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So that's
just like Harry Potter. They name you and they control you.
That's exactly right. So when you have people, so when you have Cardi B's and you have a lot of these pop culture blacks who are doing things making Black Americans look bad to the whole world,
now you can't separate yourself from them.
That's exactly right.
Hesitate. Let me ask you a question. Ask you a question, right? At one time, we used to have control over our media. We had Ebony magazine, we had Jet magazine, and stuff like that. Somebody had the idea, right? Somebody had the idea that's too boring. That's too, you guys are out of date. Look, I went through this back in the 90s, right? When I was formed the Colin Nation back then, right? People said, "Oh, that's gonna fade out, man. Nobody's into all that and everything." I said, "Look, we got to basically stick to our culture, because if we don't, right there, that was right around the time where we had Vibe magazine." And so I said, these aren't black magazines. Why? Because they're talking about a bunch of shit that's negative and is not really should be emphasized in our culture. We should be focusing on African culture, our African roots and stuff like that. Let hip hop and all that stuff like that reflect who we are as a people. But back then, you couldn't tell people anything, right? Oh, no, that's okay. Just anything goes. You can rap. Nobody wants to hear about the struggle no more. Everybody want to hear about Bentleys. Everybody want to hear about.
Nobody want to hear that bullshit, Sharif.
Nobody wants to hear that. Remember, Yasmo, you're young, but do you remember Heather B? Remember the rapper Heather B?
Yeah, I know Heather B.
I think she was part of Arrested Development, wasn't she? She was part of Arrested Development. She was part of Arrested Development, right? And she was on The Real World, right? She made a song called 5 o'clock in the morning. Remember that, right? 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah.
Yo, but guess what? Luke Campbell comes around, right? And says, yo, where you going to be 5 o'clock in the morning? He's thinking like, we're going to be on the street hustling as a hit back, And then everybody basically hated that group, Arrested Development. They said, oh, man, we don't want to hear that and everything. And this is where we're at right now. So what I'm telling immigrant people was this. You guys don't understand. There was a war going on in Black America, right? The bad won, right? But instead of you recognizing that, right? They say, yeah, these guys were doing a lot of things. Look at the culture. They don't want to do that. They take the white supremacy talking points. The African Americans is lazy and no good and run with it. And this is what I'm pushing back against. Me personally, when somebody tells me something negative about another African person, a black person, I'm gonna go find out the truth for myself. Why? Because I'll take the time to go to a library and learn about my people over there. I say, okay, I learned about the people in Congo. What's going on in Congo? They're not savages. I understand the country and everything. When Laurent Kabila was trying to overthrow Mobutu, I didn't know who this guy was. The media, this guy in the Congo and whatnot, he's another Idi Amin. I learned about who this guy was, man. He was a singer and everything, lived in the Congo. Now it's time to take his country back. I said, okay, I did a research myself. I give my people the benefit of the doubt. That's what you do when you love somebody. When you love
Colin,
your race,
right.
you give them the benefit of the doubt.
Colin, if you're an immigrant coming to try to make money as hard as you can, working the graveyard shift to send money back home in Liberia, it's no excuse, but let's be real. If black people in America ain't going to Liberia, you expect that guy who's trying to send money back home to Liberia to go to Liberia? Keep it real, Colin.
I'm trying. Yeah, I know this, but like I said, and I got protection from my Liberian peoples. I love my Liberian people. Nobody don't say anything about Liberians to me. I love my Liberian people. But the whole thing is this: Liberians, out of any other group of black people, right? They understand African Americans for some strange reason, right? They understand. Yeah, you got your Pookies and you got the exceptional. They look at the exceptional black people, right? That did so much in this country, right? As a reference of Black America, right? Because their country is based on the best of Black America was. So when they come to America and they see the stuff, like, they understand there's racism in America, right? And the other thing people say, why there's ghettos in America? First of all, if there's not going to be two Americas, right? White people do not want millions of black people in their communities. They do this benign neglect and containment. So the bottom line is, when you see black people in Section 8 and everything, and you look down on them and everything, there's a reason for that. Because you as an immigrant, me as a black person, can live in this white area or this mixed area, white area, and somebody has to pay the price. Somebody, and the price is the black underclass. Now the black middle class and the black well-to-do people, we're beating up on these group of people saying, why aren't y'all doing this? Why aren't y'all doing this in LA? But the bottom line is this: unless there's a revolution in this country and you take power from the people that run this country and everything, there's always going to be a black underclass. There's always going to be a white underclass. But the whole thing is this: we basically, when these people tell me, I came to this country, but like Chrissy and this other girl talk about, I came to this country, they act like America is this perfect country and everything. You only getting the crumbs and the excess of American society. And there's still going to be people that's never going to be let into the mainstream. And that's the I hate that term, Black American.
I think Chrissy's and serving immigration's point is, all right, if they could come to America and get access to, I guess.
Yeah, but Dynast, they only do.
You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish.
Right.
Thank you. All right. Then why is this underclass? Why are they still? Why you have generations and generations of people of this underclass still on Section 8, still in the projects? I mean, we did the story on Jay-Z.
Okay. Let me say this.
I'm just tired of us blaming the white man for everything.
What about the slums in Africa? What about the people who are doing the same thing in the ghettos in Nigeria? You go to Lagos Island, you go to Mushin, you go to Ajogun, you got the same ghetto shit.
Well,
every civilization got the ghetto,
but you're correct. But to observing immigrant and Chrissy's point, you got subsidies here in America.
Yeah, but the whole thing heads a problem. Heads a problem, right? Black America, right? Now, those you got to admit for yourself. There's this video that I think I sent you, right? Called "Being the Perfect Black," right? Being the perfect black. And this one lady, this light-skinned chick said she was a perfect black, right? That means that when you live, and I know for myself, I do it myself too. Even though I'm a business owner, right? There's a certain way I know that I gotta speak and act around white people, right? I gotta act, I gotta talk this way, I gotta act professional, everything. I gotta be better than the other black. My brother and I got invited to the city of Chesapeake to do a thing on healthcare and Medicare on the 9th of July, right? We're gonna be there. The mayor's gonna be there. Bobby Scott, the Congress gonna be there, stuff like that, like we did last year. Bottom line is this: I know for a fact they're gonna say these are the perfect two Negroes. Look how well dressed they are. That's the role we play. But the thing is, though, every group of people have their blacknecks, their rednecks, their underclass. The white people have their white trash and everything like that. They got a place for them. We don't have a place for our people who can't assimilate and get along with white people because they're not going to get along with white people. So what do we do with them? We can't hate. These are our people. We can't hate them.
Well, Nas said. Remember, Nas said he wants to open every jail in Africa and send them to Attica. I mean, every jail in Attica and send them to Africa.
I would love to build a nation in Africa for my people that don't have to go through this no more, where they can be loved by their people. When we don't have to hate them anymore. We can say, hey, here's a fresh start in a land of your own. That's why I say the nation building process is vital, because nobody has the answer. Reparations is not the answer. Integration is not the answer. The black immigrants come over here. Yeah, you're coming from a different situation. You can fit in, just like black middle class people, right? But there's a whole horde of black people who are not going to ever be assimilated into American society, and that's just a fact.
Yeah, I would like to respond.
Why are you putting the burden of this discussion on black immigrants? The solution, as you point out,
I didn't put the burden of the thing.
Well, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Let's do this. Let Chrissy respond, and please we'll pass it to you. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Yes. So I would like to respond to what Kala said. Throughout my time on this podcast, I in no way condoned or promoted or advocated tearing down Black Americans. The topic of this podcast is FBA holding Black immigrants to a different standard. I spoke within that realm. During my time here, I also said that in the 60s and so forth, in reality, Black Americans are supposed to be if you want to think of the leaders of the race. I'm a Jamaican saying this because they are the richest Black people on the richest country, more access to resources than the rest of us around the world. I'm sorry, my son is coming in.
Yeah, that's a problem, right? We took on this mantle before we got freedom, before we even decided that we want to be Americans. That's another thing people keep saying, they're the leaders. How do you know that Black people in America, right? And I know this because my grandfather came from the South and everything. Kind of said that he was a Garveyite, you know? He said like this. He said, you know what we did? We built our own Africa in our communities. We at one time America needed us post World War II, and we need us. So what we did, we built America. There will be
Right.
no America if it wasn't for Black America.
Agreed.
Detroit,
Agreed completely.
Detroit, and hold on. Let me say this right. Pittsburgh, New York City, the longshoremen. It was black, hardworking, strong, the strongest black men on a planet built America. This was like this. So therefore, those people right here, the next generation was supposed to be the Gen Xer is the ones that first time that went to college, right? It was new to us, right? Even though we had black HBCUs, it wasn't until Bill Cosby made the movie Different World, right? He said that black people really took a large interest in college. We started having Greek Fest and stuff like that. We started getting black college. We didn't know what we were going to do with it, right? Because the thing was, when you go to college, that means you were going to work for white corporate America. And a lot of my friends work for white corporate America. They're miserable, And a lot of them are Pan-Africans. They went to the continent and everything. They went to there's a lot of things. If you study African American culture, what that means that okay, when you do all the things, just say and do all the things America says that you do. That means get a college and get like that, play their game, play their gradualism game. And the people, a lot of black people on one hand, because it's not interpreted, is saying, something, fuck this. I just want to kick it. I want to smoke weed. I want to do stuff like that. And they reject it. It's no different than any other culture, like the Chinese, anything, where you have wayward and people that don't believe things. The Japanese had their nigga moments, right? When Japan was got rid of samurai and they would become a modern republic, Japan had their niggerism all over the country. People drinking. So there's nothing different that Black America is doing to any other people. We're not indifferent.
I understand, and I agree. I agree. We were talking in the context of this conversation. Okay, so that is where that comes. The idea that Black immigrants are not on code and so forth.
Let's check this out. We Black people in America, this is not the 80s, 60s, 80s, whatnot. Black America, the code of Black America is fuck shit.
Okay,
gangs, it's like you don't want to be on code with the stuff that's going on. That's taking on Black America. Black America's in a serious moral decline. You're watching your people.
Colin, that's the point. So when
I wanna
when ADOS and FBA or whatever say, oh, these immigrants need to get on code. Like
there is no code. The ADOS and FBA, let me say this right, is the last dying thing of a dying people pride. That's all it is. When you look at the I really feel sorry for them. Because all they have is, like I said, we lost. And in the last election, we really lost, right? And so Black America is fading into obscurity, despite the fact they have money and everything, on a world stage, right? The Black people in America could be the most powerful group of people on the planet if they wanted to. But they basically are so in fear of the Democrats, so fear of the Republicans, and the point I'm trying to make is this. Out of any group of people, they're so trying to be American. Right? If Black people in America say, something, we're loved ourselves and become a nation, and we want to align ourselves with the independent and thought of themselves as a nation, like the Nation of Islam, independently, we're not Americans, we're a minority group, we want that status, like Malcolm X talked about, human rights status and observer status in the UN, where we can have our own international organization protect us. America basically don't want that. America want us thinking like we're Americans so they can have control over us. We said 45 million people said we don't want to be Americans, we want to be a special class of America. Then America has to deal with it a separate way.
Kala, have you seen? Have anybody of you guys seen Muhammad Ali's was it great grandson, the Italian kid?
Yeah, he looks like he's white.
Now here's the thing. In my opinion, my little conspiracy, I think that's the end result that they want Black America to become. They want that or Steph Curry. They want a bunch of Klay Thompson, Steph Currys, and that Muhammad Ali's grandson running around. You got like 1/15 quarter blackness in you or whatever, and that's good enough.
Gasper, I'm glad you brought that up because there's a new term now called the light skins. In other words, basically, I heard a white girl talk. They call it the light skins. They call people like Steph Curry. They're not African American no more, right? They're the light skins. In other words, if you pass for light skin and whatnot, you're part of this light skin. They could date you, and you could mix with white people.
So that's like the colors in South Africa.
Yeah, that's what's going on now. Watch TikTok a little bit, It's on the Gen Z, among the Gen Z, the light skins. That means
but again,
back in the day, the light skinned brother was just black, right? Now white people come in. Oh no, he's not black. He's a light skin.
So basically, everything you said is true, but I think with what the sister was saying and what everybody else has been saying to the ADOS, FBA people is, and Dynasty saying it, how is it that they're asking immigrants to come here and be on code when
guys,
there's
let
no
me say this.
code?
The ADOS FBA got Tariq and a couple of people and whatnot. These people are irrelevant. They have no following. You know, the average black person in America don't know who the fuck ADOS FBA is. I only think 3% of black America know what an ADOS FBA is. You know, and so the bottom line, yeah, we get triggered by these people on social media, but they really have no power influence. You know, you can't get on code with a community that's and sick. If you see your people sick in Black America, as much as I love African Americans, we are sick people.
All right,
You know,
so
but I
so
don't want
Carla,
people
so
beating
Carla,
up,
so Carla,
beating us,
so
beating us up
Carla, real
though.
quick, Carla, let me interject real quick. So, from everything you're saying, why are you upset at observing immigration for what she said?
No, this is what I'm saying. What she was saying was this. She's talking about the whole entire black African American. There's black people in America, right, who work, own houses. And when I live in Virginia, right, black people run the state, you know, for the most part, you know, high echelons, business, everything, you know, every aspect of Virginia. This is the oldest black community in North America here in Virginia, you know, and you see it. Black people have land and everything. You people don't black people own whole city blocks here and stuff like that. They got a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on in Black America. There's a lot of problems and everything. But what she's doing is being dismissive of all the success Black America has. We have a lot of success in Black America, right? That we like this. We have the largest black middle class in the world. You know, we earn more money than any other black people in the world. We have more education. We have the only black people that produce inventors, scientists, and all stuff like that. So basically, what she just went fail swoop was, oh, she's gonna compare Barbados to Black America. Are you kidding me? That little poor island to what Black America did. Sidney Poitier came from the Barbados. Where did he come from? He did like the
Sydney
Bahamas,
Poitier is
whatever,
from
like that.
Bahamas.
In
Came
Bahamas,
from
he come from the
Nassau,
Bahamas. He
Bahamas.
come from the Bahamas. He come there and he's like he became African American. You know, and that's what people want. And I'm like this: when you come to a country, now I understand Black America is not the Black America of the '60s, right? I understand that. No, and instead of them saying, "Yeah, there's a certain Black culture I don't want to be part of," right? They basically take 45 million, and Black people, majority of Black people don't even know we're having this conversation. If they knew that people thought of them, you're dismissing all their hard work. Them sending their kids off to college, right? I see it all the time. This is college graduation time. They go graduation parties all over the place, you know. Black America is you got places in North Carolina, there's black communities that are thriving, you know, all here in the eastern United States. But when you just make one fell swoop, that's what the Ku Klux Klan do. There's no such thing as a black educated man. Every black man, there's no such
Carla,
thing as a
what
black man who's
percentage of
married.
people fall under your observation?
I would say, like I said, see, this is
Hold
what
on,
you're
hold on,
saying.
Miss Carla, hold on, hold on.
What you're trying to do is like this. I'm telling you, this is how it is. The majority of black people. I
I
live in
lived in
Virginia Beach.
Virginia, so I'm
Yeah.
asking you for sure.
Hold on. Virginia Beach is a middle class city, right? With 25% black population. All the black people, and it's the second largest. It's the largest city in Virginia, right? So the black community, I'm going by reference to Chesapeake. We got whole black areas and everything. I'm going by where I live at, you know, in Maryland and everything.
Okay, but I
So,
lived
so,
in
so,
Virginia for 9 years. I don't know what you're talking about.
I got the numbers. So that's a
No,
you're muted, Crypto.
There's an echo. Hold on, let me unmute. There's an echo when Crypto Black came on. Hold on 1 second. All right, go ahead, Crypto Black.
What's going on, y'all?
I mean,
So, so Kyle, what's up, everybody?
What's up, man? We will defend Black America. Make no mistake of that. You know, we will defend our community.
I'm Pan African. I mean, everybody. I was just in Africa in April. So, you know, I think the thing is what happened was this whole big fight. You got the you know, what's going on with you know, with what's her name, Yvette Cornell and all that stuff. And then when Clubhouse came out in 2020, into 2020, the whole COVID thing, and everybody was shut down. Man, yo, I would be on Clubhouse, and you would hear so many black immigrant groups. You know, it's both sides, both sides have problems, and I'm gonna keep it real. But you will go on Clubhouse, and man, I would hear how black immigrant groups will make, you know, they would be Nigerians, it'd be Ghanaians, it'd be Somalis, even Somalis to this day. They got groups where they just tear down black, you know, African Americans.
Bro, the ignorance goes both ways. Come on.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but black, you don't see Black America didn't start this. They didn't start this. ADOS and the FBA is a reaction to this. I will give them.
It's both. It's both. I mean, it is ridiculous. Now
Listen. I've been waiting to get on. Let me just say one thing. One thing.
It's my first time talking.
One thing.
Hold on. Time out. I was waiting too.
Go ahead.
I just got on. So when people come and they say people fight. For one thing, black people all together, we're not a monolith, and two, we're just tribal people. It is what it is. That's how we're gonna be to the end of times. I understand that. You got to get enough people on board to say, listen, you know what? We're gonna squash that. Let's build something together. Now, the thing is, what's put out to the world, which I think is very dangerous, is that people are thinking African Americans just violent. I mean, when I went to synagogue, I had to tell one of the brothers, he's like, man, what's going on, man? What's going on? You know, I was like, yo, that's not everybody. Every African American, every black American, they're not just going out to shoot and killing everybody. You know what I mean? So you got to educate them when I go on the continent, which is, it makes me mad because I got to defend that. Now, the people that don't know and people that need to be educated, this is from blackdemographics.com, where a company actually focuses on black African Americans and their demographics, on education, everything like that. When you're looking at poverty, the average American poverty is 10%. African American is 19%. So this whole notion of all black Americans is poor. I live in a very nice upper middle class African American community, and I pick it specifically. That's the town I wanted my son to grow up.
Same here, same with me.
Yeah, and this is what I want my son to see. And I grew up in a middle class African American community, actually the oldest black community in the country that was actually developed in the 1700s. And which is called Goldtown, New Jersey, and you guys can look that up. But the thing is, when you're looking at the middle class America is 45%. African American makes up is 36%. So if America is 45%, African American is just 9% of those numbers, and working class is of America is 21%, and African American exceed that at 25%. So average Americans working class is 21%. African Americans is 25%, which exceeds the working class of your average American. We have to stop this notion of telling the world that African Americans are dumbed down, just no good for nothing people.
I agree. I agree. And crypto, it's hurting the Pan African cause too. Because of people like this. If you can't do nothing in America, why y'all coming over here?
Tyler, hold on. After crypto, it's gonna be peasy. But go ahead, crypto. Let me know.
So, because the thing, and what that does is it hurts because let's just say, for example, if I go to Africa, and they're thinking we're just these no good for nothing people, right? And we're just shooting and killing. They don't know we're gonna pull a knife out and stab them in the neck because we don't like what they charge us. You know what I mean? For some beads, it's not good. We can't do any business like that. You know what I'm saying? So I think we have an education. The numbers is good with us. We're growing as well. I can throw the numbers out there. I don't want to do this whole thing. I just say just go to blackdemographics.com. You know what I mean? You'll see those numbers for yourself. I think it's just that we're being portrayed as these no good for nothing. Now, politically, we have to get better with that. You know what I mean? But as economically, obviously the wealth that gotta get closed. But we're not doing as like just these downtrodden people that everybody just think we are. You know what I mean? Because the numbers don't show that. And I yield.
All right, go ahead, Peasy.
Oh, thank you, bro. And thank you, panel, for the discussion. One of the things we need to do, folks, is we need to repair the disconnect between our black academics and conversations like what we're having now. Because information exists in abundance about where we are as a collective blackened people historically over the last 500 years, where we've been and where we're going, okay? That information exists, okay? Now, one of the things we need to do is make ourselves open to receiving these facts and the information that's available to all of us. Number one, this idea that black immigrants are somehow foreign to black America. That is a fallacy. Oh, it has been since the transportation revolution in the 19th century.
As soon as we were able to travel by ships voluntarily, later on by other methods, steamship, airplane, blacks of around the globe have been coming into and out of America. So this idea that Black America is suffering, this universe, this singular experience, it's not foreign to Black immigrants from the Caribbean, or even Black immigrants who come from Africa more recently. We become Black American as soon as we step off the ship. We are of the Black American community. Okay? And this is a big point that this conversation is overlooking. Mary C. Waters from Harvard University, a white woman, she has a book written on what happens to Black immigrants when they come here into the United States. How long before they lose all vestiges of whatever nationality they may still be even clinging on? The police, when they pull over, and I hate to use this, pull over a Black man for driving a BMW, they don't give a damn if he's from Nigeria, Jamaica, and South Carolina, Florida. And I know we've heard this analogy before, but it's something we need to remind ourselves of, right? And make these connections, because guys, there are things building up, like the brother Tu Niger pointed out, where we are becoming obscure. Okay, we're being purposely obscured in the global marketplace of ideas, in the global marketplace of power. Okay, and we need to make our move, and the only way we're going to do that is together going forward.
Yeah, what you said was, is the wind blowing, Diane? Is the wind blowing? You hear it? Okay.
Oh, my bad. I have a fan on. So.
You good? Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So what Crypto was saying was absolutely right, and stuff like that. The whole thing is, you cannot talk about anything if you're basically coming from a position of dismissing Black America, their success, right? Crypto lives in a Black middle class community. I live in a community where my neighborhood, I got 6 Black millionaires in my neighborhood. 6 Black millionaires. They'll go flashing on YouTube and stuff like this. There's guys that own businesses and everything here. And one night say, "Hey, how you doing?" They're walking the dog, whatever like that. In my neighborhood, there's 2.5 million Black men in the upper income bracket in America. 65% of African American males are middle class, right? I think it's one of the highest of any demographic group. Unfortunately, the problem in Black America is the marriage gap. There's a large number of single homes. That's because the divestment movement. I don't need a man by myself and everything, but that can be fixed overnight. If that happens, the Black medium household income would double and triple. So these things. Immigrants, when they come over here, they got their family tax, they believe in marriage and whatnot, they believe in all those basic things. Black America has been spoiled, right? We don't want to go back to it. We went to Compton, right? It should have been a middle class city. We turned that shit out. Why? Because we got money and we didn't know what to do with it. We had money and we started partying, doing drugs, and then we started buying other drugs to sell more drugs and everything. And so society went, our culture went to chaos. It's no different than all these towns that white people came in, they failed, the boom towns failed, the people moved on, the abandoned towns, everything. So Black America essentially are being American. Now immigrants come over here with their culture and the values and everything. We're gonna go to school, do the right thing. You're gonna marry that girl, build a family, everything. All immigrants do that, right? Indians, they still got arranged marriage. They got all these things like this and everything. And all these things that are, when you're given the right proper context of America, they're able to succeed. But Black America, what are they telling Black women? Oh, Lori Harvey, she's too young to get married. She's too young. Go out there and do your thing and everything like that. Black men out here, you want to go out here and party and stuff like that. This is the culture. Oh, it's the culture. It's not that we're bad people. We're not a bad people. It's just that, it's what it is.
But I would challenge the notion that Black immigrants are uniquely the ones making that known to the world. That is simply not the case. And it has not been historically.
No. What I'm saying, check this out, PZ. This is what I'm saying. Now everybody, this is the elephant in the room is Black African American dysfunction in America, right? And so even though when immigrant commits a crime, right, and it automatically falls on the bill of African American. We get the bill, because people will say like this. It could be a Jamaican that commits a shooting. A guy shot nobody out of nowhere in the subway a couple of weeks ago, right? A guy just shot this guy in the subway. We don't know if he's an immigrant, whatever, but it gets tacked onto the African American bill because America has a vested interest, like they did with the Irish that came over here. It's to betray these immigrants. There's hard work and everything to discredit Black America. And the whole thing, they do that in New York because Black African Americans is in competition with white liberals, power structure, all that. So what they do is they use Hispanics, they use all these people as like, oh, these people are doing well. Well, you're the only ones complaining. These immigrants are falling right in line. You know, it's an old game of divide and conquer. And the bottom line is, a lot of our black brothers and immigrants, when they see that, but they say they can. And I don't blame them because they're coming from poor, desperate countries, right? If the white man's going to give them a leg up and everything, and you know, I would take it to it. If I was from Jamaica, right, and all I have to do is just distance myself from Black America and not do that struggle, I'll do it, you know, just to survive, man. It's, you know, it's what it is.
Well, College, the thing is though, what a lot of people don't bring up, like I hear Gaston, we kept saying, "Oh yeah, they come over here, this and that, and they stay away from that." But the second,
no, say what I said. Say exactly what I said. Don't misquote me.
Oh, you said that they come over here and they just separate and they say, "I don't want to be with the buffoonery," basically. But what happens is when that next generation,
After they come here a while.
yeah, and that next generation, when they've been here for a while, they're citizens. I hear a lot of people say, "Oh, well, when they come, you know, we don't want to fight," and I understand that, and I agree with that 100%. You come here, you got a green card, you know what I mean? You just trying to be cool. But when people are citizens, they born in this country, you know what I mean? And I have African friends, and
I got Jamaican friends. They turn this shit up, man. They turn this shit up, boy.
You know what I mean? They ride, you know what I mean? So, but when you have people that cut as when they come, their second generation, they grow up and they have this whole separatism, you know what I mean? Oh, that's them, that's us, you know what I mean? Or they turn around and say, "Oh yeah, you know, y'all doing this, y'all doing that." But we can, like College just said, you know, you can push back. We can push back and say, "Hey, look, and I don't." It's not about back and forth fighting anything, but it's like, listen, you can't lump all the bad with us, and then the good, you know, you just sit there. Oh yeah, this is what we do.
You collect all the rewards and whatnot. You collect all the rewards, and we get to clean up the trash. We get to clean the place up. Everybody eating and whatnot, you know, and they're taking all the rewards, the accolades, and they're like, which we call it, like that dude MC Chaz, whatever, from Nigerian. He's in Prince George. He said, "Oh man, we'll make it." So basically, they taking credit for all the black success in Prince George County because they got a small black immigrant community, and basically diminish it. And we're so scared to say, you know, that's mostly us, African Americans. Those aren't Nigerians. Those are African Americans.
Yeah.
We're so scared to say it's almost like we're scared to accept black success in America. That means that racism and all the stuff we talk about doesn't exist. You could have racism. You could say racism exists and everything and be a billionaire. Reginald Lewis, all these people never shied away from the struggle of their people. We think that somehow money makes you exempt from the struggle. That's not the case, you know. People, John Johnson, Woodforce people.
Yeah, well,
you know?
Robert Smith donated all that money, you know, for the paid everybody tuition. You know what I mean? He didn't say, okay, only African American boys. He said all of them. You know what I mean? We know it's a lot of our brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? It's inside that goes to that college. You know what I mean? And he said, "Listen,
that's how we are." And let me say something. And also, to this day, despite all the problems we have, like I hold African Americans to a higher standard. You know, that's why I don't agree with ADOS, FBA attacking people coming over here. These people, despite all our differences, I consider them. Once you're here, you're part of our community. You're black. You could distance yourself from the fuckery. I get that. But when you start saying all 45 million, even though stats don't prove it, like Crypto was just saying, don't prove it to you, that most of us are working, most of us in the middle class, most of us are doing like that. There's nothing wrong with that. And even people in the middle class are still Pan-Africans, want to build something in Africa. You don't have to, people have this idea, Pan-African, people just failing in America and they're bitter and everything like that, you know. And they said, no. I went to Liberia.
Can I respond to what you two gentlemen just said?
Yeah.
Because I think you mischaracterized me.
Not you, Gas, not you. I did not. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the general theme, like the observant immigrant will say. I want to see the stats. That black people in America have more money, more discretionary income than any other group of people on the freaking planet.
Well, of course, because you're in America. Of course, when you're in America,
and we work for that.
Well, listen. I'm not on anybody's side talking. I've said it numerous times. That what black people created in America rivals ancient Egypt, Benin, anything that was done on the continent based on the oppression that they were under. The Harlem Renaissance, the jazz music they created in terms of complexity is some of the most astounding thing ever created by man and black people, period. No one is taking that away.
You can't pretend that did not include the contributions of African immigrants.
It
The
did,
whole
but let me
thing.
point.
But they became.
Hold on, wait,
What we're
wait,
saying
wait. I
is
want to point.
they
Hold on,
became
Colin.
Black America. They became Black
That's the
Americans. You
point. Wait,
know.
but Colin, that's what
That's
I
the
want
point
to.
I'm making
Wait,
too.
Colin. Wait. That's what I want to point out to Crypto Black because he made an interesting point. He said, "Oh, within the second generation, those African immigrants, the children, often become Americanized and assimilate into the culture." Right now, one, that's not unique because Mexicans do that all the time. Like Northern Mexico, Northern California has an issue with Southern California, right? But now and I'm not saying crypto's making that argument, but now the FBA ADOS come on these platforms and say, yo, they disrespecting us. They're not sitting down there going along with us. But you
They don't
gentlemen are
speak
just
for us.
saying,
They don't speak for us. They
I
don't
know
speak
that,
for
I
us.
know, but I'm just trying to show you the inherent contradiction because within one generation, you guys are admitting readily within one generation, they fully assimilated into what they think is African American culture. And I tell people all the time, that's why you need to separate from blackness, not because black is bad or anything. I'm not a Moor, shout out to them. But the reason why I'm saying it is because, like yesterday's topic, the brother came on and said, oh, when he was growing up in Nigeria, he only saw images of MTV Raps, MTV Raps, and he saw, negative images. I think the only positive thing he said was that he saw in the media was the Cosby Show and like a few others. But for the most part, there were these stereotypical, the buck, the coon, the mammy, the 5 archetypes that they present of black people in the media. So that's a problem. But they can't have it both ways, where on one
It is
hand,
a problem.
oh, these immigrants are not assimilating, but then one generation, the children of immigrants are pretty much indistinguishable from African Americans or what they perceive to be African American culture, because none of them get to go down south or go to places like Virginia, go to Alabama, Atlanta, and see 5 generations of black doctors within one family. A lot of Africans don't know that exists.
Yeah,
you understand what I'm saying?
I mean, but let's put an example. Like Texas is the largest African American, most populated African American in the state, in the United States. Texas has it by far, and I think Georgia is number 2. So you're looking at
Florida would be number 1.
Wait, are you saying in one area? Because if it's concentration in one area is DC, but I get it in terms of overall population.
You can't go by city. That's a big misconception. Everybody thinking black people just live in cities. Black people live in towns.
No, I agree. I get what you're saying.
We don't live in the inner. We're not inner city urban no more. They keep saying it.
Like if you look to the city, that's like me looking at the trailer parks and saying these are white people. It's not true. People laugh at me like, no, that's not all white people. That's just them that live in trailer parks. You know what I mean? But the thing is, what I'm saying is, it's not what the whole family. People say, oh yeah, immigrants is family. Yeah, when they first come over, they come with their family. But when they grow up, they start being the same. And I'm not saying just black, you know what I mean? But they start being the single mothers, or I don't need no man.
Except for the Indians, bro.
Of course, but because everybody looks to the African American as the vanguard. That is why it's interesting that on one hand, it's like, oh, the Africans don't like us, but like you just said, within one generation, the Africans, the first thing they do is fuck my culture, fuck modesty, and let me not act like the proper African Americans. Let me copy this inner city nonsense.
Yeah, but that's.
I seen a video where a little Nigerian immigrant girl was the mother took her to a Nigerian restaurant and she said she wouldn't eat the food. She hates the food, and I said that's sad. She was so African Americanized.
But look, Colin, I posted something in the league, Dynast. Because people somewhere earlier said, what have Africans done? There's a gentleman by the name, right? His name, let me say his name properly, Futanga Babani Sissoko, right? I believe he's from Mali. He actually donated one of the largest awards to, I think, 2 historically HBCUs in Florida. The link I posted, I'm going to post it again so you guys can see it. But it's on a BBC article. And this guy gave away a ton of money. Allegedly, he was using some black magic, but, I don't want to get into all that. But my point is that, people have this misconception that every African, because you got some conservative idiots online, because, again, I'll end with this. I've said this many times. Many Africans who get to come to America, their parents are already conservative. Yep. The ones who might be a little bit more liberal and have a somewhat understanding about, inner city behavior, which most of them end up coming to, they're not going to get the visa.
The white lady from Omaha who's at the embassy in Nigeria is not going to let that dude come in to the United States with his family. It's the guy who's the politician. It's the guy who's middle class.
Yeah, they interview
Yeah,
say,
you
yo,
know,
what's the
exactly.
word?
So
Fuck them
most of the
niggas.
Africans,
Yeah,
exactly. So
here's your
most of,
visa.
like I told with that lady, if you go to Nigeria, they have a nasty word for the people in the inner city too.
Yeah.
So you get what I'm saying? So it's not like the Africans who come here are these people who are they're conservative people.
Right.
Many of them, they have
But you
conservative
know what,
leaning.
Gas? You know what, Gas? I want to give props to Kyla, Black
Jamal,
people,
one second,
all this
Jamal.
whole
Hold on,
thing, right?
Jamal. 1 second, Jamal. Peasy, I know you were saying something, and then Peasy, are you done, or we pass it to Jamal?
No, I'm good, man. I'm just following the conversation, and I want to just big up, gas them up. I think you're spot on, in talking about the superimposition of blackness on all of us who are black and within the system, right? But the only pushback I give here is that I think this idea that black immigrants, whether from Africa or the Caribbean, are somehow pushing the agenda to demonize African Americans. I think we need to look at that because that's been drastically overstated here. That has been
That's all
drastically.
Tariq Nasheed and Vec Arnell.
Yeah, it's not. That is not.
That is the
point of
poison
average.
that's creating this sense of division that really has not existed historically, factually, in any way. Okay, as soon as we've been traveling and intermingling, you've seen blacks from across the diaspora integrate successfully, cooperatively with African America, bolstering it, strengthening it on the overall basis in all of our expressive forms, whether it be hip hop, whether it's something as mundane as business or intermarriage. These are the things that we need to concentrate on and promote amongst each other.
Yeah,
Brother Peasy, did you know Amin Ra? Did you know Grandmaster Amin Ra? If any of y'all knew him, may he rest in peace. He had children in Kenya. Do you think his
Yeah, he was
children
on the
have not?
show.
Do you think? Yeah, I know. You know, I used to speak with him on WhatsApp all the time. We used to chop it up.
Yeah, we had debates.
He had children.
When I was heartbroken when
No,
he
I know
died,
you
man.
and him probably,
Man,
but that's okay.
yeah,
But
we
what I'm
bumped
saying
heads,
is,
man. That was my
that
brother, though.
no, but what I'm saying is that his children now. Do you think that they're not fully assimilated to become Kenyan children, or do you think they're calling his children tethers?
Jackie Robinson's son, namesake, has a farm in I believe it's Kenya as well. So.
Tanzania.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, at the end of the day, it's like, on the most part, we all got love for each other. Like, you know what I mean? Black people, we see each other, what's up? Like, you know what I mean? Jamaican, we don't care. Like, you know what I mean? We all got love for each other. You're gonna see the online fighting, which I think is, I think it's just messed up. And it's like I see it on the ADOS, and I never liked it that whole movement thing and how it was. I see it on that side, and then I see it on when I was on Clubhouse too, and I'm just like, damn, how they just would just tear African Americans down. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm looking at both of them, and I go to Caribbean all the time. You know what I mean? As well as I only been to Africa a few times, but I go to Caribbean all the time. So it's just like just to see, like, damn, like I grew up with so many people. I mean, my fiance Caribbean, So just like that's the whole thing. It's like to see these people just tear down each other on both sides. Be like, yo, we should be, we usually like cool with each other. I didn't know this animosity was there. That's the whole
This animosity. One of the roots here goes back to it is about living in the post-Obama era as a black person in America. Really, the Obama presidency created some questions that we hadn't considered before, right? And there were the failures of the Obama presidency and how we can push this movement forward, because he was seeing him as president for the lumped masses of our people isn't this what we were supposedly fighting for? And then it didn't solve all our problems, right? So in a person like Yvette Carnell, this created a crisis. And one of the ways she responded to this, as she worked through her catharsis here, it was this ADOS idea, the fact that there needs to be this push, this centering
Very
in
good
on
point,
Black
brother. Excellent.
Americas.
And
But
also,
now,
actual Tavis Smiley
but here's the
started
problem.
that,
Well,
and she took it and ran with
you
it.
just stole the word right out of her mouth. One thing she forgot
Excellent
to
point.
do is go back and look that Tavis Smiley had created the covenant just
And Cornell West,
time
both
before
of
that.
them.
And Cornell West. And then this was part of their guided critique of the Obama administration during and all the way through it as well. So, and why do we bring this conversation up? Because part of what we keep on doing is rebuilding, reinventing the wheel almost. Generations of Black people going back since the end of slavery, we've been asking these same questions, guys. And again, I'm not, I know Black academia has its own problems, and there's miscommunication between the masses and the elites, the people who are doing the research. You can't get it out fast enough. You can't get it in a way that everyone will understand it. But we got to connect these two. So I would just challenge you, Prince Dynast, to try to invite some people from Black academia in on these conversations who could contribute to some of these things that we're discussing here. Because, like I said, there's tons of emerging information coming out, not just out of HBCUs, but from all the PWIs as well in Black studies programs. Not all of them we will agree with, but there's information here we need to be interjecting into this conversation.
You know what, PZ? This is where I kind of disagree with you at, because I think a lot of these debates are coming from the Black intellectuals. A lot of these African versus FBA is coming from college campuses, right? A lot of this stuff ain't in the real world. I'm in Philadelphia. I know Crypto Black is in New Jersey, man. There's so many prosperous Black towns in South Jersey and New Jersey, man.
But they're under threat.
We all get along. So I think a lot of this rhetoric, which I call the hyphenated American, right? FBA, ADOS, is coming from the intellectuals, and it's coming down to the average person. So
I would challenge that.
To be honest with you, PZ, the average Black American don't know nothing about what we're talking about right now.
Exactly, I agree.
And that's the point I'm making.
That's what I said too. Like,
Can I say something? I think Crypto, you said something about how the African American community is doing relatively. That's a significant proportion of them are doing well. And I've never bought into some of these idea that they are not doing very well and stuff like that. I've always known that they have a community. When people say there's no community, I've always known that they had that. And what I felt that was lacking in recent times, maybe somebody touched on it, that it had something to do with Obama, where there is no real figurehead or even several of them in the community anymore. And more importantly, the people that are doing very well in America, we don't often see them. And we don't see them in critical strategic areas that are important for me. Because for me, the dial is on that one. That's where my laser focus is. Anybody that is involved in strategic areas that is going to give us our sovereignty, because we as Black people, we don't have that yet. And what we see is, you see Dr. Dre, a billionaire, in making headphones, and you see some other person doing something benign. We don't see them in strategic areas, not to mention on the continent, competing for big projects, like, all the wealth that has been filtered off out of the continent. There's no reason why these rich African Americans cannot participate in it. Because
Isn't African Americans building an airport wing in Sierra Leone, Dynasty? Airport wing in Sierra Leone.
Yeah. He's I guess African American. I don't know who it is though.
But Donnie, did you hear about?
But you gotta understand something. Those countries that get those contracts, their home countries gave the loans there until Africans could raise the money themselves without foreign aid. Then they can come to African Americans and say, "Hey, look, because unless the which is never going to happen, unless Black America partner with the United States and everything." But look what happened. Liberia gets almost no money from the U.S. and everything, and it's the number one U.S. ally. And Ukraine is getting $65 billion. Can you imagine if $65 billion was given to ECOWAS? What they could do with that money? But we don't have the political will.
Let me just say something. Weakness is never rewarded. I was saying something when I was interrupted.
Hold on, Nigel. No, but it's just, as far as the contracts go in Africa, it's just like here in America. It's an RFP process. You put in a bid, they accept the bid, then you go build. So I don't know what getting loans of money from China or getting money from America has to do with giving contracts to Black contractors here in America.
Hey, Don, did you hear about the brother signed
The Chinese want those contracts. They gotta give the loans. They want those contracts.
No,
that's how it goes.
It's interesting that you said that was in Liberia or Sierra Leone. They were building airports because it was a minister from one of those countries that came to the U.S. University to give a speech about how they don't see African Americans coming to bid for projects, even if they want to give them.
It was Sierra Leone. It was Sierra Leone. I was actually on a panel with him, and he was saying that African Americans, would love to build you guys, but you don't come and bid on these projects. So I guess some African American company bid on to renovate this airport in Sierra Leone, and they won it. So
yeah, there is $12 trillion worth of gold found in Uganda recently. People should be strategizing. This is kind of stuff
I'm going over there, man. I'm gonna check.
We should be strategizing because instead of the Chinese, the Europeans to come in and take advantage of it, there's no reason why we can't work with each other to advantage each other. Nobody gives you money. I think Kala said something about Ukraine. Nobody will give you money except they have something to lose if they don't give it to you. I don't understand.
Yeah, but they got our votes. Hold up, they got our votes. If it wasn't for our votes, Biden would be in office right now. So that's what I'm talking about.
But they will not give you money. You gave them the vote for free. You didn't make them think that if they don't give it to you, they're going to lose something.
Oh, and yeah, that's the problem. That's what we're talking about. That's what we'll talk about yesterday with Ice Cube when Black people don't know how to strategically use their votes. We don't have nothing collectively on the table. We're talking about reparations instead of saying, you know something, we want to be the vanguards of U.S. foreign policy in Africa. We want to create our own policy institute, and that group will be the ones that be like this. Okay, this is what we need in the Congo. This is what we need. You want our votes or whatnot? You get them on record saying we support that African American.
We used to have that institution. It was called Trans Africa, led by Randall Robinson.
Yeah, Trans Africa. Yeah, Randall Robinson.
Hold on, go ahead, Crypto Black. What's up?
Did you hear about the brother that just signed that $13.4 billion defense contract
here in America? Yeah.
Black guy, black man.
Yeah, that's the stuff we got to be pushed up.
And also too, it was a black contractor that won the new terminal bid for the New York JFK airport, right? Mm-hmm. Black contractor, right? So we have these things in Black America, right? But for some reason, you can tell some immigrants or African Americans or even anybody Black, right? So they blue in their face that you have these things, and they look at you like these things don't exist, So
Crypto Black. What was the defense this thing? Because just in case they are building toilets, what was the defense contract about?
I'm pulling it right now. He's a tech firm. He runs a tech company. So with the Air Force,
probably cyber warfare or something like that,
and the Space Force.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's probably cyber.
That sounds good. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff one likes to be hearing, because if people are getting involved in this high level stuff, that is what we need to be hearing. Somebody came here the other day was talking about weed. I was like, come on, weed is what you want to be doing when people are building.
And tonight, to this point, is what I was trying to say was when people get on here and start talking about, oh, what is Black America not doing? If you don't take time to understand what we're doing, we don't have Ebony Magazine, or what Ebony Magazine tell the world what's going on in Black America. We don't have them. People get their information from TikTok and Facebook, and they think that's Black America.
Doing that though, Carla?
Which
Black immigrants are actually doing that?
The shade room.
No, what I'm saying, when they say misinformation, like they go ahead, oh, Black America's doing so bad and everything. We got people that are freaking becoming millionaires every day in Black America. But the notion is that we're all Pookies and Ray Rays and running around doing all sorts of shit.
Also, Kyle, I bet you the average immigrant, right? I bet you they look at the lens through Black America through World Star Hip Hop.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say on average, and I hate to say that.
Who owns it?
I hope that defense company takes on a lot of African Americans seriously. They really need to push a lot of African Americans into those companies, because they really need to get involved in the tech and defense sectors, because those are strategic industries that are important for the country. That gives you a stake in the country. Whenever anything is happening, you are at the table. And I hope they really push a lot of African Americans in there. After all, they have a lot of Europeans in the others.
That, and also pilots. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Train the pilots because it's a pilot shortage. I mean, I don't know what people that's outside the country don't know, but in the U.S. it's a pilot shortage, and it's thousands of plane, thousands of flights getting canceled pretty much every weekend. You know what I mean? So,
do you guys know the leader of the largest cruise company in the world is an African American as well? Arnold Donald. He's the CEO of Carnival Corporation, which, absolutely.
And another thing too, Peasy, a lot of people don't know this. Do y'all know an African American owns about 60% of the hotels in the Bahamas? Did you guys know that?
Yeah.
Nobody knows that.
Absolutely.
The Smith brothers, the Smith billionaire.
Yeah, but here's my question, gentlemen. Are these Pyrrhic victories in the absence of control and authority within the community? See, because this is what I'm saying. You could have all this, and we've always had this. We've always had black success. You had as far back as people like A.G. Gaston, right? Of course, we had Madam C.J. Walker, but, you know, one of the guys I looked up to was A.G. Gaston. My thing is, without control and order, without a definitive hierarchy, to me, I don't see how black people are going to really accomplish anything, in my opinion. If someone could show me.
Therein lies the challenge. That should be the board upon which we agree and formulate strategies going forward in our think tanks, and then be ready to defend them with power if need be.
Yeah, because it is a victory because you seeing the black middle class grow, and when black middle class grow, black families, black communities. You see what I'm saying? And then you have better people. So we can sit there and shun the people that's, you know, that sit there and want to live wild, go crazy. It won't be
crypto black. Let me ask you this: is the black middle class, is it growing?
Yeah, it has grown. It's grown. Let me get the numbers from where it has grown from.
Hey, Darnus, I think it is growing. To be honest with you, I think it is.
I mean, we're at 36%.
Especially from the 1960s, we have grown from the 1960s.
Yeah.
No, but I was under the impression that we were doing better before integration and right after slavery.
That's not true. That is a lie from the pit.
That's an illusion. That's an illusion.
We own more land. We own more land. But as far as household, I think we just got back to the statistics from the 60s as far as for home ownership. We went down, but that was with the 2008 crash. But I think we the numbers start getting like back to where it was at. But it's just showing that we had the growth. So it says since the 60s, the black middle class has grown tremendously. African Americans have moved into more white collar jobs and more educated. Remember, we were doing factory blue collar jobs then. Than ever before, no longer isolated, identified by the.
Is that in reference to income or assets? You see, because this is where that middle class. Hold on, brother. Wait, that's where the middle class, they use these language to trick us. There's a difference between middle income and middle class. Do we have a growth in assets?
Dinah's asked me, as the middle class grow? That's what he asked. And with the middle class, is going to include United States average person 45%.
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to emphasize.
I don't. It's not
because there's a distinction. Because that's how they trick us.
No.
If black homeownership has not grown and black assets have not grown, yet black income, if black income has grown, is that really a growth in the middle class?
Yes, because middle class, you own an income, you have income, you're buying assets, you have the money to buy assets, you have the money to buy stocks.
But if that's not panning out,
but I mean, crypto black, okay, asset, but you know, these people get these middle class, or I guess get these white collar jobs, and I guess the middle class is so-called growing, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're buying assets.
But let me see the statistics show me the assets now. But blacks are in middle class. That's what I'm saying. To answer your question, yes, we have.
Yeah, but this is what Joe doing to us. This is what Joe Biden does, and I'm not calling Joe Biden. See, this is what these people do. They got us under this spell. Oh yeah, the black middle class, but the black assets have not grown. Black homeownership, which is the bedrock for wealth creation in this country, homeownership has not grown.
I just told you, black homeownership get back to the where it was when they first started taking it. It went down in 2008, crash, and then start pushing back up again.
Crypto.
I just said that.
What we have is
black people in income, right? It's like you got black people who work a job and they'll do Uber on the weekend and close the gap, make an extra $15,000 a year, push them into a middle income. But the thing is, what we're talking about is the black. We have never went to the ownership class. So ownership class, Black America, means that there's going to be some sort of conflict and confrontation with white America. We saw that back in the 90s when black people backed away from those wanting government contracts and stuff like that. And the Democrats backed off it and everything like that because they want to lose white votes or so-called Reagan Democrats, stuff like that. We never got to that level of ownership class. We got some black people who are doing well, right? But the number of black people who are bidding on billion-dollar contracts, for example, let me give you an example. In Utah, I remember a couple of years ago, this one town was bidding on a contract or to build this advanced helicopter, whatever. It was a $6 billion project. The whole town was just hanging, holding hands, praying. And then when they announced that they won, the whole place erupted. That doesn't happen in Black America. We're not concentrating areas where we could do that. We could say, okay, like this. So therefore, the billions of dollars in government contracts alone right there would close the gap right there. But we don't do that because white people, for the most part, right, they'll get our votes, everything like that. Empowering us that way. We have never gotten behind the black ownership class in America. Nobody gives this guy that got the $13 billion contract. Ask him what black politician helped him. None. Ask him what black community helped him. None. We don't do that. Everything is in the Black America centered around poor, welfare.
Kyla, I'll give you a better example, Kyla. Kyla, I'll give you an even better example. Reginald Lewis, you know him. Everybody should have read his book, right? Now, when he died and his brothers, I think his brother took over the company, they were trying to buy a baseball team. This guy was trying to own corporations with leveraged buyouts. He was using what Mike Milken was perfecting in the 80s. And KKR, Kohlberg, Kraft, whatever the company is, which actually just went public. But my point is that you can see the mentality. His brother is trying to buy a so-called baseball team. That money is fizzled out. So the wealth that Reginald Lewis created is pretty much gone. It hasn't multiplied in any way.
It hasn't become generational.
Carry on, brother.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
It seems like every time we got something, this guy got, you know what I mean, whatever, you know. But at the end of the day, we're gonna stop spewing that African Americans not doing anything. Our homeownership rate went down from 2005 down, especially after Obama got in office, but that was due to the housing crisis. But we started getting right back. We have 41.6% now, but we're starting to get back up climbing again because we know the numbers haven't came out yet.
So then that means that the black middle class hasn't risen. If homeownership hasn't risen,
bro, black middle class is showing right here. You want to argue with stats?
No, you're confusing middle class and middle income.
No.
There's a difference.
I'm showing middle class. It's going by middle class.
No, that's what they're saying. Remember, middle class.
Okay.
Remember, brother, what they're doing is they're tricking us. No, it's not. That's the hustle. That's the hustle they do. No, that's the hustle. What these politicians do is, because if you stop any random person, if you ask any, if you ask,
when you do your taxes,
sir, if you ask the average.
When you do your taxes, you're taxed on what? What are you taxed on?
No, that's not what middle class means. Come on, Crypto Black. You see, you're not Crypto. Come on, that's not what middle class means. Crypto, what you're doing is you're falling for. Taxes have nothing to do with middle class. Taxes have nothing to do with middle class. Crypto, stop trying to do. Crypto, listen. Crypto, no, it has nothing to do with income. Crypto, middle class is determined technically by an economics definition by wealth, which is assets. What the politicians have done for all Americans is they've bamboozled us into thinking income. That's why back then in 2005, like you're mentioning, what was the one thing? Hold on. What did they perfect? They perfected ninja loans. No income, no jobs. They perfected those type of loans. When Countrywide was out there doing the mortgage nonsense that they were doing, then they were turning them into mortgage-backed securities.
So to your case is when they were doing ninja loans back in 2005, 2006, 2007, then the average Joe working at McDonald's is a middle class because he bought a house.
No, sir. What I'm saying is,
let me take this and grasp them up. I think this in Crypto Black, what he is saying is that on paper there are middle class African Americans, but if you look deeper into it, you find that there is a lot of this vulnerabilities there. Whenever there is economic crisis due to either higher interest rates or the way the houses are secured, they are not actually owned completely. They have not been paid for completely. You find that it's African Americans disproportionately that lose properties. So that is some aspect. That's that wishy-washy aspect.
That's why we don't have generational wealth, because the assets are not secured within
we don't
crypto.
Have crypto.
We don't have generational wealth because we don't have the main assets for generational wealth. The two main assets with the three are what? Home ownership, life insurance, and stocks and equities. Those are the two. Those are the three things that create generational wealth.
Yeah, but again, generational wealth from 2008 crisis. If you don't have the income, you can't qualify. But to your definition, you're saying having a house.
No, that's what you're saying. That's your interpretation. You didn't let me say it. That's your interpretation, crypto. You didn't let me say it.
You said
crypto.
Hey, hold on. Let's get
crypto.
Gas them up. Hold on. Let crypto finish, and then
no, because hold on, Donnie, but he's saying what I didn't say. But he's saying what I didn't say.
You asked me what kind of houses you own.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you asked me what kind. What's that? That's not middle class. When you do your taxes, you're taxed by a certain income bracket, and income brackets put you in middle class, poverty, upper middle class, etc., etc. That's how it is pretty much laid out, the laws of the land. You can't sit there and say, well, yeah, I own $1 million house and I'm which cut. So even by your definition, when you're doing ninja loans, the average person at McDonald's that's making $10 an hour, you were saying he was upper middle class or she was upper middle class.
That's not what I'm saying. Can you stop leading people with a message I didn't say? Can you stop doing that?
You said they have an asset.
If you don't understand what I'm saying, ask me for clarification. Don't misrepresent what I said.
You went by their asset.
No, you didn't let me state the definition. I was trying to show you something, but obviously you heard what you wanted to hear. Again, sir, if you would just listen and understand what I was trying to point out to you. The first thing I'm trying to point out to you again, the politicians in this country have hustled the people into thinking income and assets are the same thing. If you don't believe me, forget gas them up. You can read white people. There's a book called what? The Millionaire Next Door by a PhD. All right. I'm sorry. Forget it. Don't worry. You're right. I'm sorry. Crypto, you're right. I don't know nothing. You're right. Pardon me.
Yeah, I read The Millionaire Next Door when I was 19 years old. You're not talking.
Yeah, you're right. Crypto, I don't know anything. Crypto, forget it. Because obviously it's hard to have a conversation with somebody when you want to be the only one to act as if you're the only guy with information in the room. Well, again, no, I'm not wrong. I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to tell you that's the mistake.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
Holy smokes, it's not a conspiracy. I'm trying to show you that's
real deep. No, that's what it is.
All right. Listen. Dynast, he gotta let me. Wait, hold on. He has to let me.
Hold on.
He has to let me say.
But gas him up. I understand what you're saying. Like this idea of middle class, if you don't own any assets, it's just kind of.
Not only that, that's not only what I'm saying. I'm saying that even if for example, you go to any sociological classroom, right, a sociology class, right? The first thing they'll tell you, sociology 101, the average American, if you ask them, are you middle class? Most Americans will consider themselves middle class because it's a fleeting, it's not something that's stuck. Now, what he's doing, he's reading, I don't know what definition he's getting it from, but depending on what statistic you use, the definition of middle class will change, right? The people who come up with the consumer price index will have one definition of middle class. The people who are at the banks will have another definition of middle class. So the concept of middle class depends on which government organization or which business entity you're going to. So I'm trying to say that, hey, listen, look, income is not the only thing that you use to determine middle class. That's why I said three things. I said income, life insurance, and assets. And that's all I was saying. But crypto is just attacking me. He didn't let me finish.
You said generational wealth.
That's why I gave the example of Reginald Lewis. I said black wealth does not multiply generationally. That's why I gave the example of Reginald Lewis.
I understand the difference between wealth and income. And you are in poverty by the income you have. That's what creates poverty. That's a fact.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Poverty, upper middle class, or lower middle class is by the income that you have. There's no denying that. You can live in $1 million house. If you make $10 an hour, you are in poverty.
You don't own the asset if you're making $10 an hour and you live in $1 million house.
If your mother or father dies and you live in $1 million house and you make $10 an hour, you are in poverty. You won't pay for those taxes.
Do you say that to trust fund babies? Do you say that to trust fund babies?
If the trust fund baby is still getting a trust, which is income.
Crypto Black, let me ask you this. Why is it that they said that the median wealth of Black Americans will fall to zero by 2053?
They said that's in their wealth.
Hey,
fall to zero by
hey,
2053.
Hold on. That stat there is actually based on.
What are the factors affecting it? That's what I want to understand, because it may be part of what Gas Them Up is trying to highlight. What is creating that the reduction in wealth?
They were saying, by the way, the rate of homeowner, and that was an article by one person, which was disingenuous as well. So again, and everybody's running with this one article of what one person said. Now, yeah, and I'm a big proponent. I used to be a mortgage loan officer. I'm a big proponent of home ownership. Yes, I play with the stock market, crypto, obviously. I want Black people to own their stuff. I've been preaching that for years and years. Since I read Rich Dad Poor Dad and actually put the cash flow quadrant games and tournaments I put together in Phoenix, Arizona for Black people to come and play. Not spades games, cash flow quadrant games, knowing about assets and liabilities. And I push for Black home ownership. So all I'm saying is,
what is affecting it? I'm asking a specific question because maybe that is at the core of what Gas Them Up is trying to highlight and what you are not, the differences between your argument, because something is in the middle there. And I try to highlight that it may have something to do with interest rates or the kind of loans that they get and conditions. And this is why when recessions hit, it hits the community harder. So what do you think is behind that projection? Because I don't know what it is.
No. And I agree with Gasman as far as we need more home ownership. Dynast knows that. We need more Black home ownership. The numbers got to get back up. Now, our numbers was climbing to the 2008 crash. You see what I'm saying? But we need life insurance. We need life insurance. Number one, life insurance. The cheapest thing you can get.
Personally, I want you guys to create more of those companies that are winning defense projects. I hope that guy that won that project creates 10 more like him that goes ahead to do this. And this is why I say being organized is good. Where people in the community now can go and say, you know what, yeah, you're good, you're winning this company, this stuff, and take on our people, make them leaders, let them found their own too, so that they too can win better projects in this area, bioengineering, name it. These are the kind of movements you want to make, because when you acquire this type of this in access, that's what generates wealth. Power is wealth on its own. I agree with money, getting land and all the rest, but what that means is that some other person that writes the rules can confiscate all those things very quickly. You have to be part of the rule makers in the system, power brokers in the system, and it's by being involved in defense and strategic industries. That's what gives you that.
Yep. So shout out to our brother Isaac Barnes. It just signed a $13.7 billion, $13.4 billion contract. A lot of our black brothers and sisters, across the,
Do you have the link, please? I would like to have the link to that.
I'm posting it right now for you. It was a
Thank
black
you.
enterprise. Shout out to him. Shout out to all our other brothers and sisters out here doing their thing. And my phone like 8%. But I just posted in the chat. But let me take this off. I posted in the chat, and then cause my phone about to die.
Yeah, Dynast, thanks for having me. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to everybody. I'm out of here. Peace and love, all of y'all.
All right, peace. Yeah, we'll go ahead and let me bring on two more people. Last two people.
There is no link. Where is the link?
Yeah, I'm about to which color? I'm about to drop it in there.
All right, go ahead, George, and then Moochie, then we'll close out. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, thanks, Dynast.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was getting a bit off track. At one point it was all about the misunderstanding about the conversation, and Kala had to come in and start defending, and it was contradicting. It's confusing me. On one hand, you will come online and be saying he's got PhD in negrology and this and that and this and that and this and that, negative talk. And then we are trying to analyze the situation when the lady was trying to talk about the subject matter. And nobody was going after African Americans. But, let us get away from this sidetracking all the time. Where somebody has to come and say, oh, I'm going to defend my people. This later on conversation is what we want to be hearing. How we're winning, getting contracts, building, and how we can get more people on board doing that moving forward. We should try and get away from the pettiness of, once we are talking and somebody has made a point that seems like it's misunderstood. Maybe someone is talking against your people or something like that. Then, like Kala came on, the same person that many times I've seen him, you invite him, he'll come on, he'll talk about Negro this, Negro that, Negro this, Negro that. Simple to say he's an African American, and then he's saying how people are taking home and abusing what African Americans on this panel. Nobody did that. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. Then you have to go and use 20 minutes to start talking about it, and then emotional. No. Let us be serious and mature and focus on building. Focus on not all this, we are controlling this city. The same person that is saying we should leave America and we should go to Africa is coming to it's confusing. Okay, let's be focused on Pan-Africanism. And what's Pan-Africanism? We all as Black people complement each other, build geopolitics. How do we play this game? For me, I think what African America need to do, everyone have to have dual nationality, like you're doing, Dynast. Immigrant groups, they have dual nationality.
I agree. But ADOS, if you per ADOS,
that's the new order.
George, hold on. Per ADOS FBA, if you get a second passport, you're running. You running from America. You running. But I agree. I tell people that seek dual citizenship, seek opportunities outside of America. But if you do that, you running.
Once you have two nationalities, one on the continent, one in America, then that gives you more capital politically in America, because they know you have something on the continent that is solid. A lot of things, not even one thing, because one African American that has capital, he can do so much on the continent, so much. And then when he's talking in America to his adversaries, they know that this guy is solid, geopolitically speaking. That's what Pan-Africanism is about. Every other immigrant groups, this Black immigrant or no Black immigrant they're talking about, they have two passports. The one from their home country, the one from a Western world. If they find themselves in America, they get one. That's what African Americans need to do. Get an African passport and hold your American passport. Play the both games. That is going to help the global Pan-African cause. That's the way I see it. This ADOS, this one went on Tariq Nasheed abuse. Those is childish talk. Oh, this one is abusing. This one is calling. Let them call themselves all that rubbish. Who cares? We need to be serious. We need to be serious. Like I said yesterday, I was growing up. All I knew was African American, wanted to be African American. I came out of all of that. I want to be a black man in this world and engage with my fellow black people and build blackness, build Africanness. Look at what white people, they have NATO. That's the collection of all Western Europeans, wherever they are in the world. That's NATO right there. Whether in Australia, whether in New Zealand, whether in Britain, whether in North America. If you're white, NATO's got you covered. Black people don't have anything. Arab, they have their thing. The Chinese have their thing. That's what we're talking about, Pan-Africanism. Then when we are trying to get serious, someone say, well, I'm coming to come and defend African Americans. Kala of all people, that will be talking against the same things many times on this station. And he's the one that says those things. I've not seen any African come here or any Caribbean and start cussing African Americans. So what's all this defensive talk? Please, we need to be more mature. More mature. The only way this thing can work is dual nationality. European have American citizenship, they have their own citizenship. You see the Italians, they have Italian, they have American. The Mexicans have too. That's what African Americans need to do and step up, because we've been looking at them as the top people. But now I feel there's this feeling of
but George, again, when it comes to the whole dual citizenship thing, issue, again, the FBA, ADOS, they are they want to become their own ethnic group here in America. So again, their roots are here in America. Their bones are buried here in America.
Very good, very good.
That's just what they want.
There's nothing wrong with that if it's done without vitriol against other black groups. I support that the FBA is a special troop, a special tribe that needs to be protected. But it shouldn't be done by spitting vitriol on other groups. At the end of the day, they say they built America. My oil from my Imo state is inside America there. My oil money is there in America. My oil from Niger Delta is in the USA. Cocoa that you're drinking in the black box, Starbucks in billions is there. I have a right to America. Whether they built it or didn't build it, white man came in the 60s and is drilling Mobile, is drilling there in backyard.
Hey George, let's do this because we're gonna close out in about 7 minutes. I want Moochie, go ahead, Moochie. Then after you, we'll close out. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey Dennis. Oh yeah, so Dennis, I was just listening to the two brothers before. I think they were both correct, but they were just addressing middle class from kind of like from the opposite side. So the one brother, I think Crypto Black was correct. In general, middle class references your amount of income, right? So they look at the bell curve, the distribution of income, right, for all Americans. In the middle, the income that's in the middle, right? That's half of Americans are on the left, half of Americans are to the right. That's the middle income, right? Now, if you earn about 2/3 of that amount, up to twice that amount, you are defined as middle class. Now, what the other guy was trying to say was, well, you might have this much income, but you might be poor. You're still middle class, but yes, it's correct that you might have a lot of income, but if you don't have assets, then you might still be poor. Because, for example, again, it goes to this: somebody earns $100,000, but they save $1,000 in a year. Somebody earns $60,000, but they save $10,000. Who is richer, right? So it's just, I think, they were arguing, but essentially they were kind of saying the same thing and I do really like what Crypto Black did have to say. When he talked about life insurance, if you look at most white people, that's one of the avenues that they pass wealth to their kids. right? Because they take $1 million insurance, whatever, 2 million, whatever it is. When they die, that goes to their family. So that's a direct transfer of wealth, right? So that the kids can, stay in the middle class or whatever. Retirement income, stocks, and all that he was talking about, that is true. So I think that's all I wanted to say about middle class. So essentially, it's about income, and then education level. Probably you have a college educated, and most likely working in an office, or doing some of those technical jobs that pay you good money, right? And then I want to go to what George was talking about quickly. What George was talking about, yes, there is a lot of people, individual African Americans that are rich, just like it's in Africa. But I do think the missing link is that we have these people that are rich, but it's not translating into the welfare of the group, of the overall group, right? So I think one thing that's missing is I don't know how that can be achieved, but I wish more of us go together and build things so that it affects the bigger part of our community, right? So that just like this guy, I saw the guy who got the $13.4 billion. That's awesome. He's from Grand Rapids. He's like 40 minutes away from where I am. 40 minutes away. He's in Grand Rapids, right? From the army. He seems like he was in the army, software engineer. He quit college and all that, but which is great. And I think he's saying he wants to bring in black and brown people, which is awesome. Into tech and everything. Yeah. So I think like George said, I do agree. We have to always kind of like lean on let's have group economics so that we just don't end up with a few that are super rich, but the community as a whole is suffering, because there's no reason with all this wealth why we still have all the Arabs and the Indians owning the stores and the the conveniences, everything in our neighborhoods, So that's all I have to say. Thanks, Stella. Dennis.
All right, what we'll do, we'll let two Nigel go ahead and close this out. Two Nigel, go ahead.
I think some of all this discussion is based on misunderstanding on the fringes of both societies. Overall, I can tell you that African Americans have been relatively quite positive. I think one of the most positive groups out there, really. They take criticism quite well, surprisingly well, compared to Nigerians or some Africans. And so all these discussion, personally, I don't like to get too much involved in them, except when somebody is directly attacking Black people. That's the one that triggers me. That said, though, Brandon, listen, Diana, you did say something recently about the priorities, and I think the life insurance one is really, really important. But there were others on the list that I missed. What are the others on that list?
No, I said priorities for Black America should be life insurance, looking at opportunities outside of America, dual citizenship, and primarily ownership.
Yeah, I think those are solid things.
Basically, what I'm saying is we can't even get the basics right, but we want to get on the immigrant tether. The immigrants, they're the tethers, but we can't even get the basics right.
Those are big things. I think life insurance is one big one that people should not take for granted. It's very, very important, and it sets the next generation up properly instead of always starting from scratch. And dual citizenship, exploring other options, which is part of what I'm talking about. These are solid, and I really think people should listen to that.
And to Niger, another thing I left that Crypto Black said, which is very important. I mean, in general, home ownership, right? Because what happens with home ownership is you buy a house at 100,000, but in a couple of years it's worth 200,000. So what does that mean? That means you actually have accumulated equity. They call equity, right? So that's the excess of how much the house was worth when you bought it, even if it's on loan, right? And how much you can sell it at that point in time. So you see that the people that have homes, right? Most over time they gain wealth. They gain wealth because the house is appreciating in value, right? And when they die, they leave them to their kids or whatever, whoever next of kin. So home ownership is a key ingredient of that too in terms of building wealth, because houses is one of those assets that you are guaranteed over time. The price is going to go up, and therefore you're going to pull out that equity is actual. What is your net worth is going up. So you actually moving into the middle class.
Hold on, Tunaja, and then Tunaja, we'll close out. But that's kind of what Gas Him Up was saying. So yeah, I mean, these people, Black people might be middle class, but like here in Atlanta, the majority of these middle class, so-called, African Americans, they rent apartments. They're renting.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
so
soft
it's just
middle
kind of like,
class.
you know, if you don't have any ownership or assets,
You're poor.
you know, what's the point? But hey, everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family. Dynasty Search for Huru. Peace.
You really don't know how to close these things out.